From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Cameron Byerly reading Demon Lord of Karanda, Book 3 of the Malloreon by David Eddings. We begin with the prologue. Being a brief history of Malloria and the races that dwell there, digested from the Chronicles of Angarak, University of Melcene Press. Tradition places the ancestral home of the Angaraks somewhere off of the south coast of present-day Dalasia. Then Torak, dragon god of Angarak, used the power of the stone, Thragyaska, in what has come to be called the cracking of the world. The crust of the earth split, releasing liquid magma from below and letting the waters of the southern ocean in to form the Sea of the East. This cataclysmic process continued for decades before the world gradually assumed its present form. As a result of this upheaval, the Aelorns and their allies were forced to retreat into the unexplored reaches of the western continent, while the Angaraks fled into the wilderness of Malloria. Torak had been maimed and disfigured by the stone, which rebelled at the use to which the god put it, and the Grolem priests were demoralized. Thus, leadership fell by default to the military. By the time the Grolems recovered, the military had established de facto rule of all of Angarak. Lacking their former preeminence, the priests set up an opposing center of power at Malyaska, near the tip of the Karandese mountain range. At this point, Torak roused himself to prevent the imminent civil war between priesthood and military rule. But he made no move against the military headquarters at Malzeth. Instead, he marched to the extreme northwest of Malloria Antiqua, with a quarter of the Angarak people to build the holy city of Xtol-Mishrak. There he remained, so absorbed by efforts to gain control of Thragyaska that he was oblivious to the fact that the people had largely turned from their previous preoccupation with theological matters. Those with him in Xtol-Mishrak were mostly a hysterical fringe of fanatics under the rigid control of Torak's 3 disciples, Zadar, Tuchik, and Irvon. These 3 maintained the old forms in the society of Xtol-Mishrak, while the rest of Angarak changed. When the continuing friction between the church and military finally came to Torak's attention, he summoned the military high command and the Grolem hierarchy to Xtol-Mishrak and delivered his commands in terms that brooked no demur. Exempting only Malyaska and Malzeth, all towns and districts were to be ruled jointly by the military and priesthood. The subdued hierarchy and high command immediately settled their differences and returned to their separate enclaves. This enforced truce freed the generals to turn their attention to other peoples living in Malloria. The origin of these peoples are lost in myth, but 3 races had predated the Angaraks on the continent: the Dalasians of the southwest, the Karans of the north, and the Melcenes of the east. It was to the Karans the military turned its efforts. The Karans were a warlike race with little patience for cultural niceties. They lived in crude cities where hogs roamed freely in the muddy streets. Traditionally, they were related to the Morindum of the far north of Gorognodrak. Both races were given to the practice of demon worship. At the beginning of the 2nd millennium, roving bands of Karandese brigands had become a serious problem along the eastern frontier, and the Angarak army now moved out of Malzeth to the western fringes of the Karandese kingdom of Palia. The city of Rakand in southwestern Palia was sacked and burned, and the inhabitants were taken captives. At this point, one of the greatest decisions of Angarak history was made. While the Grolems prepared for an orgy of human sacrifice, the generals paused. They had no desire to occupy Palia, and the difficulties of long-distance communication made the notion unattractive. To the generals it seemed far better to keep Palia as a subject kingdom and exact tribute, rather than to occupy a depopulated territory. The Grolems were outraged, but the generals were adamant. Ultimately, both sides agreed to take the matter before Torak for his decision. Not surprisingly, Torak agreed with the high command. If the Karans could be converted, he would nearly double the congregation of his church, as well as the size of his army, for any future confrontations with the kings of the West. "Any man who liveth in boundless Malloria shall bow down and worship me," he told his reluctant missionaries. And to ensure their zeal, he sent Urvan to Malyaska to oversee the conversion of the Karans. There, Urvan established himself as temporal head of the Malloreon church in pomp and luxury hitherto unknown to the ascetic Grolums. The army moved against Ketakor, Geno, and Delshin, as well as Palya. But the missionaries fared poorly, as the Karandese magicians conjured up hordes of demons, calling upon them to defend their society. Urvan finally journeyed to Tol Mishrak to consult with Torak. It is not clear what Torak did, but the Karandese magicians soon discovered that the spells previously used to control the demons were no longer effective. Any magician could now reach into the realm of darkness only at the peril of life and soul. The conquest of the Karans absorbed the attention of both military and priesthood for the next several centuries. But ultimately, the resistance collapsed, and Karanda became a subject nation, its peoples generally looked upon as inferiors. When the army advanced down the great river Magan against the Melsene Empire, however, it met a sophisticated and technologically superior people. In several disastrous battles in which the Melsene war chariots and elephant cavalry destroyed whole battalions, the Angaraks abandoned their efforts. The Angarak generals made overtures of peace. To their astonishment, the Melsenes quickly agreed to normalize relations and offered to trade horses, which the Angaraks previously lacked. They refused, however, even to discuss the sale of elephants. The army then turned to Dalesia, which proved to be an easy conquest. The Dalesians were simple farmers and herdsmen with little skill for war. The Angaraks moved into Dalesia and established military protectorates during the next 10 years. The priesthood seemed at first equally successful. The Dalesians meekly accepted the forms of Angarak worship. But they were a mystical people, and the Grolums soon discovered that the power of the witches, seers, and prophets remained unbroken. Moreover, copies of the infamous Malloreon Gospels still circulated in secret among the Dalesians. In time, the Grolums might have succeeded in stamping out the secret Dalesian religion, but then a disaster occurred that was to change forever the complexion of Angarak life. Somehow, the legendary sorcerer, Belgarath, accompanied by 3 Elorns, succeeded in evading all of the security measures and came unobserved at night to steal Thragyaska from the iron tower of Torak in the center of Tol Mishrak. Although pursued, they managed to escape with the stolen stone to the west. In furious rage, Torak destroyed his city. Then he ordered that the Murgos, the Tulls, and the Nadraks be sent to the western borders of the Sea of the East. More than 1 million lives were lost in the crossing of the northern land bridge, and the society and the culture of the Angaraks took long to recover. Following the dispersal and the destruction of Tol Mishrak, Torak became almost inaccessible, concentrating totally on various schemes to thwart the growing power of the kingdoms of the West. The gods' neglect gave the military time to exploit fully its now virtually total control of Malloria and the subject kingdoms. For many centuries, the uneasy peace between Angaraks and Melsenes continued, broken occasionally only by little wars in which both sides avoided committing their full forces. The 2 nations eventually established the practice of each sending children of the leaders to be raised by leaders of the other side. This led to a fuller understanding by both, as well as to the growth of a body of cosmopolitan youths that eventually became the norm for the ruling class of the Malloreon Empire. One such youth was Kalath, the son of a high-ranking Angarak general. Brought up in Melsene, he returned to Melzeth to become the youngest man ever to be elevated to the general staff. Returning to Melsene, he married the daughter of the Melsene emperor and managed to have himself declared emperor following the old man's death in 3830. Then, using the Melsene army as a threat, he managed to get himself declared hereditary commander-in-chief of the Angaraks. The integration of Melcene and Angarak was turbulent. But in time, the Melcene patience won out over Angarak brutality. Unlike other peoples, the Melcenes were ruled by a bureaucracy, and in the end, that bureaucracy proved far more efficient than the Angarak military administration. By 4400, the ascendancy of the bureaucracy was complete. By that time, also, the title of Commander-in-Chief had been forgotten, and the ruler of both peoples was simply the Emperor of Malloria. To the sophisticated Melcenes, the worship of Torak remained largely superficial. They accepted the forms out of expediency, but the Grolams were never able to command the abject submission to the dragon god that had characterized the Angaraks. Then, in 4850, Torak suddenly emerged from his aeons of seclusion to appear before the gates of Malzeth. Wearing a steel mask to conceal his maimed face, he set aside the emperor and declared himself Kal Torak, king and god. He immediately began mustering an enormous force to crush the kingdoms of the West and bring all the world under his domination. The mobilization that followed virtually stripped Malloria of able-bodied males. The Angaraks and Karans were marched north to the land bridge, crossing to the northernmost Garag Nadrak, and the Dalesians and Melcenes moved to where fleets had been constructed to ferry them across the Sea of the East to southern Tolmirgos. The northern Malloreans joined with the Nadraks, the Tulls, and the northern Murgos to strike toward the kingdoms of Thrasnia and Algeria. The second group of Malloreans joined with southern Murgos and were to march northwesterly. Torak meant to crush the west between the two huge armies. The southern forces, however, were caught in a freak storm that swept in off of the western sea in the spring of 4875, that buried them alive in the worst blizzard of recorded history. When it finally abated, the column was mired in 14-foot snowdrifts that persisted until early summer. No theory has yet been able to explain this storm, which was clearly not of natural origin. Whatever the cause, the southern army perished. The few survivors who struggled back to the east told tales of horror that were truly unthinkable. The northern force was also beset by various disasters, but eventually laid siege to Vomimbre, where they were completely routed by the combined armies of the west. And there, Torak was struck down by the power of Tragyaska, there called the Orb of Aldur, and lay in a coma that was to last centuries, though his body was rescued and taken to a secret hiding place by his disciple Zadar. In the years following these catastrophes, Mallorean society began to fracture back into its original components of Melcene, Karanda, Dalesia, and the lands of the Angaraks. The empire was saved only by the emergence of Korzeth as emperor. Korzeth was only 14 when he seized the throne from his aged father. Deceived by his youth, the separatist regions began to declare independence of the imperial throne. Korzeth moved decisively to stem the revolution. He spent the rest of his life on horseback in one of the greatest bloodbaths of history. But when he was done, he delivered a strong and united Malloria to his successors. Henceforth, the descendants of Korzeth ruled in total and unquestioned power from Malzeth. This continued until the present emperor, Zakath, ascended the throne. For a time he gave promise of being an enlightened ruler of Malloria and the western kingdoms of the Angaraks. But soon there were signs of trouble. The Murgos were ruled by Tar Urgas, and it was evident that he was both mad and unscrupulously ambitious. He instigated some plot against the young emperor. It has never been established clearly what form his scheming took, but Zakath discovered that Tar Urgas was behind it, and vowed vengeance. This took the form of a bitter war, in which Zakath began a campaign to destroy the mad ruler utterly. It was in the middle of this struggle that the West struck. While the kings of the West sent an army against the East, Belgarion, the young overlord of the West and descendant of Belgarath the sorcerer, advanced on foot across the north and across the land bridge into Malloria. He was accompanied by Belgarath and a Drasnian, and he bore the ancient sword of Riva, on the pommel of which was Thragyaska, the orb of Aldur. His purpose was to slay Torak, apparently in response to some prophecy known in the West. Torak had been emerging from his long coma in the ruins of his ancient city of Tol Mishrak. Now he roused himself to meet the challenger, but in the confrontation, Belgarion overcame the god and slew him with the sword, leaving the priesthood of Malloria in chaos and confusion. Part 1, Chapter 1. The first snow of the season settled white and quiet through the breathless air onto the decks of their ship. It was a wet snow with large, heavy flakes that piled up on the lines and rigging, turning the tarred ropes into thick white cables. The sea was black. The swells rose and fell without sound. From the stern came the slow, measured beat of a muffled drum that set the stroke for the Malloreon oarsmen. The sifting flakes settled on the shoulders of the sailors, and in the folds of their scarlet cloaks as they pulled steadily through the snowy morning. Their breath steamed in the chill dampness as they bent and straightened in unison to the beat of the drum. Geryon and Silk stood at the rail with their cloaks about their shoulders, staring somberly out through the filmy snowfall. "Miserable morning," the rat-faced little Drasnian noted, distastefully brushing snow from his shoulders. Geryon grunted sourly. "Oh, but you're in a cheerful humor today." "I don't really have all that much to smile about, Silk." Geryon went back to glowering at the gloomy black-and-white morning. Belgarath the sorcerer came out of the aft cabin, squinting up into the thickly settling snow, and raising the hood of his stout old cloak. Then he came forward, along the slippery deck, to join them at the rail. Silk glanced at the red-cloaked Malloreon soldier who had, unobtrusively, came up onto deck behind the old man, and who now stood leaning with some show of idleness on the rail several yards aft. "I see that General Ateska is still concerned about your well-being," he said, pointing at the man who had dogged Belgarath's steps since they had sailed out of the harbor at Rakvakat. Belgarath threw a quick, disgusted glance in the soldier's direction. "Stupidity," he said shortly. "Why does he think I'm going?" A sudden thought came to Geryon. He leaned forward and spoke very quietly. "You know," he said, "we could go someplace at that. We have got a ship here, and a ship goes wherever you point it. Malloria, just as easily as the coast of Haga." "Oh, it's an interesting notion, Belgarath," Silk agreed. "There are 4 of us, Grandfather," Geryon pointed out. "You, me, Aunt Paul, and Dernick. I'm sure we wouldn't have much difficulty in taking over this ship. Then we could change course and be halfway to Malloria before Kalzakath realized that we were not coming to Rakhaga after all." The more he thought about it, the more the idea excited him. Then we could sail north along the Malloreon coast, anchor in a cove or inlet someplace on the shore of Kamat. We'd only be a week or so from Ashaba. We might even be able to get there before Xandromos does. A bleak smile touched his lips. "I would sort of like to be waiting for her when she gets there." "Oh, it's got definite possibilities, Belgarath," Silk said. "Could you do it?" Belgarath scratched thoughtfully at his beard, squinting out into the sifting snow. "It's possible," he admitted. He looked at Geryon. "But what do you think we ought to do with all of these Malloreon soldiers and the ship's crew once we get to the coast of Kamat? You weren't planning to sink the ship and drown them all, were you? The way Xandromos does when she has finished using people?" "Well, of course not." "Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. But then how did you plan to keep them from running to the nearest garrison just as soon as we leave them behind? I don't know about you, but the idea of having a regiment or so of Malloreon troops hot on our heels does not excite me all that much." Geryon frowned. I guess I hadn't thought about that, he admitted.
I didn't think you had. It's usually best to work your way completely through an idea before you put it into action. It avoids a great deal of spur-of-the-moment patching later on.
All right, Geryon said, feeling slightly embarrassed.
I know you're impatient, Geryon, but impatience is a poor substitute for a well-considered plan.
Do you mind, Grandfather? Geryon said acidly.
Besides, it might just be that we are supposed to go to Rakhaga and meet with Kalzakath. Why would Saradas turn us over to the Malloreons after she went to all of the trouble of putting the Book of Ages into my hands? There is something else going on here, and I'm not sure we want to disrupt things until we find out a little more about them.
The cabin door opened, and General Ataska, the commander of the Malloreon forces, occupying the Isle of Arkat, emerged. From the moment they had been turned over to him, Ataska had been polite and strictly correct in all of his dealings with them. He had also been very firm about his intention to deliver them personally to Kalzakath and Rakhaga. He was a tall, lean man, and his uniform was bright scarlet, adorned with numerous medals and decorations. He carried himself with erect dignity, though the fact that his nose had been broken at some time in the past made him look more like a street brawler than a general in an imperial army. He came up the slush-covered deck, heedless of his highly polished boots.
"Good morning, gentlemen,"
he greeted them with a stiff military bow.
"I trust you slept well."
"Tolerably," Silk replied.
"It seems to be snowing,"
the general said, looking about and speaking in the tone of one making small talk for the sake of courtesy.
"Oh, I noticed that,"
Silk said.
"How long is it likely to take us to reach Rakhaga?" "A few more hours to reach the coast, Your Highness, and then a 2-day ride to the city."
Silk nodded. "Have you any idea why your emperor wants to see us?" he asked.
"He didn't say,"
Ataska answered shortly.
"And I did not think it appropriate to ask. He merely told me to apprehend you, and to bring you to him at Rakhaga. You are all to be treated with utmost courtesy as long as you do not try to escape. If you do that, His Imperial Majesty instructed me to be more firm."
His tone as he spoke was neutral, and his face remained expressionless.
"I hope you gentlemen will excuse me now," he said. "I have some matters that need my attention."
He bowed curtly, turned, and left them.
"Oh, he's a gold mine of information, isn't he?"
Silk noted dryly.
"Most Melsines love to gossip, but you've got to pry every word out of this one."
"Melsine?" Geryon said. "I didn't know that."
Silk nodded.
"Ataska's a Melsine name. Kalzakath has some peculiar ideas about the aristocracy of talent. Angarak officers don't like the idea, but there's not too much they can do about it, if they want to keep their heads." Geryon was not really that curious about the intricacies of Malloreon politics, so he let the matter drop, to return to the subject that had been being discussed previously. "I'm not quite clear about what you were saying, Grandfather. About our going to Rakhaga, I mean?"
"Saradas believes that she has a choice to make," the old man replied. "And there are certain conditions that have to be met before she can make it. I have got a suspicion that your meeting with Zakath might be one of those conditions."
"You don't actually believe her, do you?"
"I have seen stranger things happen, and I always walk very softly around the seers of Kel."
"I haven't seen anything about a meeting of that kind in the Marin Codex."
"Neither have I. But there are more things in the world than the Marin Codex. You've got to keep in mind the fact that Saradas is drawing on the prophecies of both sides, And if the prophecies are equal, they have equal truth. Not only that, Saradis is probably drawing on some prophecies that only the seers know about. Wherever this list of preconditions came from, though, I'm fairly certain that she won't let us get to this place, which is no more, until every item has been crossed off of her list.
Won't let us? Silk said.
Do not underestimate Saradis, Silk, Belgarath cautioned. She is the receptacle of all of the power of the Dals, and that means that she can probably do things the rest of us could not even begin to dream of. Let us look at things from a practical point of view, though. When we started out, we were half a year behind Xandromos, and we were planning a very tedious and time-consuming trek across Tolmurgos. But we kept getting interrupted.
Oh, tell me about it, Silk said sardonically.
Isn't it curious that after all of those interruptions, we have reached the eastern side of the continent ahead of schedule, and have cut Xandromos's lead down to a few weeks?
Silk blinked. Then his eyes narrowed. Yes. Gives you something to think about, doesn't it? The old man pulled his cloak more tightly about him. He looked again around at the settling snow.
Let's go inside, he suggested. It is really unpleasant out here.
The coast of Haga was backed by low hills, filmy-looking and white in the thick snowfall. There were extensive salt marshes at the water's edge, and the brown reeds bent under their burden of wet, clinging snow. A black-looking wooden pier extended out across the marshes to deeper water, and they disembarked from the Malloreon ship without incident. At the landward end of the pier, a wagon track ran up into the hills, its twin ruts buried in snow. Sadi, the eunuch, looked upward with a slightly bemused expression as they rode off of the pier and onto the road. He lightly brushed one long, fingered hand across his shaved scalp. "They feel like fairy wings," he smiled. "What's that?" Silk asked him. "The snowflakes. I've almost never seen snow before, only when I was visiting a northern kingdom, and I actually believe that this is the first time I have ever been out of doors when it was snowing. It's not too bad, is it?" Silk gave him a sour look. "The first chance I get, I'll buy you a sled." Sadi looked puzzled. "Excuse me, Keldar, but what is a sled?" Silk sighed. "Oh, never mind, Sadi. I was only trying to be funny." At the top of the first hill, a dozen or so crosses leaned at various angles beside the road. Hanging from each cross was a skeleton, with a few tattered rags clinging to its bleached bones, and a clump of snow crowning its vacant-eyed skull. "One is curious to know the reason for that, General Ataska," Sadi said mildly, pointing at the grim display at the roadside. "Policy, Excellency," Ataska replied curtly. "His Imperial Majesty seeks to alienate the Murgos from their king. He hopes to make them realize that Urgot is the cause of their misfortunes." Sadi shook his head dubiously. "I would question the reasoning behind that particular policy," he disagreed. "Atrocities seldom endear one to the victims. I have always preferred bribery myself." "Murgos are accustomed to being treated atrociously," Ataska shrugged. "It is all they understand." "Why haven't you taken them down and buried them?" Dernick demanded, his face pale and his voice thick with outrage. Ataska gave him a long, steady look. "Economy, Goodman," he replied. "An empty cross really does not prove very much. If we took them down, we would just have to replace them with fresh Murgos. That gets to be tedious after a while, and sooner or later,
one starts to run out of people to crucify. Leaving the skeletons there proves our point, and it saves time.
Geryon did his best to keep his body between Tynedra and the gruesome object lesson at the side of the road, trying to shield her from that hideous sight. She rode on obliviously, however, her face strangely numb, and her eyes blank and unseeing. He threw a quick, questioning glance at Polgara, and saw a slight frown on her face. He dropped back and pulled his horse in beside hers. "What's wrong with her?" he asked in a tense whisper. "I am not entirely sure, Geryon," she whispered back. "Is it the melancholia again?" There was a sick, sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. "I don't think so." Her eyes were narrowed in thought. She absently pulled the hood of her blue robe forward to cover the white lock in the midnight of her hair. "I will keep an eye on her." "Well, what can I do?" "Stay with her. Try to get her to talk. She might say something to give us clues." Tynedra, however, made few responses to Geryon's efforts to engage her in conversation, and her answers for the remainder of that snowy day quite frequently had little relevance to either his questions or his observations. As evening began to settle over the war-ravaged countryside of Haga, General Ateska called a halt, and his soldiers began to erect several scarlet pavilions in the lee of a fire-blackened stone wall, all that remained of a burned-out village.
"We should reach Rakhaga by late tomorrow afternoon," he advised them. "That large pavilion in the center of the encampment will be yours for the night. My men will bring you your evening meal in a little while. Now, if you will all excuse me."
He inclined his head briefly, then turned his horse around to supervise his men. When the soldiers had completed the erection of the pavilions, Geryon and his friends dismounted in front of the one Ateska had indicated. Silk looked around at the guard detachment moving into position around the large red tent. "I wish that he would make up his mind," he said irritably. "I don't quite follow you, Prince Keldar," Velvet said to him. "Just who should make up his mind?" "Ateska. He is the very soul of courtesy, but he surrounds us with armed guards." "The troops might just be there to protect us, Keldar," she pointed out. "This is a war zone, after all."
"Of course," he said dryly. "And cows might fly, too, if they had wings."
"What a fascinating observation," she marveled.
"Oh, I wish you wouldn't do that all of the time."
"Do what?"
Her brown eyes were wide and innocent. "Oh, forget it."
The supper Ateska's cooks prepared for them was plain, consisting of soldiers' rations and served on tin plates, but it was hot and filling. The interior of the pavilion was heated by charcoal braziers and filled with the golden glow of hanging oil lamps. The furnishings were of a military nature, the kinds of tables and beds and chairs that could be assembled and disassembled rapidly, and the floors and walls were covered with Malloreon carpets dyed a solid red color. Ariond looked around curiously after he had pushed his plate back. "They seem awfully partial to red, don't they?"
"I think it reminds them of blood," Dernick declared bleakly. "They like blood."
He turned to look coldly at the mute Toth.
"Well, if you've finished eating, I think we'd prefer it if you left the table," he said in a flat tone.
"That is hardly polite, Dernick,"
Polgara said reprovingly. "I wasn't trying to be polite, Paul. I don't see why he has to be put in with us in the first place. He's a traitor. Why doesn't he go stay with his friends?"
The giant mute rose from the table, his face melancholy. He lifted one hand, as if he were about to make one of those obscure gestures with which he and the smith communicated. But Dernick deliberately turned his back on him. Toth sighed, and went over to sit unobtrusively in one corner.
"Geryon?"
Tynedra said suddenly, looking around with a worried little frown.
"Where's my baby?"
He stared at her.
"Where's Geryon?"
she demanded, her voice shrill.
Tsenedra, he started.
I hear him crying. What have you done with him?
She suddenly sprang to her feet and began to dash about the tent, flinging back the curtains that partitioned off the sleeping quarters, yanking back the blankets on each bed.
Help me,
she cried to them.
Help me find my baby.
Geryon crossed the tent quickly to take her by the arm. Tsenedra?
No,
she shouted at him.
You have hidden him somewhere. Let me go.
She wrenched herself free of his grasp and began overturning the furniture in her desperate search, sobbing and moaning unintelligibly. Again Geryon tried to restrain her, but she suddenly hissed at him and extended her fingers like talons to claw at his eyes. Tsenedra, stop that! But she darted around him and bolted out of the pavilion into the snowy night. As Geryon burst through the tent flap in pursuit, he found his way barred by a red-cloaked Malloreon soldier.
"You'll get back inside,"
the man barked, blocking Geryon with a shaft of his spear. Over the guard's shoulder, Geryon saw Tsenedra struggling with another soldier. Without even thinking, he smashed his fist into the face in front of him. The guard reeled backward and fell. Geryon leaped over him, but found himself suddenly seized from behind by a half-dozen more men. "Leave her alone!" he shouted at the guard, who was cruelly holding one of the little queen's arms behind her.
"Get back outside the tent,"
a rough voice barked, and Geryon found himself being dragged backward step by step toward the tent flap. The soldier holding Tsenedra was half lifting, half pushing her back toward the same place. With a tremendous effort, Geryon got control of himself and coldly began to draw in his will. "That will be enough!" Polgara's voice cracked from the doorway to the tent. The soldiers stopped, looking uncertainly at each other and somewhat fearfully at the commanding presence in the doorway. "Dernick," she said then, "help Geryon bring Tsenedra back inside." Geryon shook himself free of the restraining hands, and he and Dernick took the violently struggling little queen from the soldier, pulling her back toward the pavilion. "Sadi," Polgara said as Dernick and Geryon entered the tent, with Tsenedra between them. "Do you have any oret in that case of yours?" "Certainly, Lady Polgara," the eunuch replied. "But are you sure that oret is appropriate here? I would be more inclined toward noladium, personally." "I think we have got more than a case of simple hysteria on our hands, Sadi. I want something strong enough to ensure that she does not wake up the minute my back is turned." "Whatever you think is best, Lady Polgara." He crossed the carpeted floor, opened his red leather case, and took out a vial of dark blue liquid. Then he went to the table and picked up a cup of water. He looked at her inquiringly. She frowned. Make it 3 drops, she decided. He gave her a slightly startled look, then gravely measured out the dosage. It took several moments of combined effort to get Tsenedra to drink the contents of the cup. She continued to sob and struggle for several moments. But then her struggles grew gradually weaker, and her sobbing lessened. Finally, she closed her eyes with a deep sigh, and her breathing became regular. "Let's get her to bed," Polgara said, leading the way to one of the curtained-off sleeping chambers. Geryon picked up the tiny form of his sleeping wife and followed. "What's wrong with her, Aunt Paul?" he demanded, as he laid her gently on the bed. "I'm not positive," Polgara replied, covering Tsenedra with a rough soldier's blanket. "I will need more time to pin it down." "What can we do?" "Not very much while we are on the road," she admitted candidly. "We'll keep her asleep until we get to Rakhaga. Once I get her into a more stable situation, I will be able to work on it. Stay with her. I want to talk with Sadi for a few moments." Geryon sat worriedly by the bed, gently holding his wife's limp little hand while Polgara went back out to consult with the eunuch concerning the various drugs in his case. Then she returned, drawing the drape shut behind her. "He has most of what I need," she reported quietly. "I will be able to improvise the rest." She touched Geryon's shoulder and bent forward. "General Ateska just came in," she whispered to him. "He wants to see you." I would not be too specific about the cause of Senedra's attack. We cannot be sure just how much Sakath knows about our reasons for being here, and Ateska's certain to report everything that happens. So watch what you say." He started to protest. "You cannot do anything here, Geryon, and they need you out there. I'll watch her."
"Is she subject to the seizures often?"
Ateska was asking, as Geryon came through the draped doorway. "She's very high-strung," Silk replied. "Sometimes circumstances get the best of her. Polgara knows what to do." Ateska turned to face Geryon.
"Your Majesty,"
he said in a chilly tone,
"I don't appreciate your attacking my soldiers."
"He got in my way, General," Geryon replied. "I don't think I hurt him all that much."
"There is a principle involved, Your Majesty."
"Yes," Geryon agreed, "there is. Give the man my apologies, but advise him not to interfere with me again, particularly when it concerns my wife. I do not really like hurting people, but I can make exceptions when I have to." Ateska's look grew steely, and the gaze Geryon returned was just as bleak. They stared at each other for a long moment.
"With all due respect, Your Majesty,"
Ateska said finally,
"don't abuse my hospitality again."
"Only if the situation requires it, General."
"I will instruct my men to prepare a litter for your wife,"
Ateska said then,
"and let us plan to get an early start tomorrow. If the Queen is ill, we want to get her to Rakhaga as soon as possible."
"Thank you, General," Geryon replied. Ateska bowed coldly, then turned and left. "Wouldn't you say that was a trifle blunt, Belgarian?" Sadi murmured. "We are in Ateska's power at the moment." Geryon grunted. I didn't like his attitude. He looked at Belgarath, whose expression was faintly disapproving. "Well?" he asked. "I didn't say anything." "You didn't have to. I could hear you thinking all the way over here." "Well, then I don't have to say it, do I?" The next day dawned cold and raw, but the snow had stopped. Geryon rode at the side of Senedra's horse-borne litter with his face mirroring his concern. The road they followed ran northwesterly past more burned-out villages and shattered towns. The ruins were covered with a thick coating of the clinging wet snow that had fallen the previous day, and each of them was encircled by a ring of those grim, occupied crosses and stakes. It was about mid-afternoon when they crested a hill and saw the lead-gray expanse of Lake Haga stretching far to the north and east. On the near shore was a large walled city. "Rakhaga," Ateska said with a certain relief. They rode on down the hill toward the city. A brisk wind was blowing in off of the lake, whipping their cloaks about them and tossing the manes of their horses.
"All right, gentlemen,"
Ateska said over his shoulder to his troops.
"Let's form up, and try to look like soldiers."
The red-cloaked Malloreons pulled their horses into a double file and straightened in their saddles. The walls of Rakhaga had been breached in several places, and the tops of the battlements were chipped and pitted from the storms of steel-tipped arrows that had swept over them. The heavy gates had been burst asunder during the final assault on the city, and hung in splinters from their rusty iron hinges. The guards at the gate drew themselves up and saluted smartly as Ateska led the way into the city. The battered condition of the stone houses within the walls attested to the savagery of the fighting, which had ensued when Rakhaga had fallen. Many of them stood unroofed to the sky, their gaping soot-blackened windows staring out at the rubble-choked streets. A work-gang of sullen Murgos dragging clanking chains behind them labored to clear the fallen building stones out of the slushy streets under the watchful eyes of a detachment of Malloreon soldiers. "You know," Silk said, "that's the first time I've ever seen a Murgo actually work. I didn't think they even knew how." The headquarters of the Malloreon army in Tol Murgos was in a large, imposing yellow brick house near the center of the city. It faced a broad, snowy square, and a marble staircase led up to the main door, with a file of red-cloaked Malloreon soldiers lining each side.
The former residence of the Murgo military governor of Haga, Sadi noted, as they drew near the house.
Oh, you've been here before, then? Sulk asked.
In my youth, Sadi replied. Rakaga has always been the center of the slave trade.
Ateska dismounted and turned to one of his officers.
Captain, he said, have your men bring the queen's litter. Tell them to be very careful.
As the rest of them swung down from their mounts, the captain's men unfastened the litter from the saddles of the 2 horses that had carried it, and started up the marble stairs in General Ateska's wake. Just inside the broad doors stood a polished table, and seated behind it was an arrogant-looking man with angular eyes and an expensive-looking scarlet uniform. Against the far wall stood a row of chairs occupied by bored-looking officials.
State your business,
the officer behind the table said brusquely. Ateska's face did not change expression as he silently stared at the officer.
I said to state your business.
Have the rules changed, Colonel? Ateska asked in a deceptively mild voice.
Do we no longer rise in the presence of a superior? I am too busy to jump to my feet for every petty Malsine official from the outlying districts, the colonel declared.
Captain, Ateska said flatly to his officer,
if the colonel is not on his feet in the space of 2 heartbeats, would you be so kind as to cut off his head for me?
Yes, sir, the captain replied, drawing his sword even as the startled colonel jumped to his feet.
Much better, Ateska told him. Now, let's begin over again. Do you by chance remember how to salute?
The colonel saluted smartly, though his face was pale.
Splendid. We will make a soldier of you yet. Now, one of the people I was escorting, a lady of high station, fell ill during our journey. I want a warm, comfortable room prepared for her immediately. Sir, the colonel protested, I am not authorized to do that. Don't put your sword away just yet, Captain. But, General, the members of His Majesty's household staff make all of those decisions. They will be infuriated if I overstep my bounds. I will explain it to His Majesty, Colonel, Ateska told him. The circumstances are a trifle unusual, but I am sure that he will approve.
The colonel faltered, his eyes filled with indecision.
Do it, Colonel. Now. I'll see to it at once, General, the colonel replied, snapping to attention. You men, he said to the soldiers holding Zinedra's litter, follow me.
Geryon automatically started to follow the litter, but Polgara took his arm firmly. No, Geryon. I will go with her. There is nothing you can do right now, and I think Zakath is going to want to talk to you. Just be careful of what you say. And she went off down the hallway behind the litter. I see that Malloreon society still has its little frictions, Silk said blandly to General Ateska.
Angarax, Ateska grunted. Sometimes they have a little difficulty coping with the modern world. Excuse me, Prince Keldar. I want to let His Majesty know that we are here.
He went to a polished door at the other end of the room and spoke briefly with one of the guards. Then he came back.
The Emperor is being advised of our arrival. I expect that he will see us in a few moments.
A rather chubby, bald-headed man in a plain, though obviously costly brown robe, and with a heavy gold chain about his neck, approached them.
Ateska, my dear fellow, he greeted the general. They told me that you are stationed at Rakvakat. I have some business with the Emperor, Brador. What are you doing in Tol Murgos? Cooling my heels, the chubby man replied. I've been waiting for 2 days to see Kelzokath, who is minding the shop at home. I've arranged it so that it more or less runs itself, Brador replied. The report I have for His Majesty is so vital that I decided to carry it myself. What could be so earth-shaking that it would drag the chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs away from the comforts of Malzeth? I believe that it's time for His Imperial Exaltedness to tear himself away from his amusements here in Tolmergos and come back to the capital. Careful, Bredor, Ateska said with a brief smile. Your fine-tuned Mercine prejudices are showing. Things are getting grim at home, Ateska, Bredor said seriously. I have got to talk with the Emperor. Can you help me to get into Shilm? I will see what I can do. Thank you, my friend, Bredor said, clasping the general's arm. The whole fate of the Empire may depend on my persuading Kal Zakath to come back to Malzeth. General Ateska, one of the spear-armed guards at the polished door said in a loud voice. His Imperial Majesty will see you and your prisoners now. Very good, Ateska replied, ignoring the ominous word, prisoners. He looked at Geryon. The Emperor must be very eager to see you, Your Majesty, he noted. It often takes weeks to gain an audience with him. Shall we go inside?
Chapter 2. Kal Zakath, the Emperor of boundless Malloria, lounged in a red-cushioned chair at the far end of a large plain room. The Emperor wore a simple white linen robe, severe and unadorned. Though Geryon knew that he was at least in his 40s, his hair was untouched by gray, and his face was unlined. His eyes, however, betrayed a kind of dead weariness, devoid of any joy, or even any interest in life. Curled in his lap lay a common mackerel-striped alley cat, her eyes closed and her forepaws alternately kneading his thigh. Although the Emperor himself wore the simplest of clothes, the guards lining the walls all wore steel breastplates deeply inlaid with gold. My Emperor, General Ateska said with a deep bow, I have the honor to present His Royal Majesty, King Belgarion of Riva. Geryon nodded briefly, and Zakath inclined his head in response. Our meeting is long overdue, Belgarion, he said in a voice as dead as his eyes. Your exploits have shaken the world. Yours have also made a certain impression, Zakath? Geryon had decided even before he had left Rakvakat that he would not perpetuate the absurdity of the Malloreon's self-bestowed Kal. A faint smile touched Zakath's lips. Ha-ha, he said in a tone which indicated that he saw through Geryon's attempt to be subtle. He nodded briefly to the others, and his attention finally fixed itself upon the rumpled, untidy form of Geryon's grandfather. And of course you, sir, would be Belgarath. I am a bit surprised to find you so ordinary-looking. The Grolums of Malloria all agree that you are 100 feet tall, possibly 200, and that you have horns and a forked tail. I'm in disguise, Belgarath replied with aplomb. Zakath chuckled, though there was little amusement in that almost mechanical sound. Then he looked around with a faint frown. I seem to note some absences. Queen Senedra fell ill during the journey, Your Majesty, Ateska advised him. Lady Polgara is attending to her. Ill? Is it serious? It is difficult to say at this point, Your Imperial Majesty, Tsari replied unctuously. But we have given her certain medications, and I have every confidence in Lady Polgara's skill. Zakath looked at Geryon. You should have sent word on ahead, Belgarion. I have a healer on my personal staff, a Talesian woman with remarkable gifts. I will send her to the Queen's chamber at once. Our first concern must be your wife's health. Thank you, Geryon replied with genuine gratitude. Zakath touched a bell pull and spoke briefly with the servant, who responded immediately to his summons. Please, the Emperor said then, seat yourselves. I have no particular interest in ceremony. As the guards hastily brought chairs for them, The cat, sleeping on Zakath's lap, half opened her golden eyes and looked around at them. She rose to her paws, arched her back, and yawned. Then she jumped heavily to the floor with an audible grunt, and waddled over to sniff at Arion's fingers. With a faintly amused look, Zakath watched his obviously pregnant cat make her matronly way across the carpet.
"You will note that my cat has been unfaithful to me again."
He sighed in mock resignation.
"It happens fairly frequently, I am afraid, and she never seems to feel the slightest guilt about it."
The cat jumped up into Arion's lap, nestled down, and began to purr contentedly.
"You have grown, boy,"
Zakath said to the young man.
"Have they taught you how to talk as yet?"
"I've picked up a few words, Zakath,"
Arion said in his clear voice.
"I know the rest of you by reputation at least,"
Zakath said then.
"Goodman Turnick and I met on the plains of Mishrak Achtol, and of course I have heard of the Magraven Lissel of Drasnian intelligence, and of Prince Keldar, who strives to become the richest man in the world."
Velvet's graceful curtsy of acknowledgment was not quite so florid as Silk's grandiose bow.
"And here, of course,"
the Emperor continued,
"is Sadi, chief eunuch in the palace of Queen Salmisra."
Sadi bowed with a fluid grace. "I must say your Majesty is remarkably well informed," he said in his contralto voice. "You have read us all like an open book."
"My chief of intelligence tries to keep me informed, Sadi. He may not be as gifted as the inestimable javelin of Bakhtor, but he knows about most of what is going on in this part of the world. He has mentioned that huge fellow over in the corner, but so far he has not been able to discover his name."
"He's called Toth,"
Arion supplied.
"He's a mute, so we have to do his talking for him."
"And a Delesian besides,"
Zakath noted.
"A very curious circumstance."
Garion had been closely watching this man. Beneath the polished, urbane exterior, he sensed a kind of subtle probing. The idle greetings, which seemed to be no more than a polite means of putting them at their ease, had a deeper motive behind them. In some obscure way, he sensed that Zakath was somehow testing each of them. The Emperor straightened then.
"You have an oddly assorted company with you, Belgarian, and you are a long way from home. I am curious about your reasons for being here in Tol Murgos."
"I'm afraid that's a private matter, Zakath."
One of the Emperor's eyebrows rose slightly.
"Under the circumstances, that is hardly a satisfactory answer, Belgarian. I cannot really take the chance that you're allied with Urget."
"Would you accept my word that I am not?"
"Not until I know a bit more about your visit to Rakhaga. Urget left there quite suddenly, apparently in your company, and reappeared just as suddenly on the plains of Morth, where he and a young woman led his troops out of an ambush I had gone to a great deal of trouble to arrange. You will have to admit that is a peculiar set of circumstances."
"Not when you look at it from a practical standpoint," Belgarath said. "The decision to take Urget with us was mine. He'd found out who we are, and I did not want an army of Murgos on our heels. Murgos are not too bright, but they can be an inconvenience at times." Zakath looked surprised.
"He was your prisoner?"
Belgarath shrugged. "In a manner of speaking." The Emperor laughed rather wryly.
"You could have wrung almost any concession from me if you had just delivered him into my hands, you know. Why did you let him go?"
"We didn't need him any more,"
Garion replied.
"We had reached the shores of Lake Thacha, so he really wasn't any kind of threat to us."
Zakath's expression narrowed slightly.
A few other things happened as well, I think, he observed. Urgot has always been a notorious coward, wholly under the domination of the Grolem Akachak and of his father's generals. But he did not seem very timid while he was extricating his troops from the trap I had laid for them, and all of the reports filtering out of Rak Urga seem to suggest that he is actually behaving like a king. Did you, by any chance, have anything to do with that?
It's possible, I suppose, Geryon answered. Urgot and I talked a few times, and I told him what he was doing wrong. Zakath tapped one forefinger against his chin, and his eyes were shrewd.
You may not have made a lion out of him, Belgarian, but at least he is no longer a rabbit.
A chill smile touched the Malloreon's lips.
In a way, I am rather glad about that. I have never taken much satisfaction in hunting rabbits.
He shaded his eyes with one hand, although the light in the room was not particularly bright.
But what I cannot understand is how you managed to spirit him out of the Drojum Palace and away from the city. He has whole regiments of bodyguards.
You're overlooking something, Zakath, Belgarath said to him. We have certain advantages that are not available to others.
Sorcery, you mean? Is it really all that reliable?
I've had some luck with it from time to time. Zakath's eyes had become suddenly intent.
They tell me that you are 5,000 years old, Belgarath. Is that true?
7, actually. Or a little more. Why do you ask?
In all of those years, has it not ever occurred to you simply to seize power? You could have made yourself king of the world, you know.
Belgarath looked amused. Why would I want to?
All men want power. It is human nature.
Has all your power really made you happy?
It has certain satisfactions.
Enough to make up for all of the petty distractions that go with it.
I can endure those. At least I am in a position where no one tells me what to do.
No one tells me what to do either, and I am not saddled with all of those tedious responsibilities. Belgarath straightened. All right, Zakath. Shall we get to the point? What are your intentions concerning us?
I have not really decided that yet.
The Emperor looked around at them.
I presume that we can all be civilized about the present situation.
How do you mean, civilized?
I will accept your word that none of you will try to escape or do anything rash. I am aware that you and a number of your friends have certain specialized talents. I do not want to be forced to take steps to counteract them.
We have some rather pressing business, Geryon replied carefully. So we can only delay for just so long. For the time being, however, I think we can agree to be reasonable about things.
Good. We'll have to talk later, you and I, and come to know one another. I have had comfortable quarters prepared for you and your friends, and I know that you are anxious about your wife. Now, I hope you will excuse me, but I have some of those tedious responsibilities that Belgarath mentioned to attend to.
Although the house was very large, it was not, strictly speaking, a palace. It appeared that the Murgo governors-general of Haga, who had ordered it built, had not shared the grandiose delusions which afflicted the rulers of Urga, and so the building was more functional than ornate.
I hope you will excuse me,
General Ateska said to them when they had emerged from the audience chamber.
I am obliged to deliver a full report to His Majesty about various matters. Then I must return immediately to Rakvokat.
He looked at Geryon.
The circumstances under which we met were not the happiest, Your Majesty,
he said.
But I hope you won't think too unkindly of me.
He bowed rather stiffly, then left them in the care of a member of the Emperor's staff. The man who had led them down a long, dark, paneled hallway toward the center of the house was obviously not an Angarak. He had not the angular eyes nor the stiff, bleak-faced arrogance that marked the men of that race. His cheerful, round face seemed to hint at a Melsine heritage, and Geryon remembered that the bureaucracy which controlled most aspects of Malloreon life was made up almost exclusively of Melsines.
His Majesty asked me to assure you that your quarters are not intended to be a prison,
the official told them, as they approached a heavily barred iron door blocking off one portion of the hallway.
This was a Murgo house before we took the city, and it has certain structural peculiarities. Your rooms are in what once were the women's quarters, and Murgos are fanatically protective of their women. It has to do with their concept of racial purity, I think.
At that moment, Geryon had little interest in sleeping arrangements. All of his concern was for Tinedra. "Do you happen to know where I might find my wife?" he asked the moon-faced bureaucrat.
"There, at the end of this corridor, Your Majesty,"
the Melsine replied, pointing toward a blue-painted door at the far end of the hall.
"Thank you."
Geryon glanced at the others. "I'll be back in a little while," he told them, and strode on ahead. The room he entered was warm, and the lighting subdued. Deep, ornately woven Malloreon carpets covered the floor, and soft green velvet drapes covered the tall, narrow windows. Tinedra lay in a high-posted bed against the wall opposite the door, and Polgara was seated at the bedside, her expression grave.
"Has there been any change?"
Geryon asked her softly, closing the door behind him.
"Nothing as yet,"
she replied. Tinedra's face was pale as she slept, with her crimson curls tumbled on her pillow.
"She is going to be all right, isn't she?"
Geryon asked.
"Oh, I'm sure of it, Geryon."
Another woman sat near the bed. She wore a light green cowled robe, despite the fact that she was indoors. She had the hood pulled up, partially concealing her face. Tinedra muttered something in a strangely harsh tone, and tossed her head restlessly on the pillow. The cowled woman frowned.
"Is this her customary voice, Lady Polgara?" she asked.
Polgara looked at her sharply. "No," she replied. "As a matter of fact, it is not."
"Would the drug you gave her in some way affect the sound of her speech?"
"No, it wouldn't. Actually, she shouldn't be making any sound at all."
"Ah,"
the woman said.
"I think perhaps I understand now."
She leaned forward and very gently laid the fingertips of one hand on Tinedra's lips. She nodded then and withdrew her hand.
"As I suspected,"
she murmured. Polgara also reached out to touch Tinedra's face. Geryon heard the faint whisper of her will, and the candle at the bedside flared up slightly, then sank back until its flame was scarcely more than a pinpoint.
"Oh, I should have guessed,"
Polgara accused herself. "What is it?" Geryon asked in alarm.
"Another mind is seeking to dominate your wife, and to subdue her will, Your Majesty,"
the cowled woman told him.
"It is an art sometimes practiced by the Grolams. They discovered it quite by accident during the Third Age."
"This is Andel, Geryon," Polgara told him. "Sakath sent her here to help care for Tinedra." Geryon nodded briefly to the hooded woman.
"Exactly what do we mean by the word dominate?"
"You should be more familiar with that than most people, Geryon. I am sure you remember Asherak the Murgo." Geryon felt a sudden chill, remembering the force of the mind that had from his earliest childhood sought that same control over his awareness.
"Drive it out," he pleaded. "Get whomever it is out of her mind."
"Perhaps not quite yet, Geryon," Polgara said coldly. "We have an opportunity here. Let's not waste it."
"I don't understand."
"You will, dear," she told him. Then she rose, sat on the edge of the bed, and lightly laid one hand on each of Tzenedra's temples. The faint whisper came again, stronger this time, and once again the candles all flared and then sank back as if suffocating. "I know you are in there," she said then. "You might as well speak." Tzenedra's expression grew contorted, and she tossed her head back and forth, as if trying to escape the hands touching her temples. Polgara's face grew stern, and she implacably kept her hands in place. The pale lock in her hair began to glow, and a strange chill came into the room, seeming to emanate from the bed itself. Tzenedra suddenly screamed. "Speak!" Polgara commanded. "You cannot flee until I release you, and I will not release you until you speak." Tzenedra's eyes suddenly opened. They were filled with hate.
"I do not fear thee, Polgara,"
she said in a harsh, rasping voice, delivered in a peculiar accent. "And I fear you even less. Now, who are you?"
"Thou knowest me, Polgara?"
"Perhaps, but I will have your name from you." There was a long pause, and the surge of Polgara's will grew even stronger. Tzenedra screamed again, a scream filled with agony that made Geryon flinch. "Stop!" the harsh voice cried.
"I will speak."
"Say your name," Polgara insisted implacably.
"I am Zandramas."
"So, what do you hope to gain by this?" An evil chuckle escaped Tzenedra's pale lips.
"I have already stolen her heart, Polgara, her child. Now I will steal her mind as well. I could easily kill her if I choose, but a dead queen may be buried, and her grave left behind. A mad one, on the other hand, will give thee much to distract thee from the search for the Tardian."
"I can banish you with a snap of my fingers, Zandramas."
"And I can return just as quickly."
A frosty smile touched Polgara's lips. "You are not nearly as clever as I thought. Did you actually believe that I twisted your name out of you for my own amusement? Were you ignorant of the power over you that you gave me when you spoke your own name? The power of the name is the most elementary of all. I can keep you out of Tzenedra's mind now. There's much more, though. For example, I know now that you are at Ashaba, haunting the bat-infested ruins of the House of Torak like a poor, ragged ghost." A startled gasp echoed through the room. "Oh, I could tell you more, Zandramas, but this is all beginning to bore me." She straightened, her hands still locked to the sides of Tzenedra's head. A white lock at her brow flared into incandescence, and the faint whisper became a deafening roar. "Now, be gone!" she commanded. Tzenedra moaned, and her face suddenly contorted into an expression of agony. An icy, stinking wind seemed to howl through the room, and the candles and glowing braziers sank even lower until the room was scarcely lit. "Be gone," Polgara repeated. An agonized wail escaped Tzenedra's lips, and then that wail became disembodied, coming, it seemed, from the empty air above the bed. The candles went out, and all light ceased to glow out of the braziers. The wailing voice began to fade, moving swiftly until it came to them as no more than a murmur echoing from an unimaginable distance. "Is Zandramas gone?" Geryon asked in a shaking voice. "Yes," Polgara replied calmly out of the sudden darkness. "What are we going to say to Tzenedra? When she wakes up, I mean." "She won't remember any of this. Just tell her something vague. Make some light, dear." Geryon fumbled for one of the candles, brushed his sleeve against it, then deftly caught it before it hit the floor. He was sort of proud of that. "Don't play with it, Geryon, just light it." Her tone was so familiar and so commonplace that he began to laugh,
and the little surge of his will that he directed at the candle was a stuttering sort of thing. The flame that appeared bobbled and hiccuped at the end of the wick in a soundless golden chortle. Polgara looked steadily at the giggling candle, then closed her eyes. "Oh, Geryon," she sighed in resignation. He moved about the room, relighting the other candles and fanning the braziers back into life. The flames were all quite sedate, except for the original one, which continued to dance and laugh in blithe glee. Polgara turned to the hooded Delesian healer. "You are most perceptive, Andel. That sort of thing is difficult to recognize unless you know precisely what you are looking for."
"The perception was not mine, Lady Polgara," Andel replied. "I was advised by another of the cause of Her Majesty's illness."
"Seratus?" Andel nodded.
"The minds of all our race are joined with hers, for we are but the instruments of the task which lies upon her. Her concern for the Queen's well-being prompted her to intervene."
The hooded woman hesitated.
"The Holy Seeress also asked me to beg you to intercede with your husband in the matter of Toth. The goodman's anger is causing that gentle guide extreme anguish, and his pain is also hers. What happened at Verkat had to happen. Otherwise the meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark could not come to pass for ages hence."
Polgara nodded gravely.
"I thought it might have been something like that. Tell her that I will speak with Dernick in Toth's behalf."
Andel inclined her head gratefully.
"Geryon?"
Sinedra murmured drowsily.
"Where are we?"
He turned to her quickly. "Are you all right?" he asked, taking her hand in his.
"Mm-hmm,"
she said.
"I'm just so very sleepy. What happened? Where are we?"
"We're at Rakhaga." He threw a quick glance at Polgara, then turned back to the bed. "You just had a little fainting spell, is all," he said with a slightly exaggerated casualness. "How are you feeling?"
"I'm fine, dear. But I think I'd like to go to sleep now."
And her eyes went closed. Then she opened them again with a sleepy little frown.
"Geryon,"
she murmured.
"why is that candle acting like that?"
He kissed her, lightly on the cheek. "Don't worry about it, dear," he told her. But she had already fallen fast asleep. It was well past midnight when Geryon was awakened by a light tapping on the door of the room in which he slept. "Who is it?" he asked, half rising in his bed.
"A messenger from the Emperor, Your Majesty,"
a voice replied from the other side of the door.
"He instructed me to ask if you would be so good as to join him in his private study."
"Now? In the middle of the night?"
"Such was the Emperor's instructions, Your Majesty."
"All right," Geryon said, throwing off his blankets and swinging around to put his feet on the cold floor. "Give me a minute or so to get dressed."
"Of course, Your Majesty."
Muttering to himself, Geryon began to pull on his clothes by the faint light coming from the brazier in the corner. When he was dressed, he splashed cold water on his face and raked his fingers through his sandy hair, trying to push it into some semblance of order. Almost as an afterthought, he ducked his head and arm through the strap attached to the sheath of Iron-Grip's sword and shrugged it into place across his back. Then he opened the door. "All right," he said to the messenger. "Let's go." Kalzakath's study was a book-lined room with several leather-upholstered chairs, a large polished table, and a crackling fire on the hearth. The Emperor, still clad in plain white linen, sat in a chair at the table, shuffling through a stack of parchment sheets by the light of a single oil lamp. "You wanted to see me, Zakath?" Geryon asked as he entered the room.
"Ah, yes, Belgarian,"
Zakath said, pushing aside the parchments.
"So good of you to come."
I understand that your wife is recovering.
Geryon nodded. Thank you again for sending Andel. Her aid was very helpful.
My pleasure, Belgarian.
Zakath reached out and lowered the wick in the lamp until the corners of the room filled with shadow.
I thought that we might talk a little.
Isn't it sort of late?
I don't sleep very much, Belgarian. A man can lose a third of his life in sleep. The day is filled with bright lights and distractions. The night is dim and quiet, and allows much greater concentration. Please, sit down.
Geryon unbuckled his sword and leaned it against a bookcase.
I am not really all that dangerous, you know, the Emperor said, looking pointedly at the great weapon.
Geryon smiled slightly, settling into a chair by the fire. I didn't bring it because of you, Zakath. It's just a habit. It's not the kind of sword you want to leave lying around.
I don't think that anyone would steal it, Belgarian.
It can't be stolen. I just don't want anybody getting hurt by accidentally touching it.
Do you mean to say that it's that sword?
Geryon nodded. I am sort of obliged to take care of it. It's a nuisance most of the time, but there have been a few occasions when I was glad I had it with me.
What really happened
at Tol Mishrak? Zakath asked suddenly.
I have heard all sorts of stories.
Geryon nodded wryly. So have I. Most of them get the names right, but not very much else. Neither Torak nor I had very much control over what happened. We fought, and I stuck that sword into his chest.
And he died?
Zakath's face was intent. Eventually, yes.
Eventually?
He vomited fire first and wept flames. Then he cried out.
What did he say?
Mother, Geryon replied shortly. He did not really want to talk about it.
What an extraordinary thing for him to do. What happened to his body? I had the entire ruin of Tol Mishrak searched for him.
The other gods came and took it. Do you suppose we could talk about something else? Those particular memories are painful.
He was your enemy.
Geryon sighed. He was also a god, Zakath, and killing a god is a terrible thing to have to do.
You are a strangely gentle man, Belgarian. I think I respect you more for that than I do for your invincible courage.
I'd hardly say invincible. I was terrified the whole time. So was Torak, I think. Was there something you really wanted to talk about? Zakath leaned back in his chair, tapping thoughtfully at his pursed lips.
You know that eventually you and I will have to confront each other, don't you?
No, Geryon disagreed. That's not absolutely certain.
There can only be one king of the world.
Geryon's look grew pained. I've got enough trouble trying to rule one small island. I've never wanted to be king of the world.
But I have, and do.
Well, then we probably will fight at that, sooner or later. I don't think the world was intended to be ruled by one man. If you try to do that, I will have to stop you.
I am unstoppable, Belgarian.
So was Torak. Or at least he thought so.
That's blunt enough.
It helps to avoid a lot of misunderstandings later on. I'd say that you've got enough trouble at home without trying to invade my kingdom, or those of my friends. That's not to mention the stalemate here in Tol Murgos.
You are well informed.
Queen Poran is a close personal friend. She keeps me advised, and Silk picks up a great deal of information during the course of his business dealings.
Silk?
Excuse me. Prince Keldar, I mean. Silk is a nickname of sorts. Zakath looked at him steadily.
In some ways, We are very much alike, Bulgarian, and in other ways very different. But we still do what is necessary, and what necessity compels us to do. Frequently, we are at the mercy of events over which we have no control.
I suppose you are talking about the two prophecies? Zakath laughed shortly.
I don't believe in prophecy. I only believe in power. It is curious, though, that we have both been faced with similar problems of late. You recently had to put down an uprising in Aloria, a group of religious fanatics, I believe. I have something of much the same nature going on in Darshiva. Religion is a constant thorn in the side of any ruler, would you not say?
I've been able to work around it most of the time.
You have been very lucky, then. Torak was neither a good nor kindly god, and his Grolam priesthood is vile. If I were not busy here in Tolmurgos, I think I might endear myself to the next 1,000 or so generations by obliterating every Grolam on the face of the earth.
Geryon grinned at him. What would you say to an alliance with that in mind? Zakath laughed briefly, and then his face grew somber again.
Does the name Zandramas mean anything to you?
Geryon edged around that cautiously, not knowing how much information Zakath had about their real reason for being in Tolmurgos. I've heard some rumors.
How about Trag Sardius?
I've heard of it.
You are being evasive, Bulgarian.
Zakath gave him a steady look, then passed his hand wearily across his eyes. I think you need some sleep, Geryon told him.
Time for that soon enough, when my work is done.
Well, that's up to you, I guess.
How much do you know about Malloreon, Bulgarian?
I get reports, a little disjointed sometimes, but fairly current.
No, I mean our past.
Not too much, I'm afraid. Western historians tried very hard to ignore the fact that Malloreon was even there.
Zakath smiled wryly. The University of Malsina has the same short-sightedness regarding the West. Anyway, over the past several centuries, since the disaster at Vomembre, Malloreon society has become almost completely secular. Torak was bound in sleep. Tuchik was practicing his perversions here in Tolmurgos, and Zadar was wandering around the world like a ruthless vagabond. Whatever happened to him, by the way? I thought he was at Tolmishrak.
He was.
We did not find his body.
He's not dead.
He's not?
Zakath looked stunned.
Well, where is he, then?
Beneath the city. Belgarath opened the earth and sealed him up in solid rock under the ruins.
Alive?
Zakath's exclamation came out in a choked gasp. There was a certain amount of justification for it. Go on with your story.
Zakath shuddered and then recovered. With the rest of them out of the way, the only religious figure left in Malloreon was Irvan, and he devoted himself almost exclusively to trying to make his palace at Malyaska more opulent than the imperial one at Malzeth. Every so often he would preach a sermon filled with mumbo-jumbo and nonsense. But most of the time he seemed to have forgotten Torak entirely. With the dragon god and his disciples no longer around, the real power of the Grolam Church was gone. Oh, the priests babbled about the return of Torak, and they all paid lip service to the notion that one day the sleeping god would awaken. But the memory of him grew dimmer and dimmer. The power of the Church grew less and less, while that of the army which is to say the imperial throne, grew more and more.
Malloreon politics seem to be very murky, Geryon observed.
Zakath nodded. It is part of our nature, I suppose. At any rate, our society was functioning and moving out of the Dark Ages. Slowly, perhaps, but moving. Then you suddenly appeared out of nowhere and awakened Torak, and just as suddenly put him permanently back to sleep again. That's when all of our problems started.
Shouldn't it have ended them? That's sort of what I had in mind.
I don't think you grasp the nature of the religious mind, Belgarian. So long as Torak was there, even though he slept, the Grolums and the other hysterics in the Empire were fairly placid, secure, even comfortable in their belief that one day he would awaken, punish all of their enemies, and reassert the absolute authority of the unwashed and stinking priesthood. But when you killed Torak, you destroyed their comfortable sense of security. They were forced to face the fact that without Torak, they were nothing. Some of them were so chagrined that they went mad. Others fell into absolute despair. A few, however, began to hammer together a new mythology, something to replace what you had destroyed with a single stroke of that sword over there.
It was not entirely my idea, Geryon told him.
It is the results that matter, Belgarian, not intentions. Anyway, Irvan was forced to tear himself away from his quest for opulence and his wallowing in the adoration of the sycophants who surrounded him, and get back to business. For a time he was in absolute frenzy of activity. He resurrected all the moth-eaten old prophecies and twisted and wrenched at them, until they seemed to say what he wanted them to say.
And what was that?
He was trying to convince people that a new god will come to rule over Angarak, either a resurrection of Torak himself or some new deity infused with Torak's spirit. He has even got a candidate in mind for this new god of Angarak.
Oh? Who is that?
Zakath's expression became amused. He sees his new god every time he looks in a mirror.
Oh, you're not serious.
Oh, yes. Irvan has been trying to convince himself that he is at least a demigod for several centuries now. He would probably have himself paraded all over Malloreon in a golden chariot, except that he is afraid to leave Malyaska. As I understand it, there is a very nasty hunchback who has been hungering to kill him for aeons. One of Aldor's disciples, I believe.
Geryon nodded. Veldin. I've met him.
Is he really as bad as the stories make him out to be?
Oh, probably even worse. I don't think you would want to be around to watch what he does if he ever catches up with Irvan.
I wish him good hunting. But Irvan is not my only problem, I am afraid. Not long after the death of Torak, certain rumors started coming out of Tashiva. A Grolum priestess, Zandramas by name, also began to predict the coming of a new god.
I didn't know that she was a Grolum,
Geryon said with some surprise. Zakath nodded gravely. She formerly had a very unsavory reputation at Tashiva. Then the so-called ecstasy of prophecy fell on her, and she was suddenly transformed by it. Now when she speaks, no one can resist her words. She preaches to multitudes and fires them with invincible zeal. Her message of the coming of a new god ran through Tashiva like wildfire and spread into Regal, Veresibo, Zamad as well. Virtually the entire northern coast of Malloreon is hers.
What does the Sardian have to do with all of this?
I think It is the key to the whole business. Both Zandramas and Irvan seem to believe that whoever finds and possesses it is going to win out.
Agachak, the hierarch of Rakarga, believes the same thing,
Geryon told him.
Zakath nodded moodily.
I suppose I should have realized that. A Grolem is a Grolem, whether he comes from Maloria or Tolmurgos.
It seems to me that maybe you should go back to Maloria and put things in order.
No, Belgarian. I won't abandon my campaign here in Tolmurgos.
Is personal revenge worth it? Zakath looked startled. I know why you hated Tar Urgas, but he is dead, and Urgot's not at all like him. I can't really believe that you would sacrifice your whole empire just for the sake of revenging yourself on a man who cannot feel it.
You know?
Zakath's face looked stricken.
Who told you?
Urgot did. He told me the whole story.
With pride, I expect.
Zakath's teeth were clenched and his face pale. No, not really. It was with regret, and with contempt for Tar Urgas. He hated him even more than you do.
That's hardly possible, Belgarian. To answer your question, yes. I will sacrifice my empire, the whole world if need be, to spill out the last drop of the blood of Tar Urgas. I will neither sleep nor rest, nor be turned aside from my vengeance, and I will crush whomever stands in my path.
Tell him, the dry voice in Geryon's mind said suddenly. What? Tell him the truth about Urgot. But do it, Geryon. He needs to know. There are things he has to do, and he won't do them until he puts this obsession behind him. Zakath was looking at him curiously. Oh, sorry, just receiving instructions, Geryon explained lamely.
Instructions? From whom?
You wouldn't believe it. I was told to give you some information.
He drew in a deep breath.
Urgot is not a Murgo, he said flatly.
What are you talking about?
I said that Urgot is not a Murgo. At least, not entirely. His mother was, of course, but his father was not Tar Urgas.
You are lying.
No, I'm not. We found out about it while we were at the Drojum Palace in Rakarga. Urgot didn't know about it either.
I don't believe you, Belgarian.
Zakath's face was livid. He was nearly shouting. Tar Urgas is dead, Geryon said wearily. Urgot made sure of it by cutting his throat and burying him head down in his grave. He also claims that he had every one of his brothers, the real sons of Tar Urgas, killed to make himself secure on the throne. I don't think there's one drop of Urga blood left in the world. Zakath's eyes narrowed.
It is a trick. You have allied yourself with Urgot and brought me this absurd lie to save his life.
Use the orb, Geryon, the voice instructed. How? Take it off the pommel of the sword. Hold it in your right hand. It will show Zakath the truths that he needs to know. Geryon rose to his feet. If I can show you the truth, will you look? He asked the agitated Malloreon emperor.
Look? Look at what?
Geryon walked over to his sword and peeled off the soft leather sleeve covering the hilt. He put his hand on the orb, and it came free with an audible click. He turned back to the men at the table. I'm not exactly sure how this works. I'm told that Alder was able to do it, but I've never tried it for myself. I think you're supposed to look into this. He extended his right arm until the orb was in front of Zakath's face.
What is that?
You people call it Pragyaska, Geryon replied.
Zakath recoiled, his face blanching.
It won't hurt you, as long as you don't touch it.
The orb, which for the past month had rather sullenly obeyed Gerion's continued instructions to restrain itself, slowly began to pulsate and glow in his hand, bathing Zakath's face in its blue radiance. The Emperor half lifted his hand as if to push the glowing stone aside. "Don't touch it," Gerion warned again. "Just look." But Zakath's eyes were already locked on the stone, its blue light growing stronger and stronger. His hands gripped the edge of the table in front of him so tightly that his knuckles grew white. For a long moment, he stared into that blue incandescence. Then, slowly, his fingers lost their grip on the table edge and fell back onto the arms of his chair. An expression of agony crossed his face.
"They have escaped me,"
he groaned with tears welling out of his closed eyes.
"And I have slaughtered tens of thousands. For nothing."
The tears began to stream down his contorted face. "I'm sorry, Zakath," Gerion said quietly, lowering his hand. "I can't change what has already happened, but you had to know the truth."
"I cannot thank you for this truth,"
Zakath said, his shoulders shaking in the storm of his weeping.
"Leave me, Belgerion. Take that accursed stone from my sight."
Gerion nodded with a great feeling of compassion and shared sorrow. Then he replaced the orb on the pommel of his sword, recovered the hilt, and picked up the great weapon. "I am very sorry, Zakath," he said again. And then he quietly went out of the room, leaving the Emperor of boundless Malloria alone with his grief. Chapter 3.
"Really, Gerion, I'm perfectly fine,"
Sinedra objected again. "I'm glad to hear that."
"Then you will let me get out of bed?"
"No."
"That's not fair,"
she pouted. "Would you like a little more tea?" he asked, going to the fireplace, taking up a poker, and swinging out the iron arm from which a kettle was suspended.
"No, I don't,"
she replied in a sulky little voice.
"It smells, and it tastes awful."
"Aunt Paul says that it's very good for you. Maybe if you drink some more of it, she will let you get out of bed and sit in a chair for a while." He spooned some of the dried aromatic leaves from an earthenware pot into the cup, tipped the kettle carefully with the poker, and filled the cup with steaming water. Sinedra's eyes had momentarily come alight, but narrowed again almost immediately.
"Oh, very clever, Gerion,"
she said in a voice heavy with sarcasm.
"Don't patronize me."
"Of course not," he agreed blandly, setting the cup on the stand beside the bed. "You probably ought to let that steep for a while."
"It can steep all year if it wants to. I'm not going to drink it."
He sighed with resignation. "I'm sorry, Sinedra," he said with genuine regret. "But you are wrong. Aunt Paul says that you are supposed to drink a cup of this every other hour. Until she tells me otherwise, that's exactly what you are going to do."
"What if I refuse?"
Her tone was belligerent. "I am bigger than you are," he reminded her. Her eyes went wide with shock.
"You would not actually force me to drink it, would you?"
His expression grew mournful. "I'd really hate to do something like that," he told her.
"But you would do it, wouldn't you?"
He thought about it a moment and then nodded. Probably, if Aunt Paul told me to." She glared at him.
"All right,"
she said finally.
"Give me the stinking tea."
"Oh, it doesn't smell all that bad, Sinedra."
"Why don't you drink it, then?"
"I'm not the one who has been sick." She proceeded then to tell him, at some length, exactly what she thought of the tea, and him, and her bed, and the room, and of the whole world in general. Many of the terms she used were very colorful, even lurid, and some of them were in languages that he did not recognize. "What on earth is all this shouting about?" Polgara asked, coming into the room.
I absolutely hate this stuff,
Tinedra declared, waving the cup about and spilling most of the contents. I wouldn't drink it then, Aunt Paul advised calmly.
Geryon says that if I don't drink it, he will pour it down my throat.
Oh, those were yesterday's instructions. Polgara looked at Geryon. Didn't I tell you that they changed today? No, he replied. As a matter of fact, you didn't. He said it in a very level tone. He was fairly proud of that. I'm sorry, dear. I must have forgotten. When can I get out of bed? Tinedra demanded. Polgara gave her a surprised look. Well, any time you want, dear. As a matter of fact, I just came by to ask if you had planned to join us for breakfast. Tinedra sat up in bed, her eyes like hard little stones. She slowly turned an icy gaze upon Geryon, and then quite deliberately stuck her tongue out at him. Geryon turned to Polgara. Thanks, awfully, he said to her. Oh, don't be snide, dear, she murmured. She looked at the fuming little queen. Tinedra, weren't you told as a child that sticking out one's tongue is the worst possible form of bad manners? Tinedra smiled sweetly.
Why, yes, Lady Polgara. As a matter of fact, I was. That's why I only do it on special occasions.
I think I'll take a walk, Geryon said to no one in particular. He went to the door, opened it, and left. Some days later, he lounged in one of the sitting rooms that had been built in the former women's quarters where he and the others were lodged. The room was peculiarly feminine. The furniture was softly cushioned and mauve, and the broad windows had filmy curtains of pale lavender. Beyond the windows lay a snowy garden, totally embraced by the tall wings of this bleak Murgo house. A cheery fire was crackling in the half-moon arch of a broad fireplace, and at the far corner of the room an artfully contrived grotto, thick with fern and moss, flourished about a trickling fountain. Geryon sat brooding out at the sunless noon, at an ash-colored sky spitting white pellets that were neither snow nor hail, but something in between, and realized all of a sudden that he was homesick for Riva. It was a peculiar thing to come to grips with here on the opposite end of the world. Always before, the word homesick had been associated with Faldor's farm, the kitchen, the broad central courtyard, Dernick's smithy, and all the other dear, treasured memories. Now, suddenly, he missed that storm-lashed coast, the security of that grim fortress hovering above the bleak city lying below, and the mountains heavy with snow, rising stark white against a black and stormy sky. There was a faint knock at the door. "Yes?" Geryon said absently, not looking around. The door opened almost timidly. "Your Majesty," a vaguely familiar voice said. Geryon turned, looking back over his shoulder. The man was chubby and bald, and he wore a brown, plain, serviceable color, though his robe was obviously costly, and the heavy gold chain about his neck loudly proclaimed that this was no minor official. Geryon frowned slightly. "Haven't we met before? Aren't you General Ateska's friend,
Bredor, Your Majesty,"
the brown-robed man supplied.
"Chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs."
"Oh, yes, now I remember. Come in, Your Excellency, come in."
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
Bredor came into the room and moved toward the fireplace, extending his hands to its warmth.
"Miserable climate,"
he shuddered. "You should try a winter in Riva," Geryon said, "although it's summer there right now." Bredor looked out the window at the snowy garden.
"Strange place, Tolmurgos. One's tempted to believe that all of Mogodom is deliberately ugly, and then one comes across a room like this."
"I suspect that the ugliness was to satisfy Tuchik and Taur Urgas," Geryon replied. "Underneath, Murgos probably aren't much different from the rest of us." Bredor laughed.
That sort of thinking is considered heresy in Melzeth, he said.
The people in Val-Alorn feel much the same way.
Geryon looked at the bureaucrat.
I expect that this is not just a social call, Brador. What's on your mind?
Your Majesty,
Brador said soberly.
I absolutely have to speak with the Emperor. Otesko tried to arrange it before he went back to Rakvokat, but...
He spread his hands helplessly.
Could you possibly speak to him about it? The matter is of the utmost urgency.
I really don't think there's very much I can do for you, Brador. Right now, I'm probably the last person he'd want to talk to.
Oh?
I told him something that he did not want to hear.
Brador's shoulders slumped in defeat.
You were my last hope, Your Majesty.
Well, what's the problem?
Brador hesitated, looking around nervously as if to assure himself that they were indeed alone.
Well, Geryon,
he said in a very quiet voice,
have you ever seen a demon?
A couple of times, yes. It's not the sort of experience I'd care to repeat.
How much do you know about the Karands?
Not a great deal. I've heard that they are related to the Morindum in North Garagnadrak.
You know more about them than most people, then. Do you know very much about the religious practices of the Morindum?
Geryon nodded.
They are demon worshippers. It's not a particularly safe form of religion, I've noticed.
Brador's face was bleak.
The Karand share the beliefs and practices of their cousins on the Arctic plains of the West. After they were converted to the worship of Torak, the Grolums tried to stamp out those practices, but they persisted in the mountains and forests.
He stopped and looked fearfully around again.
Belgarian,
he said, almost in a whisper.
Does the name Menga mean anything to you?
No, I don't think so. Who is Menga?
We don't know, at least not for certain. He seems to have come out of the forest to the north of Lake Karanda about 6 months ago.
And?
He marched, alone, to the gates of Khalida and Jino, and called for the surrender of the city. Oh, they laughed at him, of course, but then he marked some symbols on the ground. They did not laugh any more after that.
The Melcene bureaucrat's face was gray.
Belgarian. He unloosed a horror on Khalida, such as a man has never seen before. Those symbols he drew on the ground summoned up a host of demons, not one or a dozen, but a whole army of them. I've talked with survivors of that attack. They are mostly mad, mercifully so, I think, and what happened at Khalida was utterly unspeakable.
An army of them?
Geryon exclaimed.
Brador nodded. That's what makes Minga so dreadfully dangerous. As I'm sure you know, usually when someone summons a demon, sooner or later it gets away from him and kills him. But Minga appears to have absolute control of all of the fiends that he raises, and he can call them up by the hundreds. Urvan is terrified, and he has even begun to experiment with magic himself, hoping to defend Mariaska against Minga. We don't know where Zandromos is, but her apostate Grolum cohorts are desperately striving also to summon up these fiends. Great God, Belgarian, help me! This unholy infection will spread out of Malloreon and sweep the world. We will all be engulfed by howling fiends, and no place, no matter how remote, will provide a haven for the pitiful remnants of mankind. Help me to persuade Kal Zakath that his petty little war here in Tolmurgos has no real meaning in the face of the horror that is emerging in Malloreon.
Geryon gave him a long, steady look. Then he rose to his feet.
You had better come with me, Brador, he said quietly. I think we need to talk with Belgarath.
They found the old sorcerer in the book-lined library of the house, poring over an ancient volume bound in green leather. He set his book aside and listened as Brador repeated what he had told Geryon. "Ervan and Xandramos are also engaging in this insanity?" he asked, when the Melcene had finished. Brador nodded. "According to our best information, Ancient One," he replied. Belgarath slammed his fist down and began to swear. "What are they thinking of?" he burst out, pacing up and down. "Don't they know that Ul himself had forbidden this?" "They're afraid of Minga," Brador said hopelessly. "They feel that they must have some way to protect themselves from this horde of fiends." "You do not protect yourself from demons by raising more of them," the old man fumed. "If even one of them breaks free, they all get loose. Ervan or Xandramos might be able to handle them. But sooner or later some underling is going to make a mistake. Now let's go see Zakath."
"I don't think we can get in to see him just now, Grandfather," Geryon said dubiously. "He didn't like what I told him about Urget."
"That's too bad. This is something that will not wait for him to regain his composure. Let's go."
The three of them went quickly through the corridors of the house to the large antechamber they had entered with General Ateska upon their arrival from Rakvarkat.
"Absolutely impossible,"
the colonel at the desk beside the main door declared when Belgarath demanded to see the Emperor immediately.
"As you grow older, Colonel," the old man said ominously, "you will discover just how meaningless the word impossible really is."
He raised one hand, gestured somewhat theatrically, and Geryon heard and felt the surge of his will. A number of battle flags mounted on stout poles projected out from the opposite wall, perhaps 15 feet from the floor. The officious colonel vanished from his chair and reappeared precariously astride one of those poles, with his eyes bulging and his hands desperately clinging to his slippery perch.
"Where would you like to go next, Colonel?" Belgarath asked him. "As I recall, there is a very tall flagpole out front. I could set you on top of it if you wish."
The colonel stared at him in horror.
"Now, as soon as I bring you down from there, you are going to persuade your Emperor to see us at once. You are going to be very convincing, Colonel. That's unless you want to be a permanent flagpole ornament, of course."
The colonel's face was still pasty white when he emerged from the guarded door leading to the audience chamber, and he flinched violently every time Belgarath moved his hand.
"His Majesty consents to see you,"
he stammered. Belgarath grunted.
"I was almost sure that he would."
Kal Zakath had undergone a noticeable transformation since Geryon had last seen him. His white linen robe was wrinkled and stained. There were dark circles under his eyes. His face was deathly pale, his hair unkempt, and he was unshaven. Spasm-like tremors ran through his body, and he looked almost too weak to stand.
"What do you want?"
he demanded in a barely audible voice.
"Are you sick?"
Belgarath asked him.
"A touch of fever, I think."
Zakath shrugged.
"What is so important that you felt you had to force your way in here to tell me about it?"
"Your empire is collapsing, Zakath,"
Belgarath told him flatly.
"It's time you went home to mend your fences."
Zakath smiled faintly.
"Wouldn't that be so very convenient for you?"
"What is going on in Malloreon is not convenient for anybody. Tell him, Brador."
Nervously, the Melcene bureaucrat delivered his report.
"Demons,"
Zakath retorted skeptically.
"Come now, Belgarath. Surely you don't expect me to believe that, do you? Do you honestly think that I will run back to Malloreon To chase shadows and leave you behind to raise an army here in the west, to confront me when I return."
The palsy-like shaking Geryon had noted when they had entered the room seemed to be growing more severe. Zakath's head bobbed and jerked on his neck, and a stream of spittle ran unnoticed from one corner of his mouth.
"You won't be leaving us behind, Zakath. We are going with you. If even a tenth of what Brador says is true, I'm going to have to go to Karanda and stop this Menga. If he is raising demons, we are all going to have to put everything else aside to stop him."
"Absurd,"
Zakath declared agitatedly. His eyes were unfocused now, and his weaving and trembling had become so severe that he was unable to control his limbs.
"I'm not going to be tricked by a clever old man into—"
He suddenly started up from his chair with an animal-like cry, clutching at the sides of his head. Then he toppled forward to the floor, twitching and jerking. Belgarath jumped forward and took hold of the convulsing man's arms.
"Quick,"
he snapped.
"Get something between his teeth before he bites off his tongue."
Brador grabbed up a sheaf of reports from a nearby table, wadded them up and jammed them into the frothing Emperor's mouth.
"Geryon,"
Belgarath barked.
"Get Paul. Fast."
Geryon started toward the door at a run.
"Wait,"
Belgarath said, sniffing suspiciously at the air above the face of the man he was holding down.
"Bring Sadi, too. There is a peculiar smell here. Hurry."
Geryon bolted. He ran through the hallways past startled officials and servants, and finally burst into the room where Polgara was quietly talking with Tsenedra and Velvet. "Aunt Paul," he shouted, "come quickly. Zakath just collapsed." Then he spun, ran a few more steps down the hall, and shouldered open the door to Tzadi's room. "We need you," he barked at the startled eunuch. "Come with me." It took only a few moments for the three of them to return to the polished door in the anteroom.
"What's going on?"
the Angarak colonel demanded in a frightened voice, barring their way. "Your emperor is sick," Geryon told him. "Get out of the way." Roughly, he pushed the protesting officer to one side and yanked the door open. Zakath's convulsions had at least partially subsided, but Belgarath still held him down. "What is it, father?" Polgara asked, kneeling beside the stricken man.
"He threw a fit."
"The falling sickness?"
"I don't think so. Wasn't quite the same. Tzadi, come over here, smell his breath. I'm getting a peculiar odor from him."
Tzadi approached cautiously, leaned forward, and sniffed several times. Then he straightened, his face pale. "Thalat," he announced. "A poison?" Polgara asked him. Tzadi nodded. "It is quite rare." "Do you have the antidote?" "No, my lady," he replied. "There is not an antidote for Thalat. It has always been universally fatal. It's seldom used because it acts very slowly, but no one ever recovers from it." "Then he's dying?" Geryon asked with a sick feeling. "In a manner of speaking, yes. The convulsions will subside, but they will reoccur with increasing frequency. Finally," Tzadi shrugged, "there is no hope at all?" "None whatsoever, my lady. But all we can do is make his last few days more comfortable."
Belgarath started to swear. "Oh, quiet him down, Paul. We need to get him into bed. We can't move him while he is jerking around that way."
She nodded and put one hand on Zakath's forehead. Geryon felt the faint surge, and the struggling emperor grew quiet. Brador, his face very pale, looked at them.
"I don't think we should announce this just yet," he cautioned. "Let's just call it a slight illness for the moment. Until we can decide what to do, I will send for a litter."
The room to which the unconscious Zakath was taken was plain to the point of severity. The Emperor's bed was a narrow cot. The only other furniture was a single plain chair and a low chest. The walls were white and unadorned, and a charcoal brazier glowed in one corner. Sadi went back to their chambers and returned with his red case and the canvas sack in which Polgara kept her collection of herbs and remedies. The two of them consulted in low tones while Geryon and Bredor pushed the litter-bearers and curious soldiers from the room. Then they mixed a steaming cup of a pungent-smelling liquid. Sadi raised Zakath's head and held it, while Polgara spooned the medicine into his slack-lipped mouth. The door opened quietly, and the green-robed Dalesian healer, Andel, entered.
"I came as soon as I heard," she said. "Is the Emperor's illness serious?"
Polgara looked at her gravely. "Close the door, Andel," she said quietly. The healer gave her a strange look, then pushed the door shut.
"Is it that grave, my lady?"
Polgara nodded. "He has been poisoned. We don't want word of it to get out just yet." Andel gasped.
"What can I do to help?"
she asked, coming quickly to the bed.
"Not very much, I am afraid," Sadi told her.
"Have you given him the antidote yet?"
"There is no antidote."
"There must be, Lady Polgara."
Polgara sadly shook her head.
"I have failed, then,"
the hooded woman said in a voice filled with tears. She turned from the bed, her head bowed, and Geryon heard a faint murmur that somehow seemed to come from the air above her, a murmur that, curiously, was not that of a single voice. There was a long silence, then a shimmering appeared at the foot of the bed. When it cleared, the blindfolded form of Tsaradis stood there, one hand slightly extended.
"This must not be,"
she said in her clear, ringing voice.
"Use thine art, Lady Polgara. Restore him. Should he die, all our tasks will fail. Bring thy power to bear."
"It won't work, Tsaradis," Polgara replied, setting the cup down. "If a poison affects only the blood, I can usually manage to purge it, and Sadi has a whole case full of antidotes. This poison, however, sinks into every particle of the body. It is killing his bones, his organs, even his blood, and there is no way to leach it out." The shimmering form at the foot of the bed wrung its hands in anguish.
"It cannot be so,"
Tsaradis wailed.
"Hast thou even applied the sovereign specific?"
Polgara looked up quickly. "Sovereign specific? A universal remedy? I know of no such agent."
"But it doth exist, Lady Polgara. I know not its origins nor its composition, but I have felt its gentle power abroad in the world for some years now."
Polgara looked at Andel, but the healer shook her head helplessly.
"I do not know of such a potion, my lady."
"Think, Tsaradis," Polgara said urgently. "Anything you can tell us might give us a clue." The blindfolded seeress touched the fingertips of one hand lightly to her temple.
"Its origins are recent,"
she said, half to herself.
"It came into being less than a score of years ago, some obscure flower, or so it seemeth to me."
"It's hopeless, then," Sadi said. "There are millions of kinds of flowers."
He rose and crossed the room to Belgarath.
"I think we might want to leave here almost immediately," he murmured. "At the first suggestion of the word poison, people start looking for the nearest Naisen, and those associated with him. I think we are in a great deal of danger right now."
"Can you think of anything else, Tsaradis? No matter how remote?" Polgara pressed. The seeress struggled with it. Her face strained as she reached deeper into her strange vision. Her shoulders finally sagged in defeat.
"Nothing. Only a woman's face."
"Describe it."
"She is tall,"
the seeress replied.
"Her hair is very dark. but her skin is like marble. Her husband is much involved with horses."
"Adara!" Geryon exclaimed, the beautiful face of his cousin suddenly coming before his eyes. Polgara snapped her fingers. "And Adara's rose." Then she frowned. "I examined that flower very closely some years back, Zoratis. Are you absolutely sure? There are some unusual substances in it. I didn't find any particular medicinal qualities in any of them, either in any distillation or powder." Zoratis concentrated.
"Can healing be accomplished by means of a fragrance, Lady Polgara?"
Polgara's eyes narrowed in thought. "There are some minor remedies that are inhaled," she said doubtfully. "But there are poisons that can be administered in that fashion, Lady Polgara," Tzadi supplied. "The fumes are drawn into the lungs, and from there into the heart. Then the blood carries them to every part of the body. It could very well be the only way to neutralize the effects of Talit." Belgoroth's expression had grown intent. "Well, Paul?"
"It's worth a try, Father. I've got a few of the flowers. They are dried, but they might work."
"Any seeds?"
"A few, yes."
"Seeds?" Andel exclaimed.
"Kazakath would be months in his grave before any bush can grow and bloom."
The old man chuckled slyly. "Not quite." He winked at Polgara. "I have quite a way with plants sometimes. I'm going to need some dirt, some boxes or tubs to put it in." Tzadi went to the door and spoke briefly with the guards outside. They looked baffled, but a short command from Andal sent them scurrying.
"What is the origin of this strange flower, Lady Polgara?"
Zoratis asked curiously.
"How is it that thou art so well acquainted with it?"
"Geryon made it," Polgara shrugged, looking thoughtfully at Zakath's narrow cot.
"I think we will want the bed out from the wall, Father. I want it surrounded by flowers." "Made?"
the seeress exclaimed. Polgara nodded.
"Created, actually,"
she said absently.
"Do you think it's warm enough in here, Father? We are going to want big, healthy blooms, and even at the best, the flower's a bit puny."
"Well, I did my best," Geryon protested.
"Created?"
Zoratis's voice was awed. Then she bowed to Geryon with profound respect. When the tubs of half-frozen dirt had been placed about the stricken emperor's bed, smoothed and dampened with water, Polgara took a small leather pouch from her green canvas sack, removed a pinch of minuscule seeds, and carefully sowed them in the soil. "All right," Belgoroth said, rolling up his sleeves in a workmanlike fashion. "Stand back." He bent and touched the dirt in one of the tubs. You were right, Paul. Just a little too cold." He frowned slightly, and Geryon saw his lips move. The surge was not a large one, and the sound of it was little more than a whisper. The damp earth in the tubs began to steam. "No, that's better," he said. Then he extended his hands out over the narrow cot and the steaming tubs. Again, Geryon felt the surge and the whisper. At first, nothing seemed to happen. But then, tiny specks of green appeared on the top of the dampened dirt. Even as Geryon watched those little leaves grow and expand, he remembered where he had seen Belgoroth perform this same feat before. As clearly as if he were there, he saw the courtyard before King Coradulan's palace at Vomimbre, and he saw the apple twig the old man had thrust down between the two flagstones, expanding and reaching up toward the old sorcerer's hand, as proof to the skeptical Sir Andorig that he was indeed who he said he was. The pale green leaves had grown darker, and the spindly twigs and tendrils that had first appeared had already expanded into low bushes. "Make them vine up across the bed, Father," Polgara said critically. "Vines produce more blossoms, and I want a lot of blossoms."
He let out his breath explosively and gave her a look that spoke volumes.
"All right. You want vines? Vines it is."
"Is it too much for you, father?" she asked, solicitously. He set his jaw, but did not answer. He did, however, begin to sweat. Longer tendrils began to writhe upward like green snakes winding up around the legs of the Emperor's cot, reaching upward to catch the bed frame. Once they had gained that foothold, they seemed to pause, while Belgarath caught his breath.
"This is harder than it looks,"
he puffed. Then he concentrated again, and the vines quickly overspread the cot, and Kal-Zakath's inert body, until only his ashen face remained uncovered by them.
"All right," Belgarath said to the plants. "That's far enough. You can bloom now."
There was another surge and a peculiar ringing sound. The tips of all the myriad twiglets swelled, and then those buds began to split, revealing their pale lavender interiors. Almost shyly, the lopsided little flowers opened, filling the room with a gentle-seeming fragrance. Geryon straightened as he breathed in that delicate odor. For some reason, he suddenly felt very good, and the cares and worries which had beset him for the past several months seemed to fall away. The slack-faced Zakath stirred slightly, took a breath, sighed deeply. Polgara laid her fingertips to the side of his neck. "I think it's working, father. His heart is not laboring so hard now, and his breathing seems easier."
"Good," Belgarath replied. "I would hate to go through something like that for nothing."
Then the Emperor opened his eyes. The shimmering form of Saradis hovered anxiously at the foot of his bed. Strangely, he smiled when he saw her, and her shy, answering smile lighted her pale face. Then Zakath sighed once more and closed his eyes again. Geryon leaned forward to make sure that the sick man was still breathing. When he looked back toward the foot of the bed, the seeress of Kel was gone. Chapter 4. A warm wind came in off the lake that night, and the wet snow that had blanketed Rakhaga and the surrounding countryside turned to a dreary slush that sagged and fell from the limbs of the trees in the little garden at the center of the house, sliding in sodden clumps from the gray slate roof. Geryon and Silk sat near the fire in the mauve-cushioned room, looking out at the garden and talking quietly.
"We'd know a great deal more if I could get in touch with Yarblek," Silk was saying. The little man was dressed again in that pearl-gray doublet and black hose which he had favored during those years before they had begun this search, although he wore only a few costly rings and ornaments, which had made him appear so ostentatiously wealthy at that time.
"Isn't he in Garog-Nadrak?" Geryon asked. Geryon had also discarded his serviceable travel clothing and reverted to his customary silver-trimmed blue.
"It's hard to say exactly where Yarblek is at any given time, Geryon. He moves around a great deal, but no matter where he goes, the reports from our people in Malzerth, Mersin, and Magaren are all forwarded to him. Whatever this Menga is up to is almost certain to have disrupted trade. I'm sure that our agents have gathered everything they can find out about him and sent it along to Yarblek. Right now, my scruffy-looking partner probably knows more about Menga than Brador's secret police do."
"I don't want to get sidetracked, Silk. Our business is with Xandramas, not Menga."
"Demons are everybody's business," Silk replied soberly. "But no matter what we decide to do, we have to get to Malloreon first, and that means persuading Zakath that this is serious. Was he listening at all when you told him about Menga?"
Geryon shook his head. "I'm not sure if he even understood what we were telling him. He was not altogether rational."
Silk grunted. "When he wakes up,
We'll have to try again. A sly grin crossed the little man's face. I have had a certain amount of luck negotiating with sick people, he said. Isn't that sort of contemptible? Of course it is, but it gets results. Later that morning, Geryon and his rat-faced friend stopped by the Emperor's room, ostensibly to inquire about his health. Polgara and Sadi were seated on either side of the bed, and Andal sat quietly in the corner. The vines that had enveloped the narrow cot had been pulled aside, but the air in the room was still heavy with the fragrance of the small lavender flowers. The sick man was propped into a half-sitting position by pillows, but his eyes were closed as Silk and Geryon entered. His cat lay contentedly purring at the foot of the bed. "How is he?" Geryon asked quietly. "He has been awake a few times," Sadi replied. "There are still some traces of Talat in his extremities, but they seem to be dissipating." The eunuch was picking curiously at one of the small flowers. "I wonder if these would work if they were distilled down to an essence," he mused. "Or perhaps an attar. It might be very interesting to wear a perfume that could ward off any poison." He frowned slightly. "And I wonder if they would be effective against snake venom." "Why don't you have Zith bite someone?" Silk suggested. "Then you can test it." "Would you like to volunteer, Prince Keldar?" "No, Sadi," Silk declined. "Thanks all the same." He looked at the red case lying open on the floor in the corner. "Is she confined, by the way?" he asked nervously. "She is sleeping," Sadi replied. "She always takes a little nap after breakfast." Geryon looked at the dozing Emperor. "Is he coherent at all? When he's awake, I mean." "His mind seems to be clearing," Polgara told him. "Hysteria and delirium are some of the symptoms brought on by Talat," Sadi said. "Growing rationality is an almost certain sign of recovery."
"Is that you, Belgarian?"
Zakath asked, almost in a whisper and without opening his eyes. "Yes," Geryon replied. "How are you feeling?"
"Weak. Light-headed. Every muscle in my body screams like an abscessed tooth. Aside from that, I'm fine."
He opened his eyes with a wry smile.
"What happened?" "I seem to have lost track of things."
Geryon glanced briefly at Polgara, and she nodded. "You were poisoned," he told the sick man. Zakath looked a bit surprised.
"It must not have been a very good one, then."
"Actually, it's one of the very best, Your Imperial Majesty."
Sadi disagreed mildly.
"It has always been universally lethal."
"I am dying, then?"
Zakath said it with a peculiar kind of satisfaction, almost as if he welcomed the idea.
"Ah, well," he sighed. "That should solve many problems."
"Oh, I'm very sorry, Your Majesty," Silk said with mock regret. "But I think you'll live. Belgarath tampers with the normal course of events from time to time. It is a bad habit he picked up in his youth, but a man needs some vices, I suppose."
Zakath smiled weakly. "You are a droll little fellow, Prince Keldar."
"If you're really keen on dying, though," Silk added outrageously, "we could always wake Zith. One nip from her almost guarantees perpetual slumber."
"Zith?"
Sadi's pet. A little green snake.
She could even curl up at your ear after she bites you and purr you into eternity. Zakath sighed, and his eyes drooped shut again. I think we should let him sleep, Polgara said quietly.
Not just yet, Lady Polgara,
the Emperor said.
I have shunned sleep and the dreams which infest it for so long, that it comes unnaturally now.
You must sleep, Khal Zakath,
Andal told him.
There are ways to banish evil dreams, and sleep is the greatest healer.
Zakath sighed and shook his head.
I am afraid you won't be able to banish these dreams, Andal.
And then he frowned slightly.
Tzadi, is hallucination one of the symptoms of the poison I was given?
It's possible, the eunuch admitted. What horrors have you seen?
Not a horror,
Zakath replied.
I seem to see the face of a young woman. Her eyes are bound with a strip of cloth. A peculiar peace comes over me when I see her face.
That was not an hallucination, Khal Zakath,
Andal told him.
Who is this strange blind child, then?
My mistress,
Andal said proudly.
The face which came to you in your direst hour was the face of Teradus, the seeress of Kel, upon whose decision rests the fate of all the world, and of all other worlds as well.
So great a responsibility to lie upon such slender shoulders,
Zakath said.
It is her task,
Andal said simply. The sick man seemed to fall again into a doze, his lips lightly touched with a peculiar smile. Then his eyes opened again, seemingly more alert now.
Am I healed, Tzadi?
He asked the shaven-headed eunuch.
Has your excellent Naisan poison quite run its course?
Oh, Tzadi replied speculatively. I wouldn't say that you're entirely well yet, your majesty, but I would guess that you are out of any immediate danger.
Good,
Zakath said crisply, trying to shoulder his way up into a sitting position. Geryon reached out to help him.
And has the knave who poisoned me been apprehended yet?
Tzadi shook his head. Not as far as I know, he answered.
I think that might be the first order of business, then. I am starting to feel a little hungry, and I would rather not go through this again. Is the poison common in Tul Murgos?
Tzadi frowned.
Murgo law forbids poisons and drugs, your majesty. They are a backward sort of people. The Dagashi assassins probably have access to Tarat, though. You think my poisoner might have been a Dagashi, then?
Tzadi shrugged.
Most assassinations in Tol Murgos are carried out by the Dagashi. They are efficient and discreet.
Zakath's eyes narrowed in thought.
That would seem to point a finger directly at Urgot, then. The Dagashi are expensive, and Urgot has access to the royal treasury.
Silk grimaced.
No,
he declared. Urgot would not do that. A knife between your shoulder blades, maybe, but not a poison.
How can you be so sure, Keldar?
I know him, Silk replied a bit lamely. He's weak and a little timid, but he would not be a party to a poisoning. It is a contemptible way to resolve political differences.
Prince Keldar,
Tzadi protested. Oh, except in Naisa, of course, Silk conceded. One always needs to take quaint local customs into account.
He pulled at his long, pointed nose. "I'll admit that Urgot would not grieve too much if you woke up dead some morning," he said to the Malloreon Emperor. "But it is all just a little too pat. If your generals believed that it was Urgot who had arranged to have you killed, they would stay here for the next 10 generations, trying to obliterate all of Murgodom, wouldn't they?"
"I would assume so," Sakath said.
"Who would benefit the most by disposing of you, and rather effectively making sure that the bulk of your army does not return to Malloria in the foreseeable future? Not Urgot, certainly. More likely it would be somebody in Malloria who wants a free hand there." Silk squared his shoulders. "Why don't you let Lyselle and I do a little snooping around before you lock your mind in stone on this? Obvious things always make me suspicious."
"That is all very well, Keldar," Sakath said rather testily. "But how can I be sure that my next meal won't have another dose of exotic spices in it?"
"You have at your bedside the finest cook in the world," the rat-faced man said, pointing grandly at Polgara. "And I can absolutely guarantee that she won't poison you. Oh, she might turn you into a radish if you offend her, but she'd never poison you." "All right, Silk, that will do," Polgara told him. "I'm only paying tribute to your extraordinary gifts, Polgara." Her eyes grew hard. "I think that perhaps it might be time for me to be on my way," Silk said to Geryon. "Wise decision," Geryon murmured. The little man turned and quickly left the room.
"Is he really as good as he pretends to be?"
Sakath asked curiously. Polgara nodded. "Between them, Keldar and Lyselle can probably ferret out any secret in the world. Silk doesn't always like it, but they are almost a perfect team. And now, Your Majesty, what would you like for breakfast?" A curious exchange was taking place in the corner. Throughout the previous conversation, Geryon had heard a faint, drowsy purr coming from Zith's earthenware bottle. Either the little snake was expressing a general sense of contentment, or it may have been one of the peculiarities of her species to purr while sleeping. Sakath's pregnant, mackerel-striped cat, attracted by that sound, jumped down from the bed and curiously waddled toward Zith's little home. Absently, probably without even thinking about it, she responded to the purr coming from the bottle with one of her own. She sniffed at the bottle, then tentatively touched it with one soft paw. The peculiar duet of purring continued. Then, perhaps because Tzadi had not stoppered the bottle tightly enough, or because she had long since devised this simple means of opening her front door, the little snake nudged the cork out of the bottle with her blunt nose. Both creatures continued to purr, although the cat was now obviously afire with curiosity. For a time, Zith did not reveal herself, but lurked shyly in her bottle, still purring. Then, cautiously, she poked out her head, her forked tongue flickering as she tested the air. The cat jumped straight up to a height of about 3 feet, giving vent to a startled yowl. Zith retreated immediately back into the safety of her house, though she continued to purr. Warily, but still burning with curiosity, the cat approached the bottle again, moving 1 foot at a time.
"Tzadi,"
Sakath said, his voice filled with concern.
"There is no immediate danger, Your Majesty," the eunuch assured him. "Zith never bites while she is purring."
Again, the little green snake slid her head out of the bottle. This time, the cat recoiled only slightly. Then, curiosity overcoming her natural aversion to reptiles, She continued her slow advance, her nose reaching out toward this remarkable creature. Zith, still purring, also extended her blunt nose. Their noses touched, and both flinched back slightly. Then they cautiously sniffed at each other. The cat with her nose, the snake with her tongue. Both were purring loudly now. "Astonishing," Tzadi murmured. "I think they actually like each other."
"Tzadi, please," Zakath said plaintively. "I don't know how you feel about your snake, but I am rather fond of my cat, and she is about to become a mother."
"I'll speak with them, Your Majesty," Tzadi assured him. "I am not sure that they will listen, but I will definitely speak with them."
Belgarath had once again retired to the library, and Geryon found him later that day poring over a large map of northern Malloria. "Oh," he said, looking up as Geryon entered. "There you are. I was just about to send for you. Come over here and look at this." Geryon went to the table. "The appearance of this Minga fellow might just work to our advantage, you know."
"I don't quite follow that, Grandfather."
"Zandramas is here, at Ashaba, right?" Belgarath stabbed his finger at a spot in the representation of the Karandese mountains.
"Yes,"
Geryon said. "And Minga is moving west and south out of Khalida, over here." The old man poked at the map again.
"That's what Bredor says."
"He has got her blocked off from most of the continent. She's been very careful here in Tolmurgos, Geryon, to avoid the populated areas. There is no reason to believe that she is going to change once she gets to Malloria. Irvan is going to be to the south of her at Malyaska, and the wastes to the north are virtually impassable, even though it is nearly summer."
"Summer?"
"In the northern half of the world it is."
"Oh, yes, I keep forgetting."
Geryon peered at the map.
"Grandfather, we don't have any idea of where the place which is no more might be. When Zandramas leaves Ashaba, she could go in any direction."
Belgarath squinted at the map. "I don't think so, Geryon. In the light of all that has happened in Malloria, coupled with the fact that by now she knows that we are on her trail, I think she almost has to be trying to get back to her power base in Barshiva. Everybody in the world is after her. She needs help."
"We certainly aren't threatening her all that much,"
Geryon said moodily.
"We can't even get out of Tolmurgos."
"That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You have got to persuade Zakath that it is vital for us to leave here, and to get to Malloria as quickly as possible."
"Persuade?"
"Just do whatever you have to, Geryon. There is a great deal at stake."
"Why me?"
Geryon said it without thinking. Belgarath gave him a long, steady look.
"Sorry,"
Geryon muttered.
"Forget that I said it."
"All right. I'll do that." Late that evening, Zakath's cat gave birth to 7 healthy kittens, while Zith hovered in anxious attendance, warning off all other observers with ominous hisses. Peculiarly, the only person the protective little reptile would allow near the newborn kittens was Velvet. Geryon had little success during the next couple of days in his efforts to steer his conversations with the convalescing Zakath around to the subject of the necessity for returning to Malloria. The Emperor usually pleaded a lingering weakness as a result of his poisoning, though Geryon privately suspected subterfuge on that score, since the man appeared to have more than enough energy for his usual activities and only protested exhaustion when Geryon wanted to talk about a voyage. On the evening of the 4th day, however, he decided to try negotiation one last time before turning to more direct alternatives.
He found Zakath seated in the chair near his bed with a book in his hands. The dark circles beneath his eyes had vanished, the trembling had disappeared entirely, and he seemed totally alert.
"Ah, Belgarian," he said almost cheerfully. "So good of you to stop by."
"I thought I'd come in and put you to sleep again," Garion replied with a slightly exaggerated sarcasm.
"Have I been that obvious?"
Zakath asked. "Yes, as a matter of fact you have. Every time I mention the words ship and Malloreon in the same sentence, your eyes snap shut, Zakath. We have got to talk about this, and time is starting to run out." Zakath passed one hand across his eyes with some show of weariness. "Let me put it this way," Garion pressed on. "Belgarath is starting to get impatient. I am trying to keep our discussions civil, but if he steps in, I can almost guarantee that they are going to turn unpleasant very quickly."
Zakath lowered his hand and his eyes narrowed. "That sounds vaguely like a threat, Belgarian."
"No," Garion disagreed. "As a matter of fact, it's in the nature of friendly advice. If you want to stay here in Tol Murgos, that's up to you. But we have to get to Malloreon, and soon."
"And if I choose not to permit you to go?"
"Permit?" Garion laughed. "Zakath, did you grow up in the same world with the rest of us? Have you got even the remotest idea of what you are talking about?"
"I think that concludes this interview, Belgarian," the Emperor said coldly.
He rose stiffly to his feet and turned to his bed. As usual, his cat had deposited her mewling little brood in the center of his coverlet, then gone off to nap alone in her wool-lined box in the corner. The irritated Emperor looked with some exasperation at the furry little puddle on his bed.
"You have my permission to withdraw, Belgarian,"
he said over his shoulder. Then he reached down with both hands to scoop up the cluster of kittens. Zith reared up out of the very center of the furry heap, fixed him with a cold eye, and hissed warningly.
"Thorax teeth!"
Zakath swore, jerking his hands away.
"This is going too far. Go tell Sadi that I want his accursed snake out of my room immediately."
"He has taken her out 4 times already, Zakath," Garion said mildly. "She just keeps crawling back." He suppressed a grin. "Maybe she likes you."
"Are you trying to be funny?"
"Me?"
"Get that snake out of here."
Garion put his hands behind his back. "Not me, Zakath. I'll go get Sadi." In the hallway outside, however, he encountered Velvet, who was coming toward the Emperor's room with a mysterious smile on her face. "Do you think you could move Zith?" Garion asked her. "She's in the middle of Zakath's bed with those kittens." "You can move her, Belgarion," the blonde girl said, smiling, the dimples into her cheeks. "She trusts you." "I think I'd rather not try that." The two of them went back into the Emperor's bedchamber.
"Magrathain,"
Zakath greeted her courteously, inclining his head. She curtsied. "Your Majesty?"
"Can you deal with this?" he asked, pointing at the furry pile on his bed with the snake still half-reared out of the center, her eyes alert.
"Of course, Your Majesty."
She approached the bed, and the snake flickered her tongue nervously.
"Oh, do stop that, Zith,"
the blonde girl chided. Then she lifted the front of her skirt to form a kind of pouch, and began picking up kittens and depositing them in her improvised basket. Last of all, she lifted Zith and laid her in the middle. She crossed the room and casually put them all into the box with the mother cat, who opened one golden eye, made room for her kittens and their bright green nursemaid, and promptly went back to sleep.
"Isn't that sweet?"
Velvet murmured softly. Then she turned back to Zakath.
"Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, Keldar and I managed to find out who it was who poisoned you."
"What?" She nodded, frowning slightly.
"It came as something of a surprise, actually."
The Emperor's eyes had become intent.
"You are sure?"
"As sure as one can be in these cases. You seldom find an eyewitness to a poisoning. But he was in the kitchen at the right time. He left right after you fell ill, and we know him by reputation."
She smiled at Geryon.
"Have you noticed how people always tend to remember a man with white eyes?"
"Naradas?" Geryon exclaimed.
"Surprising, isn't it?"
"Who is Naradas?"
"He works for Zandramas," Geryon replied. He frowned. "That doesn't make any sense, Velvet. Why would Zandramas want to kill him? Wouldn't she want to keep him alive?" She spread her hands.
"I don't know, Belgarian. Not yet, anyway."
"Velvet?" Zakath asked in puzzlement. She smiled, the dimples into her cheeks again.
"Isn't it silly?" She laughed. "I suppose these little nicknames are a form of affection, though. Belgarian's question is to the point, however. Can you think of any reason why Zandramas might want to kill you?"
"Not immediately. But we can wring that answer out of her when I catch her, and I will make a point of doing that, even if I have to take Tol Murgos apart, stone by stone."
"She isn't here," Geryon said absently, still struggling with the whole idea. "She's at Ashaba, in the house of Torak."
Zakath's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Isn't this convenient, Belgarian? I happened to get poisoned right after your arrival. Belgarath happens to cure me. Keldar and Lizel happen to discover the identity of the poisoner, who happens to work for Zandramas, who happens to be at Ashaba, which happens to be in Malloreon, a place which just happens to be where you so desperately want to go. The coincidence staggers the imagination, wouldn't you say?"
"Zakath, you're starting to make me tired," Geryon said irritably. "If I decide that I need a boat to get to Malloreon, I'll take one. All that's kept me from doing that so far are the manners Lady Polgara drilled into me when I was a boy."
"And how do you propose to leave this house?"
Zakath snapped, his temper also starting to rise. That did it. The rage that came over Geryon was totally irrational. It was the result of 100 delays and stumbling blocks, and petty interruptions that had dogged him for almost a year now. He reached over his shoulder, ripped Iron-Grip's sword from its sheath, and peeled the concealing leather sleeve from its hilt. He held the great blade before him, and literally threw his will at the orb. The sword exploded into blue flame.
"How do I propose to leave this house?"
he half shouted at the stunned Emperor.
"I'll use this for a key. It works sort of like this."
He straightened his arm, leveling the blazing sword at the door.
"Burst!"
he commanded. Geryon's anger was not only irrational, it was also somewhat excessive. He had intended no more than the door, and possibly a part of the door frame, simply to illustrate to Zakath the intensity of his feelings about this entire matter. The orb, however, startled into wakefulness by the sudden jolt of his angry will, had overreacted. The door certainly disappeared, dissolving into splinters that blasted out into the hallway. The door frame also vanished. What Geryon had not intended, however, was what happened to the wall. White-faced and shaking, Zakath stumbled back, staring at the hallway outside that had suddenly been revealed, and at the rubble that filled it, rubble that had a moment before been the solid 2-foot-thick stone wall of his bedroom.
"My goodness,"
Velvet murmured mildly. Knowing that it was silly and melodramatic, but still caught up in the towering irrational anger, Geryon caught the stunned Zakath by the arm with his left hand and gestured with the sword he held in his right. "Now, we are going to talk with Belgarath," he announced. "We will go through the hallways if you'll give me your word not to call soldiers every time we go around a corner. Otherwise, we'll just cut straight through the house. The library is sort of in that direction, isn't it?" He pointed at one of the still-standing walls with his sword.
"Belgarian,"
Velvet chided him gently.
"Not really. That's no way to behave. Cal Zakath has been a very courteous host. I am sure that now that he understands the situation, he will be more than happy to cooperate. Won't you, Your Imperial Majesty?"
She smiled winsomely at the Emperor.
"We wouldn't want the Riven King to get really angry, now would we? There are so many breakable things about. Windows, walls, houses, the city of Rakhaga, that sort of thing."
They found Belgarath in the library again. He was reading a small scroll, and there was a large tankard at his elbow. "Something's come up," Geryon said shortly as he entered.
"Oh?"
"Velvet tells us that she and Silk found out that it was Naradas who poisoned Zakath."
"Naradas?"
The old man blinked.
Well, that's a surprise, isn't it?"
"What's she up to, grandfather? Zandramas, I mean."
"I'm not sure."
Belgarath looked at Zakath.
"Who is likely to succeed you if somebody manages to put you to sleep?"
Zakath shrugged.
"There are a few distant cousins scattered about, mostly in the Messine Islands and Tiranta. The line of the succession is a little murky."
"Perhaps that is what she has in mind, Belgarath,"
Velvet said seriously.
"If there is any truth in that Grolum prophecy you found in Rakhaga, she's got to have an Angrak king with her at the time of the final meeting. A tame king would suit her purposes much better than someone like His Majesty here, some third or fourth cousin she could crown and anoint and proclaim king. Then she could have her Grolums keep an eye on him, and deliver him to her at the proper time."
"Yeah, it's possible, I suppose," he agreed. "I think there may be a bit more to it than that, though. Zandramas has never been that straightforward about anything before." "I hope you all realize that I have not the faintest notion of what you are talking about," Zakath said irritably. "Just how much does he know?"
Belgarath asked Geryon. "Not very much, grandfather."
"All right. Maybe if he does know what is going on, he won't be quite so difficult."
He turned to the Malloreon Emperor.
"Have you ever heard of the Mrin Codex?" "I have heard that it was written by a madman, like most of the other so-called prophecies." "How about the Child of Light and the Child of Dark?" "That is part of the standard gibberish used by religious hysterics."
"Zakath, you are going to have to believe in something. This is going to be very difficult for you to grasp if you don't."
"Would you settle for a temporary suspension of skepticism?"
the Emperor countered.
"Fair enough, I suppose. All right, now, this gets complicated. So you are going to have to pay attention, listen carefully, and stop me if there is anything that you do not understand."
The old man then proceeded to sketch in the ancient story of the accident that had occurred before the world had begun, and the divergence of the two possible courses of the future, and of the two consciousnesses which had somehow infused those courses.
"All right," Zakath said.
That is fairly standard theology so far. I have had Grolums preaching the same nonsense since I was a boy.
Belgarath nodded. I just wanted to start this off from common ground. He went on, then, telling Zakath of the events spanning the aeons between the cracking of the world and the Battle of Vomimbre.
Our point of view is somewhat different,
Zakath murmured.
It would be,
Belgarath agreed.
All right. There were 500 years between Vomimbre
and the theft of the orb by Zadar, the apostate.
Recovery,
Zakath corrected.
The orb was stolen from Tol Mishrek by Irongrip the thief, and by...
He stopped, and his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the seedy-looking old man.
Yes, Belgarath said. I really was there, Zakath. And I was there 2,000 years before, when Torak originally stole the orb from my master. I have been sick, Belgarath,
the Emperor said weakly, sinking into a chair.
My nerves are not really up for too many of these shocks.
Belgarath looked at him puzzled.
Their Majesties were having a little discussion,
Velvet explained brightly.
King Belgarian gave the Emperor a little demonstration of some of the more flamboyant capabilities of the sword of the Riven King. The Emperor was quite impressed. So was most everybody else who happened to be in that part of the house.
Belgarath gave Geryon a chill look.
Playing again?
He asked. Geryon tried to reply, but there was nothing he could really say.
All right. Let's get on with this,
Belgarath continued briskly. What happened after the emergence of Geryon here is all recent history, so I am sure that you are familiar with it.
Geryon?
Zakath asked.
A more common and familiar form. Belgarian is a bit ostentatious, wouldn't you say? No more so than Belgarath.
I have worn Belgarath for almost 7,000 years, Zakath, and I have sort of rubbed off the rough edges and corners. Geryon has only been wearing his bell for 12 years, and it still squeaks when he turns around too quickly. Geryon felt slightly offended by that. Anyway, the old man continued, after Torak was dead, Geryon and Zenedra got married. About a year or so ago, she gave birth to a son. Geryon's attention at that time was on the bear cult. Someone had tried to kill Zenedra, and had succeeded in killing the Riven warder.
I have heard about that,
Zakath said.
Anyway,
he was in the process of stamping out the cult. He stamps quite well, once he puts his mind to it, when someone crept into the citadel at Reva and abducted his infant son, my great-grandson.
No,
Zakath exclaimed. Oh, yes, Belgarath continued grimly. We thought that it was the cult, and marched to Rehon in Dresnia, their headquarters. But it was all a clever ruse. Xandromos had abducted Prince Geron and misdirected us to Rehon. The leader of the cult turned out to be Herakan, one of the henchmen of Ervon. Is this coming too fast for you? Zakath's face was startled, and his eyes had gone wide again.
No,
he said, swallowing hard.
I think I can keep up.
Well, there's not too much more. After we discovered our mistakes, we took up the abductor's trail. We know that she is going to Malloreon, to a place which is no more. That's where the Sardian is. We have to stop her, or at least arrive there at the same time. Zaratus believes that when we all arrive at this place which is no more, there is going to be one of those confrontations between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark, which have been happening since before the beginning of time, except that this is going to be the last one. She will choose between them, and that is supposed to be the end of it. I am afraid that it is at that point that my skepticism reasserts itself, Belgarath. You don't actually expect me to believe that these two shadowy figures that predate the world are going to arrive at this mysterious place to grapple once more, do you? What makes you think they are shadowy? The spirits that are at the core of the two possible destinies infuse real people to act as their instruments during these meetings. Right now, for example, Xandramas is the child of Dark. It used to be Torak, until Geryon killed him. And who is the child of Light? I thought that would be obvious. Zakath turned to stare incredulously into Geryon's blue eyes. You? He gasped. Well, that's what they tell me, Geryon replied. Chapter 5. Kal Zakath, dread emperor of boundless Malloria, looked first at Belgarath, then again at Geryon, and finally at Velvet. Why do I feel that I am losing control of things here? He asked. When you people came here, you were more or less my prisoners. Now, somehow, I am yours. We told you some things you didn't know before. That is all, Belgarath told him. Or some things that you cleverly made up. Why would we do that? I can think of any number of reasons. For the sake of argument, I will accept your story about the abduction of Belgeryon's son. But don't you see how that makes all your motives completely obvious? You need my aid in your search. All this mystical nonsense and your wild story about Urget's parentage could have been designed to divert me from my campaign here in Tolmurgos and to trick me into returning with you to Malloria. Everything you have done or said since you came here could have been directed toward that end. Do you really think that we would do that? Geryon asked him. Belgeryon, if I had a son, and someone had abducted him, I would do anything to get him back. I sympathize with your situation, but I have my own concerns, and they are here, not in Malloria. I'm sorry, but the more I think about this, the less of it I believe. I could not have misjudged the world so much. Demons, prophecies, magic, immortal old men. Oh, it's all been very entertaining, but I do not believe one word of it. Not even what the orb showed you about Urget? Geryon asked. Please, Belgeryon, don't treat me like a child. Zakath's lips were twisted into an ironic smile. Isn't it altogether possible that the poison had already crept into my mind? And is it not also possible that you, like any other of the charlatans who infest village fairs, used a show of mysterious lights and suggestions to make me see what you wanted me to see? What do you believe, Kal Zakath? Velvet asked him. What I can see and touch. Precious little else. So great a skepticism, she murmured. Then you do not accept one single out-of-the-ordinary thing? Not that I can think of, no. Not even the peculiar gift of the seers at Kel? It has been fairly well documented, you know. He frowned slightly. Yes, he admitted. As a matter of fact, it has. How can you document a vision? Geryon asked curiously. The Grolums were seeking to discredit the seers, Zakath replied. They felt that the easiest way to do that
was to have these pronouncements about the future written down, and then wait to see what happened. The bureaucracy was instructed to keep records. So far, not one of the predictions of the seers has proven false.
Then you do believe that the seers have the ability to know things about the past, and the present, and the future, in ways that the rest of us might not completely understand?
Zakath pursed his lips.
"All right, Magraven," he said reluctantly. "I will concede that the seers have certain abilities that have not been explained as yet."
Do you believe that a seer could lie to you?
"Good girl,"
Belgarath murmured approvingly.
"No,"
Zakath replied after a moment's thought.
"A seer is incapable of lying. Their truthfulness is proverbial."
Well, then,
she said with a dimpled smile,
all you need to do to find out if what we have told you is the truth is to send for a seer, isn't it?
Lascelles, that could take weeks. We don't have that much time.
Oh, I don't think it would take all that long. If I remember correctly, Lady Polgara said that Andel summoned Zaradas when His Majesty here lay dying. I am fairly sure we could persuade her to do it for us again.
"Well, Zakath," Belgarath said, "will you agree to accept what Zaradas tells you is the truth?"
The Emperor squinted at him suspiciously, searching for some kind of subterfuge.
"You have manipulated me into a corner,"
he accused. He thought about it.
"All right, Belgarath. I will accept whatever Zaradas says as the truth. If you will agree to do the same."
"Done, then," Belgarath said. "Let's send for Andel and get on with this." As Velvet stepped out into the hall to speak with one of the guards who trailed along behind the Emperor wherever he went, Zakath leaned back in his chair.
"I cannot believe that I am even considering all the wild impossibilities that you have been telling me."
Garion exchanged a quick look with his grandfather, and then they both laughed.
"Something funny, gentlemen?"
"Just a family joke, Zakath," Belgarath told him.
"Garion and I have been discussing the possible and the impossible since he was about 9 years old. He was even more stubborn about it than you are." "It gets easier to accept after the first shock wears off," Garion added. "It's sort of like swimming in very cold water. Once you get numb, it doesn't hurt quite so much." It was not long until Velvet re-entered the room with the hooded Andel at her side.
"I believe you said that the Seeress of Kel is your mistress, Andel,"
Zakath said to her.
"Yes, she is, Your Majesty."
"Can you summon her?"
"Her semblance, Your Majesty, if there is need, and if she will consent to come."
"I believe there is need, Andel. Belgarath has told me certain things that I have to have confirmed. I know that Zaradas speaks only the truth. Belgarath, on the other hand, has a more dubious reputation."
He threw a rather sly, sidelong glance at the old man. Belgarath grinned at him and winked.
"I will speak with my mistress, Your Majesty," Andel said, "and entreat her to send her semblance here. Should she consent, I beg of you to ask your questions quickly. The effort of reaching half around the world exhausts her, and she is not robust."
Then the Delasian woman knelt reverently and lowered her head, and Garion once again heard that peculiar murmur as of many voices, followed by a long moment of silence. Again, there was that same shimmer in the air. When it had cleared, the hooded and blindfolded form of Zaradas stood there.
"We thank you for coming, Holy Seeress,"
Zakath said to her, in an oddly respectful tone of voice.
My guests here have told me certain things that I am loath to believe, but I have agreed to accept whatever you can confirm.
I will tell thee what I can, Zakath, she replied. Some things are hidden from me, and some others may not yet be revealed.
I understand the limitations, Zaradis. Belgarian tells me that Urgot, the king of the Murgos, is not of the blood of Tar Urgas. Is this true?
It is, she replied simply. King Urgot's father was an Elon.
Are any of the sons of Tar Urgas still alive?
Nay, Zakath. The line of Tar Urgas became extinct some 12 years ago, when his last son was strangled in a cellar in Rakkoska, upon the command of Oskatat, King Urgot's seneschal.
Zakath sighed and shook his head sadly.
And so it has ended. My enemy's line passed unnoticed from this world in a dark cellar, passed so quietly that I could not even rejoice that they were gone, nor curse the ones who stole them from my grasp.
Revenge is a hollow thing, Zakath.
It is the only thing I have had for almost 30 years now.
He sighed again, then straightened his shoulders.
Did Zandramas really steal Belgarian's son?
She did, and now she carries him to the place which is no more.
And where is that?
Her face grew very still.
I may not reveal that,
she replied finally.
But the Sardian is there.
Can you tell me what the Sardian is?
It is 1/2 of the stone which was divided.
Is it really all that important?
In all of Angarak there is no thing of greater worth. The Grolums all know this. Urvan would give all of his wealth for it. Zandramas would abandon the adoration of multitudes for it. Manga would give his soul for it. Indeed, he hath done so already in his enlistment of demons to aid him. Even Agachak, Harak of Rak Urga, would abandon his ascendancy in Tolmurgos to possess it.
How is it that a thing of such value has escaped my notice?
Thine eyes are on worldly matters, Zakath. The Sardian is not of this world. No more than the other half of the divided stone is of this world.
The other half?
That which the Angaraks call Tragyaska, and the men of the West call the Orb of Aldur. Tragsardius and Tragyaska were sundered in the moment which saw the birth of the opposing necessities.
Zakath's face had grown quite pale, and he clasped his hands tightly in front of him to control their trembling.
It is all true, then?
He asked in a hoarse voice.
All, Kal-Zakath. All.
Even that Belgarian and Zandramas are the child of light and the child of dark?
Yes, they are.
He started to ask her another question, but she raised her hand.
My time is short, Zakath, and I must now reveal something of greater import unto thee. Know that thy life doth approach a momentous crossroads. Put aside thy lust for power and thy hunger for revenge. They are but childish toys. Return thou even to Malzeth to prepare thyself for thy part in the meeting which is to come.
My part?
He sounded startled.
Thy name and thy task are written in the stars.
And what task is this?
I will instruct thee when thou art ready to understand what it is that thou must do. First thou must cleanse thy heart of the grief and remorse which has haunted thee.
His face grew still, and he sighed.
I am afraid not, Zaradis. What you ask is quite impossible.
Then thou wilt surely die before the seasons turn again. Consider what I have told thee, and consider it well, Emperor of Maloria. I will speak with thee anon."
And then she shimmered and vanished. Zakath stared at the empty spot where she had stood. His face was pale. His jaws were set. "Well, Zakath, are you convinced?" asked Belgarath. The Emperor rose from his chair and began to pace up and down.
"This is an absolute absurdity,"
he burst out suddenly in an agitated voice.
"I know,"
Belgarath replied calmly,
"but a willingness to believe the absurd is an indication of faith. It might just be that faith is the first step in the preparation that Saradas mentioned." "It's not that I don't want to believe, Belgarath,"
Zakath said in a strangely humble tone.
"It's just—"
"Nobody said that it was going to be easy. But you have done things before that were not easy, haven't you?" Zakath dropped into his chair again, his eyes lost in thought.
"Oh, why me?" he said plaintively. "Why do I have to get involved in this?"
Geryon suddenly laughed. Zakath gave him a cold stare.
"I'm sorry," Geryon apologized, "but I've been saying, 'Why me?' since I was about 14. Nobody has ever given me a satisfactory answer, but you get used to the injustice of it after a while."
"It's not that I'm trying to avoid any kind of responsibility, Belgarian. It's just that I can't see what possible help I can be. You people are going to track down Xandramas, retrieve your son, and destroy the Sardian. Isn't that about it?"
"It is a little more complicated than that," Belgarath told him.
"Destroying the Sardian is going to involve something rather cataclysmic." "I don't quite follow that. Can't you just wave your hand and make it cease to exist? You are a sorcerer, after all. Or so they say."
"That's forbidden," Geryon said automatically. "You can't unmake things. That's what Tuchik tried to do. And he destroyed himself."
Zakath frowned and looked at Belgarath.
"I thought you killed him."
"Most people do," the old man shrugged. "It adds to my reputation. So I don't argue with them." He tugged at one earlobe.
"No," he said. "I think we are going to have to see this all the way through to the end. I'm fairly sure that the only way the Sardian can be destroyed is as a result of the final confrontation between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark."
He paused, then sat up suddenly, his face intent.
"I think Saradas slipped, and gave us something she had not intended, though. She said that the Grolem priesthood all desperately wanted the Sardian, and she included Minga in her list. Wouldn't that seem to indicate that Minga is also a Grolem?"
He looked at Andel.
"Is your young mistress subject to these little lapses?"
"Saradas cannot misspeak herself, Holy Belgarath,"
the healer replied.
"A seeress does not speak in her own voice, but in the voice of her vision."
"Then she wanted us to know that Minga is, or was, a Grolem, and that the reason he is raising demons is to help him in his search for the Sardian."
He thought about it.
"There's another rather bleak possibility, too. It might just be that his demons are using him to get the Sardian for themselves. Maybe that's why they are so docile where he is concerned. Demons by themselves are bad enough. But if the Sardian has the same power as the orb, we definitely don't want it to fall into their hands."
He turned to Zakath.
"Well," he said.
Well, what?
"Are you with us or against us?"
Isn't that a little blunt?
"Yes, it is.
But it saves time, and time is starting to be a factor."
Zakath sank lower in his chair, his expression unreadable.
"I find very little benefit for me in this proposed arrangement."
"You get to keep living," Geryon reminded him. "Sarada said that you would die before spring if you don't take up the task that she's going to lay in front of you." Zakath's faint smile was melancholy, and the dead indifference returned to his eyes.
"My life has not really been so enjoyable that I would consider going out of my way to prolong it, Belgarian."
"Don't you think you're being just a little bit childish, Zakath?" Geryon snapped. His temper was starting to heat up again. "You're not accomplishing a single thing here in Tolmergos. There's not one solitary drop of Urga blood left for you to spill, and you've got a situation at home that verges on disaster. Are you a king, or an emperor, or whatever you call it, or are you just a spoiled child? You refuse to go back to Malzeth just because somebody told you that you ought to. You even dig in your heels when someone assures you that you will die if you don't go back. That's not only childish, it's irrational. And I don't have the time to try to reason with somebody whose wits have deserted him. Well, you can huddle here in Rakhaga and nurse all your tired old griefs and disappointments until Soratis's predictions catch up with you, for all I care, but Garen is my son, and I am going to Malloreon. I've got work to do, and I don't have time to coddle you."
He had saved something up for last.
"Besides," he added, in an insulting, offhand tone, "I don't need you anyway." Zakath came to his feet, his eyes ablaze.
"You go too far,"
he roared, slamming his fist down on the table. "Amazing," Geryon said sarcastically. "You are alive, after all. I thought I might have to step on your foot to get any kind of a response out of you. All right, now that you're awake, let's fight."
"What do you mean, fight?"
Zakath demanded, his face still flushed with anger.
"Fight about what?"
"About whether or not you are going with us to Malloreon."
"Don't be stupid. Of course I am going with you. What we are going to fight about is your incredible lack of common courtesy."
Geryon stared at him for a moment, and then suddenly doubled over in a gale of helpless laughter. Zakath's face was still red, and his fists were clenching and unclenching, and then a slightly sheepish expression came over his face, and he, too, began to laugh. Belgarath let out an explosive breath.
"Geryon," he said irritably, "let me know when you are going to do something like that. My veins are not what they used to be."
Zakath wiped at his eyes, though he was still laughing.
"How long do you think it might take for you and your friends to get packed?" he asked.
"Not too long," Geryon replied. "Why?"
"I am suddenly homesick for Malzeth. It is spring there now, and the cherry trees are in bloom. You and Zenedra will love Malzeth, Geryon."
Geryon was not entirely sure if the omission of Bel was inadvertent or an overture of friendship. He was, however, quite sure that the Emperor of Malloreon was a man of even greater complexity than he had imagined.
"I hope you will all excuse me now, but I want to talk with Bredor and get a few more details about what is going on in Karanda. This Menga he told me about seems to be mounting an open insurrection against the crown, and I have always had a violent prejudice against that sort of thing."
"I can relate to that," Geryon agreed. For the next few days, the road between Rakhaga and the port city of Rakhtan
was thick with imperial messengers. Finally, on a frosty morning when the sun was bright and the sky dark blue, when misty steam rose from the dark waters of Lake Haga, they set out, riding across a winter-browned plain toward the coast. Geryon, his grey raven cloak drawn about him, rode at the head of the column with Zakath, who seemed, for some reason, to be in better spirits than he had been at any time since the two had met. The column which followed them stretched back for miles.
"Vulgar, isn't it?"
the Malloreon said wryly, looking back over his shoulder.
"I am absolutely surrounded by parasites and toadies, and they proliferate like maggots in rotten meat."
"If they bother you so much, then why not dismiss them?"
"I can't. They all have powerful relatives. I have to balance them very carefully. One from this tribe to match the one from that clan. As long as no family has too many high officers, they spend all of their time plotting against each other. That way, they don't have the time to plot against me."
"I suppose that's one way to keep things under control."
As the sun moved up through the bright blue winter sky at this nether end of the world, the frost gently dissolved from the long stems of dead grass, or fell lightly from the fern and bracken to leave ghostly white imprints of those drooping brown fronds on the short green moss spread beneath. They paused for a noon meal that was every bit as sumptuous as the one that might have been prepared back in Rakhaga, and was served on snowy damask beneath a widespread canvas roof.
"Adequate, I suppose,"
Zakath said critically after they had eaten. "You are over-pampered, my lord," Polgara told him. "A hard ride in wet weather, and a day or so on short rations, would probably do wonders for your appetite." Zakath gave Geryon an amused look.
"I thought it was just you. But this blunt outspokenness seems to be a characteristic of your whole family."
Geryon shrugged. "It saves time."
"Forgive my saying this, Belgarian," Sadi interjected, "but what possible interest can an immortal have in time?"
He sighed rather mournfully.
"Immortality must give one a great deal of satisfaction, watching all one's enemies grow old and die."
"It is much overrated," Belgarath said, leaning back in his chair with a brimming silver tankard. "Sometimes whole centuries go by when one does not have any enemies, and there's nothing to do but watch the years roll by." Zakath suddenly smiled broadly.
"Do you know something?"
he said to them all.
"I feel better right now than I have felt in over 25 years. It is as if a great weight has been lifted from me."
"Probably an after-effect of the poison,"
Velvet suggested archly.
"Get plenty of rest, and it should pass in a month or so."
"Is she always like this?"
Zakath asked. "Sometimes. She's even worse," Silk replied morosely. As they emerged from beneath the wide-spread canvas, Geryon looked around for his horse, a serviceable roan with a long, hooked nose, but he could not seem to see the animal. Then he suddenly noticed that his saddle and packs were on a different horse, a very large dark gray stallion. Puzzled, he looked at Zakath, who was watching him intently. "What's this?" he asked.
"Just a little token of my unbounded respect, Geryon. Your roan was an adequate mount, I suppose, but he was hardly a regal animal. A king needs a kingly horse, and I think you will find that Chrétien can lend himself to any occasion that requires ceremony."
"Chrétien?"
"That's his name. He has been the pride of my stable here in Tolmurgos. Don't you have a stable at Riva?"
Geryon laughed. "My kingdom is an island, Zakath. We are more interested in boats than in horses." He looked at the proud gray standing with his neck arched and with one hoof lightly pawing the earth, and was suddenly overcome with gratitude. He clasped the Malloreon Emperor's hand warmly. "This is a magnificent gift, Zakath." "Of course it is. I am a magnificent fellow. Or hadn't you noticed? Ride him, Geryon. Feel the wind in your face, and let the thunder of his hooves fill your blood." "Well," Geryon said, trying to control his eagerness, "maybe he and I really ought to get to know each other." Zakath laughed with delight. "Of course," he said. Geryon approached the big gray horse, who watched him quite calmly. "I guess we'll be sharing a saddle for a while," he said to the animal. Chrétien nickered and nudged at Geryon with his nose. "He wants to run," Ariond said. "I'll ride with you if you don't mind. Horse wants to run too." "All right," Geryon agreed. "Let's go then." He gathered the reins, set his foot in the stirrup, and swung up into the saddle. The gray was running almost before Geryon was in place. It was a new experience. Geryon had spent many hours riding, sometimes for weeks on end. He had always taken care of his mounts, as any good Sindar would, but there had never really been any personal attachment before. For him, a horse had simply been a means of conveyance, a way to get from one place to another, and riding had never been a particular source of pleasure. With this great stallion, Chrétien, however, it was altogether different. There was a kind of electric thrill to the feel of the big horse's muscles bunching and flowing beneath him. They ran out across the winter-browned grass toward a rounded hill a mile or so distant, with Ariond and his chestnut stallion racing alongside. When they reached the hilltop, Geryon was breathless and laughing with sheer delight. He reined in, and Chrétien reared, pawing at the air with his hooves, wanting to be off again. "Now you know, don't you?" Ariond asked with a broad smile. "Yes," Geryon admitted, still laughing. "I guess I do. I wonder how I missed it all these years." "You have to have the right horse," Ariond told him wisely. He gave Geryon a sidelong glance. "You know, you'll never be the same again, don't you?" "That's all right," Geryon replied. "I was getting tired of the old way anyhow." He pointed at a low string of hills outlined against the crisp blue sky, a league or so on ahead. "Why don't we go over there and see what's on the other side?" "Why not?" Ariond laughed. And so they did. The Emperor's household staff was well organized, and a goodly number of them rode on ahead to prepare their night's encampment at a spot almost precisely halfway to the coast. The column started early the following morning, riding again along a frosty track beneath a deep blue sky. It was late afternoon when they crested a hill to look out over the expanse of the Sea of the East, rolling a dark blue under the winter sun, and with smoky-looking cloud banks the color of rust blurring the far horizon. 24 ships, with their red sails furled, stood at anchor in the indented curve of a shallow bay far below, and Geryon looked with some puzzlement at Zakath. "Another symptom of the vulgar ostentation I mentioned," the Emperor shrugged. "I ordered this fleet down here from the port at Xtan. A dozen or so of those ships are here to transport all of my hangers-on and toadies, as well as the humbler people who actually do the work. The other dozen are here to escort our royal personages with suitable pomp. You have to have pomp, Geryon. Otherwise people might mistake a king or an emperor for an honest man." "You're in a whimsical humor this afternoon." "Maybe it is another of those lingering symptoms Dissel mentioned. We will sleep on board ship tonight, and sail at first light tomorrow." Geryon nodded, touching Chrétien's bowed neck with an odd kind of regret, as he handed his reins to a waiting groom. The vessel to which they were ferried from the sandy beach was opulent.
Unlike the cramped cabins on most of the other ships Geryon had sailed aboard, the chambers on this one were nearly as large as the rooms in a fair-sized house. It took him a little while to pin down the reason for the difference. The other ships had devoted so little room to cabins because the bulk of the space on board had been devoted to cargo. The only cargo this ship customarily carried, however, was the Emperor of Malloreon. They dined that evening on lobster, served in the low-beamed dining room aboard Zakath's floating palace. So much of Geryon's attention for the past week or more had been fixed on the unpredictable Emperor that he had not had much opportunity to talk with his friends. Thus, when they took their places at the table, he rather deliberately sat at the opposite end from the Malloreon. It was with a great deal of relief that he took his seat between Polgara and Dernick, while Thenedra and Velvet diverted the Emperor with sparkling feminine chatter.
"You look tired, Geryon,"
Polgara noted.
"I have been under a certain strain," he replied. "I wish that man would not keep changing every other minute. Every time I think I've got him figured out, he turns into somebody else." "It's not a good idea to categorize people, dear," she advised placidly, touching his arm. "That is the first sign of fuzzy thinking."
"Are we actually supposed to eat these things?"
Dernick asked in a disgusted sort of voice, pointing his knife at the bright red lobster staring up at him from his plate, with its claws seemingly at the ready.
"That's what the pliers are here for, Dernick,"
Polgara explained in a peculiarly mild tone.
"You have to crack it out of its shell."
He pushed his plate away.
"I'm not going to eat something that looks like a big red bug,"
he declared with uncharacteristic heat.
"I draw the line at some things."
"Lobster is a delicacy, Dernick,"
he grunted.
"Some people eat snails, too."
Her eyes flashed, but then she gained control of her anger and continued to speak to him in that same mild tone.
"I am sure we can have them take it away and bring you something else."
He glared at her. Geryon looked back and forth between the two of them. Then he decided that they had all known each other for far too long to step delicately around any problems.
"What's the matter, Dernick?" he asked bluntly. "You're as cross as a badger with a sore nose."
"Nothing,"
Dernick almost snapped at him. Geryon began to put a few things together. He remembered the plea Andal had made to Aunt Paul concerning Toth. He looked down the table to where the big mute, his eyes lowered to his plate, seemed almost to be trying to make himself invisible. Then he looked back at Dernick, who kept his face stiffly turned away from his former friend.
"Oh," he said. "Now I think I understand. Aunt Paul told you something you did not want to hear. Someone you liked very much did something that made you angry. You said some things to him that you wish now you hadn't said. Then you found out that he didn't really have any choice in the matter, and that what he did was really right after all. Now you would like to make friends with him again, but you don't know how. Is that sort of why you're behaving this way, and being so impolite to Aunt Paul?"
Dernick's look was at first stricken, then his face grew red, then pale.
"I don't have to listen to this,"
he burst out, coming to his feet.
"Oh, sit down, Dernick," Geryon told him. "We all love each other too much to behave this way. Instead of being embarrassed and bad-tempered about it, why don't we see what we can do to fix it?"
Dernick tried to meet Geryon's eyes, but finally lowered his head, his face flaming.
"I treated him badly, Geryon,"
he mumbled, sinking back into his chair again.
"Yes," Geryon agreed, "you did. But it was because you did not understand what he was doing and why. I didn't understand myself until the day before yesterday, when Zakath finally changed his mind and decided to take us all to Malzeth. Tiratis knew that he was going to do that, and that's why she made Toth turn us over to Ataska's men. She wants us to get to the Sardian and meet Xandromos, and so she's going to arrange it.
Toth will be the one who does what she thinks has to be done to accomplish that. Under the present circumstances, we couldn't find a better friend.
How can I possibly, after the way I treated him?
Be honest. Admit that you were wrong, and apologize. Dernick's face grew stiff. It doesn't have to be in words, Dernick, Garion told his friend patiently. You and Toth have been talking together without words for months. He looked speculatively up at the low-beamed ceiling. This is a ship, he noted, and we are going out onto an ocean. Do you imagine that there might be a few fish out there in all of that water? Dernick's smile was immediate. Polgara's sigh, however, was pensive. The smith looked almost shyly across the table.
How did you say that I'm supposed to get this bug out of its shell, Paul? He asked, pointing at the angry-looking lobster on his plate.
They sailed northeasterly from the coast of Haga, and soon left winter behind. At some point during the voyage they crossed that imaginary line equidistant from the poles, and once again entered the northern half of the world. Dernick and Toth, shyly at first, but then with growing confidence, resumed their friendship and spent their days at the ship's stern, probing the sea with lines, bright-colored lures, and various baits gleaned from the galley. Sakath's humor continued to remain uncharacteristically sunny, though his discussions with Belgarath and Polgara centered on the nature of demons, a subject about which there was very little to smile. Finally, one day, when they had been at sea for about a week, a servant came up to Garion, who stood at the port-side rail watching the dance of the wind atop the sparkling waves, and advised him that the Emperor would like to see him. Garion nodded, and made his way aft to the cabin where Zakath customarily held audience. Like most of the cabins aboard this floating palace, this one was quite large and ostentatiously decorated. Owing to the broad windows stretching across the ship's stern, the room was bright and airy. The drapes at the sides of the windows were of crimson velvet, and the fine Malloreon carpet was a deep blue. Zakath, dressed as always in plain white linen, sat on a low, leather-upholstered divan at the far end of the cabin, looking out at the white caps and the flock of snowy gulls trailing his ship. His cat lay purring in his lap as he absently stroked her ears. "You wanted to see me, Zakath?" Garion asked as he entered.
"Yes. Come in, Garion," the Malloreon replied. "I have not seen much of you for the past few days. Are you cross with me?"
"No," Garion said. "You've been busy learning about demons. I don't know that much about them, so I couldn't have added all that much to the discussion." He crossed the cabin, pausing at one point to stoop and unwrap a ferociously playful kitten from around his left ankle.
"They love to pounce,"
Zakath smiled. A thought came to Garion, and he looked around warily. "Zith isn't in here, is she?"
Zakath laughed. "No. Sadi has devised a means of keeping her at home."
He looked whimsically at Garion.
"Is she really as deadly as he says?"
Garion nodded. "She bit at Rolam at Rak Urga. He was dead in about half a minute." Zakath shuddered.
"You don't have to tell Sadi about this. But snakes make my flesh creep."
"Talk to Silk. He can give you a whole dissertation about how much he dislikes them."
"He is a complicated little fellow, isn't he?"
Garion smiled. "Oh, yes. His life is filled with danger and excitement. And so his nerves are as tightly wound as lute strings. He's erratic sometimes, but you get used to that after a while." He looked at the other man critically. "You're looking particularly fit," he noted, sitting down on the other end of the leather couch. "Sea air must agree with you."
"I don't think it's really the air, Garion.
I think it has to do with the fact that I have been sleeping 8 to 10 hours a night.
Sleep? You?
Astonishing, isn't it?
Zakath's face went suddenly quite somber.
I would rather that this did not go any further, Garion.
Of course.
Urgot told you what happened when I was young? Garion nodded.
Yes.
My habit of not sleeping very much dates from then. A face that had been particularly dear to me haunted my dreams, and sleep became an agony to me.
That didn't diminish? Not even after some 30 years?
Not one bit. I lived in continual grief and guilt and remorse. I lived only to revenge myself on Tar Urgas. Kohag's saber robbed me of that. I had planned a dozen different deaths for the madman, each more horrible than the one before. But he cheated me by dying cleanly in battle.
No, Garion disagreed. His death was worse than anything you could have possibly devised. I have talked with Kohag about it. Tar Urgas went totally mad before Kohag killed him, but he lived long enough to realize that he had finally been beaten. He died biting and clawing at the earth in frustration. Being beaten was more than he could bear. Zakath thought about it.
Yes, he said finally. That would have been quite dreadful for him, wouldn't it? I think that maybe I am less disappointed now.
And was it your discovery that the Urga line is now extinct that finally laid the ghost that has haunted your sleep all these years to rest?
No, Garion. I don't think that had anything to do with it. It is just that instead of the face that had always been there before, now I see a different face.
Oh?
A blindfolded face.
Saradas? I don't know that I'd recommend thinking about her in that fashion.
You misunderstand, Garion. She's hardly more than a child, but somehow she has touched my life with more peace and comfort than I have ever known. I sleep like a baby, and I walk around all day with this silly euphoria bubbling up in me. Frankly, I cannot stand myself like this, but I can't help it for some reason.
Garion stared out the window, not even seeing the play of sunlight on the waves, nor the hovering gulls. And then it came to him so clearly that he knew that it was undeniably true. It's because you've come to that crossroads in your life that Saradas mentioned. You are being rewarded because you have chosen the right fork.
Rewarded?
By whom? Garion looked at him and suddenly laughed. I don't think you are quite ready to accept that information yet. Could you bring yourself to believe that it's Saradas who is making you feel good right now?
In some vague way, yes.
It goes a little deeper, but that's a start. Garion looked at the slightly perplexed man in front of him. You and I are caught up together in something over which we have absolutely no control. I've been through it before, so I will try to cushion the shocks that are in store for you as much as I can. Just try to keep an open mind about a peculiar way of looking at the world.
He thought about it some more.
I think that we are going to be working together, at least up to a point, so we might as well be friends.
He held out his right hand. Zakath laughed. Why not? He said, taking Garion's hand in a firm grip. I think we are both as crazy as Tar Urgas. But why not? We are the two most powerful men in the world. We should be deadly enemies, and you propose friendship. Well, why not?
He laughed again delightedly. We have much more deadly enemies, Zakath, Garion said gravely. And all of your armies, and all of mine, won't mean a thing when we get to where we are going."
"And where is that, my young friend?"
"I think it's called The Place Which Is No More."
"I have been meaning to ask you about that. The whole phrase is a contradiction in terms. How can you go someplace which does not exist anymore?"
"I don't really know. I'll tell you, though, when we get there."
2 days later, they arrived at Malgamila, a port in southern Maloria, Antiqua, and took to horse. They rode eastward at a canter on a well-maintained highway that crossed a pleasant plain green with spring. A regiment of red-tunicked cavalrymen cleared the road ahead of them, and their pace left the entourage which usually accompanied the emperor far behind. There were way stations along the highway, not unlike the Tolnedran hostels dotting the roads in the west, and the Imperial Guard rather brusquely ejected other guests at these roadside stops to make way for the Emperor and his party. As they pressed onward day after day, Geryon began slowly to comprehend the true significance of the word boundless as it was applied to Maloria. The plains of Elgeria, which had always before seemed incredibly vast, shrank into insignificance. The snowy peaks of the Delesian Mountains, lying to the south of the road they traveled, raked their white talons at the sky. Geryon drew in on himself, feeling smaller and smaller the deeper they rode into this vast domain. Peculiarly, Sinedra seemed to be suffering a similar shrinkage, and she quite obviously did not like it very much. Her comments became increasingly waspish, her observations more acid. She found the loose-fitting garments of the peasantry uncouth. She found fault with the construction of the gang-plows that opened whole acres at a time behind patiently plodding herds of oxen. She didn't like the food, even the water, as clear as crystal and as cold and sweet as might have sprung from any crevice in the Tolnedran mountains, offended her taste. Silk, his eyes alight with mischief, rode at her side on the sunny mid-morning of the last day of their journey from Malgamila. "Oh, beware, your majesty," he warned her slyly, as they neared the crest of a hillside sheathed in pale spring grass, so verdant that it almost looked like a filmy green mist. "The first sight of Malzeth has sometimes struck the unwary traveler blind. To be safe, why don't you cover one eye with your hand? That way you can preserve at least partial sight." Her face grew frosty, and she drew herself to her full height in her saddle, a move that might have come off better had she been only slightly taller, and said to him in her most imperious tone,
"We are not amused, Prince Keldar, and we do not expect to find a barbarian city at the far end of the world, a rival to the splendors of Tolhanath, the only truly imperial city in the—"
And then she stopped, as they all did. The valley beyond the crest stretched not for miles, but for leagues, and it was filled to overflowing with the city of Malzeth. The streets were as straight as tautly stretched strings, and the buildings gleamed, not with marble, for there was not marble enough in all of the world to sheath the buildings of this enormous city, but rather with an intensely gleaming thick white mortar that seemed somehow to shoot light at the eye. It was stupendous.
"It's not much,"
Zakath said in an exaggeratedly deprecating tone.
"Just a friendly little place that we like to call home."
He looked at Sinedra's stiff, pale little face with an artful expression.
"We really should press on, your majesty," he told her. "It is a half-day's ride to the imperial palace from here."
Part 2. Malzeth. Chapter 6. The gates of Malzeth, like those of Tolhanath, were of bronze, broad and burnished. The city lying within those gates, however, was significantly different from the capital of the Tolnedran Empire. There was a peculiar sameness about the structures
and they were built so tightly against each other that the broad avenues of the city were lined on either side by solid mortar-covered walls, pierced only by deeply inset arched doorways with narrow white stairways leading up to the flat rooftops. Here and there, the mortar had crumbled away, revealing the fact that the buildings beneath that coating were constructed of squared-off timbers. Dernick, who believed that all buildings should be built of stone, noted that fact with a look of disapproval. As they moved deeper into the city, Geryon noticed the almost total lack of windows. "I don't want to seem critical," he said to Zakath, "but isn't your city just a little monotonous?" Zakath looked at him curiously. "All the houses are the same, and there aren't very many windows."
"Oh,"
Zakath smiled.
"That is one of the drawbacks of leaving architecture up to the military. They are great believers in uniformity, and windows have no place in military fortifications. Each house has its own little garden, though, and the windows face that. In the summertime, the people spend most of their time in their gardens, or on the rooftops."
"Is the whole city like this?"
Dernick asked, looking at the cramped little houses all packed together.
"No, Goodman,"
the Emperor replied.
"This quarter of the city was built for corporals. The streets reserved for officers are a bit more ornate, and those where the privates and workmen live are much shabbier. Military people tend to be very conscious of rank, and the appearances that go with it."
A few doors down a side street branching off from the one they followed, a stout, red-faced woman was shrilly berating a scrawny-looking fellow with a hangdog expression as a group of soldiers removed furniture from a house and piled it on a rickety cart.
"You had to go do it, didn't you, Actus?" she demanded. "You had to go get drunk and insult your captain. Now what is to become of us? I spent all those years living in those pigsty private quarters, waiting for you to get promoted. Just when I think things are taking a turn for the better, you have to destroy it all by getting drunk and being reduced to a private again."
He mumbled something.
"What was that?"
"Nothing, dear."
"I'm not going to let you forget this, Actus. Let me tell you."
"Life does have its little ups and downs, doesn't it?" Tzadi murmured as they rode on out of earshot.
"I don't think it's anything to laugh about,"
Zinedra said with surprising heat.
"They are being thrown out of their home over a moment's foolishness. Can't someone do something?"
Zakath gave her an appraising look, then beckoned to one of the red-cloaked officers riding respectfully along behind them.
"Find out which unit that man is in," he instructed. "Then go to his captain and tell him that I would take it as a personal favor if Actus were reinstated in his former rank, on the condition that he stays sober." "At once, Your Majesty."
The officer saluted and rode off.
"Why, thank you, Zakath,"
Zinedra said, sounding a little startled. "My pleasure, Zinedra."
He bowed to her from his saddle, then laughed shortly.
"I suspect that Actus's wife will see to it that he suffers sufficiently for his misdeeds anyway."
"Aren't you afraid that such acts of compassion might damage your reputation, Your Majesty?" Tzadi asked him.
"No," Zakath replied. "A ruler must always strive to be unpredictable, Tzadi. It keeps the underlings off balance. Besides, an occasional act of charity toward the lower ranks helps to strengthen their loyalty."
"Don't you ever do anything that is not motivated by politics?" Geryon asked him. For some reason, Zakath's flippant explanation of his act irritated him.
"Not that I can think of," Zakath said. "Politics is the greatest game in the world, Geryon, but you have to play it all of the time to keep your edge.
Silk laughed. I have said the exact same thing about commerce. About the only difference I can see is that in commerce you have money as a way of keeping score. How do you keep score in politics? Zakath's expression was peculiarly mixed, half amused and half deadly serious.
It's very simple, Keldar. If you are still on the throne at the end of the day, you have won. If you are dead, you have lost. And each day is a complete new game.
Silk gave him a long, speculative look, then looked over at Geryon, his fingers moving slightly. I need to talk to you at once. Geryon nodded briefly, then leaned over in his saddle and reined in.
Something wrong?
Zakath asked him. I think my cinch is loose, Geryon replied, dismounting. Go on ahead. I'll catch up. Here, I'll help you, Geryon, Silk offered, also swinging down from his saddle. What's this all about? Geryon asked when the Emperor, chatting with Senedra and Velvet, had ridden out of earshot. Oh, be very careful with him, Geryon, the little man replied quietly, pretending to check the straps on Geryon's saddle. He let something slip there. Oh, he's all smiles and courtesy on the surface, but underneath it all, he hasn't really changed all that much. Wasn't he just joking? Not even a little. He was deadly serious. He's brought us all to Malazeth for reasons that have nothing to do with Minga, or our search for Xandromos. Be on your guard with him. That friendly smile of his can fall off of his face without any warning at all. He spoke a little more loudly then. There, he said, tugging at a strap. That ought to hold it. Let's catch up with the others. They rode into a broad square, surrounded on all sides by canvas booths dyed in various hues of red, green, blue, and yellow. The square teemed with merchants and citizens, all dressed in varicolored, loose-fitting robes that hung to their heels.
Where do the common citizens live if the whole city's divided up into sections based on military rank?
Dernick asked. Brador, the bald, chubby chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs, who happened to be riding beside the smith, looked around with a smile.
They all have their ranks, good man, he replied. Each according to his individual accomplishments. It's all very rigidly controlled by the Bureau of Promotions. Housing, places of business, suitable marriages. They're all determined by rank.
Isn't that sort of over-regimented?
Dernick asked pointedly.
Malloreons love to be regimented, Goodman Dernick, Brador laughed. Angaraks bow automatically to authority. Mercenes have a deep inner need to compartmentalize things. Karans are too stupid to take control of their own destinies. And the Dowls? Well, nobody knows what the Dowls want.
We aren't really all that different from the people in the West, Dernick,
Zakath said, back over his shoulder.
In Tulnedra and Senderia, such matters are determined by economics. People gravitate to the houses and shops and marriages that they can afford. We have just formalized it, that is all.
Tell me, your majesty, Sadi said. How is it that your people are so undemonstrative?
I don't quite follow you.
Shouldn't they at least salute as you ride by? You are the Emperor, after all.
They do not recognize me.
Zakath shrugged.
The Emperor is a man in crimson robes who rides in a golden carriage, wears a terribly heavy jeweled crown, and is accompanied by at least a regiment of imperial guards, all blowing trumpets. I am just a man in a white linen, riding through town with a few friends.
Geryon thought about that. still mindful of Silk's half-whispered warning. The almost total lack of any kind of self-aggrandizement implicit in Zakath's statement revealed yet another facet of the man's complex personality. He was quite sure that not even King Fulrak of Sindaria, the most modest of all the monarchs of the West, could be quite so self-effacing. The streets beyond the square were lined with somewhat larger houses than those they had passed near the city gates, and there had been some attempt at ornamentation here. It appeared, however, that Malloreon sculptors had limited talent, and the mortar-cast filigree surmounting the front of each house was heavy and graceless.
"The sergeant's district,"
Zakath said laconically. The city seemed to go on forever. At regular intervals there were squares and marketplaces and bazaars, all filled with people wearing the bright, loose-fitting robes that appeared to be the standard Malloreon garb. When they passed the last of the rigidly similar houses of the sergeants, and of those civilians of equal rank, they entered a broad belt of trees and lawns where fountains splashed and sparkled in the sunlight, and where broad promenades were lined with carefully sculptured green hedges interspersed with cherry trees, laden with pink blossoms all shimmering in the light breeze.
"How lovely!"
Zinedra exclaimed.
"We do have some beauty here in Malzeth,"
Zakath told her.
"No one, not even an army architect, could make a city this big, uniformly ugly."
"The officers' districts aren't quite so severe," Silk told the little queen.
"You are familiar with Malzeth, then, your highness?"
Brador asked. Silk nodded. "My partner and I have a facility here," he replied. "It's more in the nature of a centralized collection point than an actual business. It is cumbersome doing business in Malzeth. Too many regulations."
"Might one inquire as to the rank you were assigned?"
the moon-faced bureaucrat asked delicately. "We're generals," Silk said in a rather grand, offhand manner. "Yarblek wanted to be a field marshal, but I don't think the expense of buying that much rank is really justified."
"Is rank for sale?" Tzadi asked.
"In Malzeth, everything is for sale," Silk replied. "In most respects, it's almost exactly like Tolhanath."
"Not entirely, Silk,"
Zinedra said primly. "Only in the broadest terms, Your Imperial Highness," he agreed quickly. "Malzeth has never been graced by the presence of a divinely beautiful imperial princess, glowing like a precious jewel and shooting beams of her fire back at the sun." She gave him a hard look, then turned her back on him. "What did I say?" the little man asked Geryon in an injured tone. "People always suspect you, Silk," Geryon told him. "They can never quite be sure that you're not making fun of them. I thought you knew that." Silk sighed tragically. "Nobody understands me," he complained. "Oh, I think they do." The plazas and boulevards beyond the belt of parks and gardens were more grand, and the houses larger, setting apart from each other. There was still, however, a stiff similarity about them, a kind of stern sameness that ensured that men of equal rank would be assigned to rigidly equal quarters. Another broad strip of lawns and trees lay beyond the mansions of the generals, and their mercantile equivalents, and within that encircling green there arose a fair-sized marble city with its own walls and burnished gates.
"The Imperial Palace,"
Zakath said indifferently. He frowned.
"What have you done over there?"
he asked Brador, pointing at a long row of tall buildings rising near the south wall of the enclosed compound. Brador coughed delicately.
"Those are the bureaucratic offices, Your Majesty,"
he replied in neutral tones.
"You will recall that you authorized their construction just before the Battle of Tolmardu."
Zakath pursed his lips.
"I had not expected something on quite such a grand scale." "There are
quite a lot of us, Your Majesty, Brador explained, and we felt that things might be more harmonious if each bureau had its own building. He looked a bit apologetic. We really did need the space, he explained defensively to Tzadi. We were all jumbled together with the military, and very often men from different bureaus had to share the same office. It's really much more efficient this way, wouldn't you say?
I think I would prefer it, if you didn't involve me in this discussion, Your Excellency, Tzadi answered.
I was merely attempting to draw upon Your Excellency's expertise in managing affairs of state.
Salmisra's palace is somewhat unique, Tzadi told him. We like being jumbled together. It gives us more opportunities for spying and murder and intrigue and the other normal functions of government. As they approached the gates to the imperial complex, Geryon noticed with some surprise that the thick bronze gates had been overlaid with beaten gold, and his thrifty Sendarian heritage recoiled from the thought of such wanton lavishness. Tsinedra, however, looked at the priceless gates with undisguised acquisitiveness. You wouldn't be able to move them, Silk advised her.
What?
She said inattentively. The gates, they are much too heavy to steal.
Shut up, Silk,
she said absently, her eyes still appraising the gates. He began to laugh uproariously, and she looked at him, her green eyes narrowing dangerously. I think I'll ride back to see what's keeping Belgarath, the little man said.
Do,
she said. Then she looked at Geryon, who was trying to conceal a broad grin.
Something funny?
No, dear, he replied quickly. Just enjoying the scenery, that's all. The detachment of guards at the gates was neither as burnished nor plumed as the ceremonial guards at the gates of Tolhanath. They wore polished shirts of chainmail over the customary red tunic, baggy breeches tucked into the tops of knee-high boots, red cloaks, and pointed conical helmets. They nonetheless looked very much like soldiers. They greeted Kalazakath with crisp military salutes, and as the Emperor passed through the gilded gates, trumpeters announced his entrance into the imperial compound with a brazen fanfare.
I have always hated that, the Malloreon ruler said confidentially to Geryon. That sound grates on my ears.
What irritated me were the people who used to follow me around hoping that I might need something, Geryon told him.
That is convenient sometimes.
Geryon nodded. Sometimes. But it stopped being convenient when one of them threw a knife at my back.
Really? I thought your people universally adored you.
It was a misunderstanding. The young man and I had a talk about it, and he promised not to do it any more.
That is all? Zakath exclaimed with astonishment. You did not have him executed?
Of course not. Once he and I understood each other, he turned out to be extraordinarily loyal. He was killed at Tul Mardu.
Geryon sighed sadly. I am sorry, Geryon, Zakath said. We all lost friends at Tul Mardu.
The marble-clad buildings inside the imperial complex were a jumble of conflicting architectural styles, ranging from the severely utilitarian to the elaborately ornate. For some reason, Geryon was reminded of the vast rabbit warren of King Anheg's palace at Val Alorn. Although Zakath's palace did not consist of one single building, the structures were all linked to each other by column-lined promenades and galleries, which passed through park-like grounds studded with statues and marble pavilions. Zakath led them through the confusing maze toward the middle of the complex, where a single palace stood in splendid isolation, announcing by its expanse and height that it was the center of all power in boundless Malloria.
The residence of Kalath the Unifier, the Emperor announced with grand irony. My revered ancestor.
Isn't it just a bit overdone?
Sinedra asked tartly, still obviously unwilling to concede the fact that Malzeth far outstripped her girlhood home.
Of course it is, the Malloreon replied. But the ostentation was necessary. Karath had to demonstrate to the other generals that he outranked them, and in Malzeth, one's rank is reflected by the size of one's residence. Karath was an undisguised knave, a usurper, and a man of little personal charm. So he had to assert himself in other ways.
Don't you just love politics? Velvet said to Sinedra. It is the only field where the ego is allowed unrestricted play, as long as the treasury holds out.
Zakath laughed.
I should offer you a position in the government, Margravine Lascelles. I think we need an imperial deflator, someone to puncture all our puffed-up self-importance.
Why, thank you, Your Majesty,
she said with a dimpled smile.
If it were not for my commitments to the family business, I might even consider accepting such a post. It sounds like so much fun.
He sighed with mock regret.
Where were you when I needed a wife?
Probably in my cradle, Your Majesty,
she replied innocently. He winced.
That was unkind, he accused.
Yes,
she agreed.
True, though,
she added clinically. He laughed again and looked at Polgara.
I am going to steal her from you, my lady, he declared.
To be your court jester, Kalzakath?
Lascelles asked, her face no longer lightly amused.
To entertain you with clever insults and banter? Ah, no, I do not think so. There is another side to me that I don't think you'd like very much. They call me Velvet, and think of me as a soft-winged butterfly, but this particular butterfly as a poison sting, as several people have discovered after it was too late.
Behave, dear, Polgara murmured to her, and don't give away trade secrets in a moment of pique.
Yes, Lady Polgara,
she replied meekly. Zakath looked at her, but did not say anything. He swung down from his saddle, and 3 grooms dashed to his side to take the reins from his hand.
Come along, then,
he said to Geryon and the others.
I would like to show you around.
He threw a sly glance at Velvet.
I hope that the Margravine will forgive me if I share every homeowner's simple pride in his domicile, no matter how modest.
She laughed a golden little laugh. Geryon dismounted and laid an affectionate hand on Chrétien's proud neck. It was with a pang of almost tangible regret that he handed the reins to a waiting groom. They entered the palace through broad, gilded doors, and found themselves in a vaulted rotunda, quite similar in design to the one in the Emperor's palace in Tolhanath, though this one lacked the marble busts that made Varana's entryway appear vaguely like a mausoleum. A crowd of officials, military and civilian, awaited their emperor, each with a sheaf of important-looking documents in his hand. Zakath sighed as he looked at them.
I am afraid we will have to postpone the grand tour. I am certain that you will all want to bathe and change anyway, and perhaps rest a bit before we start the customary formalities. Brador, would you be good enough to show our guests to their rooms and arrange to have a light lunch prepared for them?
Of course, Your Majesty.
I think the East Wing might be pleasant. It's away from all of the scurrying through the halls in this part of the palace.
My very thought, Your Majesty.
Zakath smiled at them all.
We will dine together this evening.
Then he smiled ironically.
An intimate little supper with no more than 200 or 300 guests.
He looked at the nervous officials clustered nearby and made a wry face.
Until this evening, then.
Brador led them through the echoing marble corridors, teeming with servants and minor functionaries.
such a big palace,"
Belgarath observed, after they had been walking for perhaps 10 minutes. The old man had said very little since they had entered the city, but had ridden in his customary half-doze, although Geryon was quite sure that very little escaped his grandfather's half-closed eyes.
"Yes,"
Bredor agreed with him.
"The first Emperor, Kalath, had grandiose notions at times."
Belgarath grunted.
"It's a common affliction among rulers.
I think it has something to do with insecurity."
"Tell me, Bredor,"
Silk said, "didn't I hear somewhere that the state secret police are under the jurisdiction of your bureau?"
Bredor nodded with a deprecating little smile. "It is one of my many responsibilities, Prince Keldar," he replied. "I need to know what's going on in the Empire in order to stay on top of things. So I had to organize a modest little intelligence service. Nothing on nearly the scale of Queen Porran's, however."
"It will grow with time," Velvet assured him. "Those things always do, for some reason."
The east wing of the palace was set somewhat apart from the rest of the buildings in the complex, and it embraced a kind of enclosed courtyard or atrium that was green with exotic flowering plants growing about a mirror-like pool at the center. Jewel-like hummingbirds darted from blossom to blossom, adding splashes of vibrant, moving color. Polgara's eyes came alight when Bredor opened the door to the suite of rooms she was to share with Dernick. Just beyond an arched doorway, leading from the main sitting room, was a large marble tub sunk into the floor, with little tendrils of steam rising from it.
"Oh, my," she sighed. "Civilization at last."
"Just try not to get waterlogged, Paul," Belgarath said.
"Of course not, Father,"
she agreed absently, still eyeing the steaming tub with undisguised longing.
"Is it really all that important, Paul?" he asked her.
"Yes, Father," she replied. "It really is."
"It's an irrational prejudice against dirt."
He grinned at the rest of them.
"I've always been sort of fond of dirt myself."
"Quite obviously," she said. Then she stopped. "Incidentally, old wolf," she said critically, as they all began to file out, "if your room happens to be similarly equipped, you should make use of the facilities yourself."
"Me?"
"You smell, Father."
"No, Paul," he corrected. "I stink. You smell."
"Whatever. Go wash, Father." She was already absently removing her shoes.
"I have gone as much as 10 years at a time without a bath."
"Yes, Father, I know. Only the gods know how well I know. Now," she said in a very businesslike tone, "if you will all excuse me," she very deliberately began to unbutton the front of her dress. The suite of rooms to which Geryon and Senedra were led was, if anything, even more opulent than that shared by Dernick and Polgara. As Geryon moved about the several large chambers, examining the furnishings, Senedra went directly toward the bath, her eyes dreamy and her clothes falling to the floor behind her as she went. His wife's tendency toward casual nudity had occasionally shocked Geryon in the past. He did not personally object to Senedra's skin. What disturbed him had been that she had seemed oblivious to the fact that sometimes her unclad state was highly inappropriate. He recalled with a shudder the time when he and the Sindarian ambassador had entered the royal apartment at Riva, just as Senedra was in the process of trying on several new undergarments that she had received from her dressmaker that very morning. Quite calmly, she had asked the ambassador's opinion of various of the frilly little things, modeling each in turn for him. The ambassador, a staid and proper Sindarian gentleman in his 70s, received more shocks in that 10 minutes than he had encountered in the previous half-century, and his next dispatch to King Fulrak had plaintively requested that he be relieved of his post. "Senedra, aren't you at least going to close the door?" Geryon asked her, as she tested the water's temperature with a tentative toe.
"That makes it very hard for us to talk, Geryon,"
she replied reasonably, as she stepped down into the tub.
"I hate to have to shout."
"Oh," he said. "I hadn't noticed that."
"Be nice,"
she told him, sinking into the water with a contented sigh. Curiously, she began to unstopper and sniff the crystal decanters lined along one side of the tub. Geryon assumed they contained assorted condiments with which ladies seasoned their bath water. Some of these she restoppered disapprovingly. Others she liberally sprinkled into her bath. One or two of them she rubbed on herself in various places.
"What if somebody comes in?"
Geryon asked her pointedly.
"Some official or messenger or servant or something." "Well, what if they do?"
He stared at her.
"Geryon, darling,"
she said in that same infuriatingly reasonable tone,
"if they had not intended for the bath to be used, they would not have prepared it, now would they?"
Try as he might, he could not find an answer to that question. She laid her head back into the water, letting her hair fan out around her face. Then she sat up.
"Would you like to wash my back for me?"
she asked him. An hour or so later, after an excellent lunch served by efficient servants, Silk stopped by. The little thief had also bathed and changed clothes once again. His pearl-gray doublet was formally elegant, and he once again dripped jewels. His short, scraggly beard had been neatly trimmed, and there was a faint air of exotic perfume lingering about him. "Appearances," he responded to Geryon's quizzical look. "One always wants to put one's best foot forward in a new situation." "Of course," Geryon said dryly. "Belgarath asked me to stop by," the little man continued. "There is a large room upstairs. We are gathering there for a council of war." "War?" "Metaphorically speaking, of course." "Oh, of course." The room at the top of the flight of marble stairs to which Silk led Geryon and Senedra was quite large, and there was a throne-like chair on a dais against the back wall. Geryon looked about at the lush furnishings and heavy crimson drapes. "This isn't the throne room, is it?" "No," Silk replied. "At least not Kalazakath's official one. It's here to make visiting royalty feel at home. Some kings get nervous when they don't have official-looking surroundings to play in." "Oh." Belgarath sat with his mismatched boots up on a polished table. His hair and beard were slightly damp, evidence that, despite his pretended indifference to bathing, he had, in fact, followed Polgara's instructions. Polgara and Dernick were talking quietly at one side, and Eriond and Toth were nearby. Velvet and Sadi stood looking out the window at the formal garden lying to the east of Zakath's sprawling palace. "All right," the old sorcerer said. "I guess we are all here now. I think we need to talk." "I wouldn't say anything too specific," Silk's fingers said, in the gestures of the Drasnian secret language. "It is almost certain that there are a few spies about." Belgarath looked at the far wall, his eyes narrowed as he searched it inch by inch for hidden peepholes. He grunted and looked at Polgara. "I'll look into it, father," she murmured. Her eyes grew distant, and Geryon felt the familiar surge. After a moment, she nodded and held up 3 fingers. She concentrated for a moment, and the quality of the surge changed, seeming somehow languorous. Then she straightened and relaxed her will. "It's all right now," she told them calmly. "They fell asleep."
"Well, that was very smooth, Paul," Dernick said admiringly.
"Why, thank you, dear," she smiled, laying her hand on his. Belgarath put his feet on the floor and leaned forward.
"That's one more thing for us to keep in mind," he said seriously. "We are likely to be watched all the time that we are here in Malazeth. So, be careful. Zakath's a skeptic, so we cannot really be sure just how much of what we have told him he believes. It is altogether possible that he has other things in mind for us. Right now he needs our help in dealing with Minga. But he still has not entirely abandoned his campaign in Tolmergos. And he might want to use us to bring the Aelorns and the others into that war on his side. He's also got problems with Hervon and Xandromos. We don't have the time to get caught up in internal Malloreon politics. At the moment, though, we are more or less in his power. So, let's be careful.
We can leave any time we need to, Belgarath, Dernick said confidently.
I would rather not do it that way, unless we have absolutely no other choice, the old man replied. Zakath's the kind of man who is very likely to grow testy if he is thwarted, and I don't want to have to creep around dodging his soldiers. It takes too much time, and it's dangerous. I will be a lot happier if we can leave Malzeth with his blessing, or at least with his consent.
I want to get to Ashaba before Xandromos has time to escape again,
Geryon insisted. So do I, Geryon, his grandfather said. But we don't know what she's doing there, so we don't know how long she is likely to stay.
She has been looking for something, father, Polgara told the old man. I saw that in her mind when I trapped her back in Rakhaga.
He looked at her thoughtfully. Could you get any idea of what it was, Paul?
She shook her head. Not specifically, she replied. I think it's information of some kind. She cannot go any further until she finds it. I was able to pick that much out of her thoughts.
Whatever it is, has to be well hidden. Belden and I took Ashaba apart after the Battle of Omimbre, and we didn't find anything out of the ordinary. If you can accept the idea that Torak's house was in any way ordinary.
Can we be sure that she's still there with my baby?
Tinedra asked intently.
No, dear, Polgara told her. She has taken steps to hide her mind from me. She's rather good, actually.
Even if she has left Ashaba, the orb can pick up her trail again. The chances are pretty good that she has not found what she is looking for, and that effectively nails her down at Ashaba. If she has found it, she won't be hard to follow.
We are going on to Ashaba, then? Sadi asked. What I am getting at is that our concern about Minga was just a ruse to get us to Malloria, wasn't it?
I think I'm going to need more information before I can make any decisions about that. The situation in northern Karanda is serious, certainly, but let's not lose sight of the fact that our primary goal is Xandromos, and she is at Ashaba. Before I can decide anything, though, I need to know more about what's going on here in Malloria.
My department, Silk volunteered.
And mine,
Velvet added.
I might be able to help a bit as well,
Sadi noted with a faint smile. He frowned then.
Seriously, though, Belgarath, you and your family here represent power. I don't think we're going to have much luck at persuading Kal Zakath to let you go willingly, no matter how cordial he may appear on the surface.
The old man nodded glumly. It might turn out that way after all, he agreed. Then he looked at Silk, Velvet, and Sadi. Be careful, he cautioned them. Don't let your instincts run away with you. I need information, but do not stir up any hornets' nests getting it for me. He looked pointedly at Silk. I hope I have made myself clear about this. Don't complicate things just for the fun of it.
Oh, trust me, Belgarath, Silk replied with a bland smile.
Of course he trusts you, Keldar,
Velvet assured the little man. Belgarath looked at his impromptu spy network and shook his head.
Why do I get the feeling that I am going to regret this? He muttered.
I will keep an eye on them, Belgarath, Sadi promised.
Of course. But who's going to keep an eye on you?
Chapter 7. That evening, they were escorted with some ceremony through the echoing halls of Zakath's palace to a banquet hall that appeared to be only slightly smaller than a parade ground. The hall was approached by way of a broad, curved stairway, lined on either side with branched candelabra and liveried trumpeters. The stairway was obviously designed to facilitate grand entrances. Each new arrival was announced by a stirring fanfare and the booming voice of a gray-haired herald so thin that it almost appeared that a lifetime of shouting had worn him down to a shadow. Geryon and his friends waited in a small antechamber while the last of the local dignitaries were announced. The fussy chief of protocol, a small Melcene with an elaborately trimmed brown beard, wanted them to line up in ascending order of rank, but the difficulties involved in assigning a precise rank to the members of this strange group baffled him. He struggled with it, manfully trying to decide if sorcerer outranked king or imperial princess, until Geryon solved his problem for him by leading Tinedra out onto the landing at the top of the stairs.
"The Royal Majesties, King Belgarion and Queen Tinedra of Raiva,"
the herald declared grandly, and the trumpets blared. Geryon, dressed all in blue, and with his ivory-gowned queen on his arm, paused on the marble landing at the top of the stairs to allow the brightly clad throng below the time to gawk at him. The somewhat dramatic pause was not entirely his idea. Tinedra had dug her fingernails into his arm with a grip of steel, and hissed,
"Stand still."
It appeared that Zakath also had some leaning toward the theatrical. Since the stunned silence which followed the herald's announcement clearly indicated that the Emperor had given orders that the identity of his guests remain strictly confidential until this very moment. Geryon was honest enough with himself to admit that the startled buzz, which ran through the crowd below, was moderately gratifying. He began down the stairway, but found himself reined in like a restive horse.
"Do not run,"
Tinedra commanded under her breath.
"Run?"
he objected.
"I'm barely moving." "Do it slower, Geryon."
He discovered then that his wife had a truly amazing talent. She could speak without moving her lips. Her smile was gracious, though somewhat lofty, but a steady stream of low-voiced commands issued from that smile. The buzzing murmur that had filled the banquet hall when they had been announced died into a respectful silence when they reached the foot of the stair, and a vast wave of bows and curtsies rippled through the crowd as they moved along the carpeted promenade leading to the slightly elevated platform upon which sat the table reserved for the Emperor and his special guests, domestic and foreign. Zakath himself, still in his customary white, but wearing a gold circlet artfully hammered into the form of a wreath woven of leaves as a concession to the formality of the occasion, rose from his seat and came to meet them, thereby avoiding that awkward moment when two men of equal rank meet in public.
"So good of you to come, my dear,"
he said, taking Tinedra's hand and kissing it. He sounded for all the world like a country squire or minor nobleman greeting friends from the neighborhood.
"So good of you to invite us,"
she replied with a whimsical smile.
"You are looking well, Geryon,"
the Malloreon said, extending his hand and still speaking in that offhand and informal manner.
"Tolerable, Zakath,"
Geryon responded, taking his cue from his host. If Zakath wanted to play, Geryon felt that he should show him that he could play too.
"Would you care to join me at the table?"
Zakath asked.
"We can chat while we wait for the others to arrive."
"Of course," Geryon agreed, in a deliberately commonplace tone of voice. When they reached their chairs, however, his curiosity finally got the better of him.
"Why are we playing just plain folks?"
he asked Zakath,
as he held Zinedra's chair for her. "This affair is a trifle formal for talking about the weather and asking after each other's health, wouldn't you say?"
"It is baffling, the nobility,"
Zakath replied with aplomb.
"Never do the expected, Geryon. The hint that we are old friends will set them afire with curiosity and make people who thought that they knew everything just a little less sure of themselves."
He smiled at Zinedra.
"You are positively ravishing tonight, my dear,"
he told her. Zinedra glowed, then looked archly at Geryon.
"Why don't you take a few notes, dear?"
she suggested.
"You could learn a great deal from His Majesty here."
She turned back to Zakath.
"You are so very kind to say it,"
she told him.
"But my hair is an absolute disaster."
Her expression was faintly tragic as she lightly touched her curls with her fingertips. Actually, her hair was stupendous, with a coronet of braids interwoven with strings of pearls, and with a cascade of coppery ringlets spilling down across the front of her left shoulder. During this polite exchange, the others in their party were being introduced. Silk and velvet caused quite a stir, he in his jewel-encrusted doublet, and she in a gown of lavender brocade. Zinedra sighed enviously.
"I wish I could wear that color,"
she murmured. "You can wear any color you want to, Zinedra," Geryon told her.
"Are you colorblind, Geryon?"
she retorted.
"A girl with red hair cannot wear lavender."
"If that's all that's bothering you, I can change the color of your hair any time you want."
"Don't you dare!"
she gasped, her hands going protectively to the cascade of auburn curls at her shoulder. "Just a suggestion, dear." The herald at the top of the stairs announced Tzadi, Ariond, and Toth as a group, obviously having some difficulty with the fact that the boy and the giant had no rank that he could discern. The next presentation, however, filled his voice with awe and his bony limbs with trembling.
"Her Grace, the Duchess of Erat,"
he declaimed.
"Lady Polgara, the sorceress."
The silence following that announcement was stunned.
"And Goodman Durnick of Sindaria,"
the herald added.
"The man with 2 lives."
Polgara and the smith descended the stairs to the accompaniment of profound silence. The bows and curtsies which acknowledged the legendary couple were so deep as to resemble genuflections before an altar. Polgara, dressed in her customary silver-trimmed blue, swept through the hall with all of the regal bearing of an empress. She wore a mysterious smile, and the fabled white lock at her brow glowed in the candlelight as she and Durnick approached the platform. Meanwhile, at the top of the stairs, the herald had shrunk back from the next guest, his eyes wide and his face gone quite pale.
"Just say it,"
Geryon heard his grandfather tell the frightened man.
"I am fairly sure that they will all recognize the name."
The herald stepped to the marble railing at the front of the landing.
"Your Majesty,"
he said falteringly.
"My lords and ladies, I have the unexpected honor to present Belgarath, the sorcerer."
A gasp ran through the hall as the old man, dressed in a cowled robe of soft gray wool, stumped down the stairs with no attempt at grace or dignity. The assembled Malloreon notables pulled back from him as he walked toward the table, where the others had already joined Zakath. About halfway to the imperial platform, however, a blonde Melsine girl in a low-cut gown caught his eye. She stood stricken with awe, unable to curtsy or even to move, as the most famous man in all the world approached her. Belgarath stopped, looked her up and down quite slowly and deliberately, noting with appreciation just how revealing her gown was. A slow, insinuating smile crept across his face, and his blue eyes twinkled outrageously.
"Nice dress,"
he told her. She blushed furiously. He laughed, reached out and patted her cheek.
"There's a good girl," he said.
"Father," Polgara said firmly.
"Coming, Paul,"
he chuckled, and moved along the carpet toward the table. The pretty Melsine girl looked after him, her eyes wide and her hand pressed to the cheek he had touched.
"Isn't he disgusting?"
Zinedra muttered. "It's just the way he is, dear," Geryon disagreed. "He doesn't pretend to be anything else. He doesn't have to." The banquet featured a number of exotic dishes that Geryon could not put a name to, and several which he did not even know how to eat. A deceptively innocent-looking rice dish was laced with such fiery seasonings that it brought tears to his eyes and sent his hand clutching for his water goblet.
"Balar, Mara, and Nedra,"
Dernick choked, as he also groped about in search of water. So far as he could remember, it was the first time Geryon had ever heard Dernick swear. He did it surprisingly well. "Piquant," Tzadi commented, as he calmly continued to eat the dreadful concoction. "How can you eat that?" Geryon demanded in amazement. Tzadi smiled. "You forget that I am used to being poisoned, Belgarian. Poison tends to toughen the tongue and fireproof the throat." Zakath had watched their reactions with some amusement.
"I should have warned you,"
he apologized.
"The dish comes from Kandahar, and the natives of that region entertain themselves during the rainy season by trying to build bonfires in each other's stomachs. They are elephant trappers for the most part, and they pride themselves on their courage."
After the extended banquet, the brown-robed Bredor approached Geryon.
"If your Majesty wouldn't mind,"
he said, leaning forward so that Geryon could hear him over the sounds of laughter and sprightly conversation from nearby tables.
"There are a number of people who are most eager to meet you."
Geryon nodded politely, even though he inwardly winced. He had been through this sort of thing before, and he knew how tedious it usually became. The chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs led him down from the platform into the swirl of brightly clad celebrants, pausing occasionally to exchange greetings with various fellow officials and to introduce Geryon. Geryon braced himself for an hour or two of total boredom. The plump, bald-headed Bredor, however, proved to be an entertaining escort. Though he seemed to be engaging Geryon in light conversation, he was, in fact, providing a succinct and often pointed briefing, even as they went.
"We'll be talking with the kinglet of Palia,"
he murmured, as they approached a group of men in tall, conical felt caps, who wore leather, which had been dyed an unhealthy-looking green color.
"He's a fawning bootlicker, a liar, a coward, and absolutely not to be trusted."
"Ah, there you are, Bredor,"
one of the felt-capped men greeted the Melsine with a forced heartiness.
"Your Highness,"
Bredor replied with a florid bow.
"I have the honor to present His Royal Majesty, Belgarian of Riva."
He turned to Geryon.
"Your Majesty, this is His Highness, King Warasen of Palia."
"Your Majesty,"
Warasen gushed, bowing awkwardly. He was a man with a narrow, pock-marked face, close-set eyes, and a slack-lipped mouth. His hands, Geryon noticed, were not particularly clean. "Your Highness," Geryon replied, with a slightly distant note.
"I was just telling the members of my court here that I'd have sooner believed that the sun would rise in the north tomorrow than that the overlord of the west would appear at Malzeth."
"The world is full of surprises."
By the beard of Torak, you are right, Belgarian. You do not mind if I call you Belgarian, do you, Your Majesty?"
"Torak didn't have a beard," Geryon corrected shortly.
"What?"
"Torak. He didn't have a beard. At least he didn't when I met him.
When you...
Warison's eyes suddenly widened.
Are you telling me that all those stories about what happened at Tor Mishrek are actually true?
He gasped.
I'm not sure, Your Highness,
Geryon told him.
I have not heard all of the stories yet. It's been an absolute delight meeting you, old boy, he said, clapping the stunned-looking kinglet on the shoulder with exaggerated camaraderie. It's a shame that we don't have more time to talk. Coming, Brador? He nodded to the petty king of Palia, turned and led the Melsine away.
You are very skilled, Belgarian, Brador murmured. Much more so than I would have imagined, considering...
He hesitated. Considering the fact that I look like an unlettered country oaf?
Geryon supplied. I don't know that I'd put it exactly that way.
Why not?
Geryon shrugged.
It's the truth, isn't it? What was Pig Eyes back there trying to maneuver the conversation around to? It was pretty obvious that he was leading up to something.
It's fairly simple, Brador replied. He recognizes your current proximity to Kal-Zakath. All power in Malloreon derives from the throne, and a man who has the Emperor's ear is in a unique position. Hoyasin is currently having a border dispute with the Prince Regent of Dershin, and he probably wants you to put in a good word for him.
Brador gave him an amused look.
You're in a position right now to make millions, you know.
Geryon laughed. I couldn't carry it, Brador. I visited the royal treasury at Reva once, and I know how much a million weighs. Who's next?
The chief of the Bureau of Commerce. An unmitigated, unprincipled ass, like most bureau chiefs.
Geryon smiled. And what does he want?
Brador tugged thoughtfully at one earlobe. I'm not entirely certain. I have been out of the country. Vaska's a devious one, though, so I would be careful of him.
Oh, I'm always careful, Brador. The Baron Vaska, chief of the Bureau of Commerce, was wrinkled and bald. He wore the brown robe that seemed to be almost the uniform of the bureaucracy, and the gold chain of his office seemed almost too heavy for his thin neck. Though at first glance he appeared to be old and frail, his eyes were as alert and shrewd as those of a vulture.
"Ah, Your Majesty," he said,
after they had been introduced.
"I'm so pleased to meet you at last."
My pleasure, Baron Vaska, Geryon said politely. They chatted together for some time, and Geryon could not detect anything in the Baron's conversation that seemed in the least bit out of the ordinary.
"I note that Prince Keldar of Dresnir is a member of your party,"
the Baron said finally. We are old friends. You are acquainted with Keldar then, Baron?
"We have had a few dealings together. The customary permits and gratuities, you understand. For the most part, though, he tends to avoid contact with the authorities."
I have noticed that from time to time, Geryon said.
"I was certain that you would have. I won't keep your Majesty. Many others here are eager to meet you, and I would not want to be accused of monopolizing your time. We must talk again, soon."
The Baron turned to the chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs.
"So good of you to introduce us, my dear Brador."
"It's nothing, my dear Baron," Brador replied.
He took Geryon by the arm, and then moved away from Vaska. What was that all about?
"I'm not altogether sure," Brador replied. "But whatever he wanted, he seems to have gotten."
We didn't really say anything.
"I know. That's what worries me. I think I'll have my old friend Vaska watched. He has managed to arouse My curiosity.
During the next couple of hours, Geryon met 2 more gaudily dressed petty kings, a fair number of more soberly garbed bureaucrats, and a sprinkling of semi-important nobles and their ladies. Many of them, of course, wanted nothing more than to be seen talking to him, so that later they could say in a casual, offhand fashion,
"I was talking with Belgarian the other day, and he said—"
Others made some point of suggesting that a private conversation might be desirable at some later date. A few even tried to set up specific appointments. It was rather late when Velvet finally came to his rescue. She approached the place where Geryon was trapped by the royal family of Peldain, a stodgy little kinglet in a mustard-yellow turban, his simpering, scrawny wife in a pink gown that clashed horribly with her orange hair, and 3 spoiled royal brats who spent their time whining and hitting each other.
"Your Majesty," the blonde girl said with a curtsy, "your wife asks your permission to retire."
"Asks?
She is feeling slightly unwell?"
Geryon gave her a grateful look. "I must go to her at once, then," he said quickly. He turned to the Peldain royalty. "I hope you will all excuse me," he said to them.
"Of course, Belgarian,"
the kinglet replied graciously.
"And please convey our regards to your lovely wife,"
the queenlet added. The royal brood continued to howl and kick at each other.
"You looked a bit harried,"
Velvet murmured as she led Geryon away. "I could kiss you."
Now that is an interesting suggestion."
Geryon glanced sourly back over his shoulder. "They should drown those 3 little monsters and raise a litter of puppies instead."
"Piglets,"
she corrected. He looked at her.
"At least they could sell the bacon,"
she explained.
"That way, the effort would not be a total loss."
"Is Senedra really ill?"
"Of course not. She has made as many conquests as she wants to this evening, that is all. She wants to save a few for future occasions. Now it's time for the grand withdrawal, leaving a horde of disappointed admirers who were all panting to meet her, crushed with despair."
"Well, that's a peculiar way to look at it." She laughed affectionately, linking her arm in his.
"Not if you are a woman, it is not."
The following morning, shortly after breakfast, Geryon and Belgarath were summoned to meet with Zakath and Brador in the Emperor's private study. The room was large and comfortable, lined with books and maps and with deeply upholstered chairs clustered about low tables. It was a warm day outside, and the windows stood open, allowing a blossom-scented spring breeze to ruffle the curtains.
"Good morning, gentlemen,"
Zakath greeted them as they were escorted into the room.
"I hope you slept well."
"Once I managed to get Senedra out of the tub," Geryon laughed. "It's just a bit too convenient, I think. Would you believe that she bathed 3 times yesterday?"
"Malzeth is very hot and dusty in the summertime," Zakath said. "The baths make it bearable."
"How does the hot water get to them?" Geryon asked curiously. "I haven't seen anyone carrying pails up and down the halls."
"It is piped in under the floors," the Emperor replied. "The artisan who devised the system was rewarded with a baronetcy."
"I hope you don't mind if we steal the idea. Dernick is already making sketches."
"I think it is unhealthy myself," Belgarath said. "Bathing should be done out of doors, in cold water. All of this pampering softens people."
He looked at Zakath.
"I am sure you didn't ask us here to discuss the philosophical ramifications of bathing, though." "Not unless you really want to, Belgarath,"
Zakath replied. He straightened in his chair.
"Now that we have all had a chance to rest from our journey, I thought that maybe it was time for us to get to work. Brador's people have made their reports to him, and he is ready to give us his assessment of the current situation in Karanda. Go ahead, Bredor.
Yes, your majesty.
The plump, bald Melsine rose from his chair and crossed to a very large map of the Malloreon continent, hanging on the wall. The map was exquisitely colored with blue lakes and rivers, green prairies, darker green forests, and brown, white-topped mountains. Instead of simply being dots on the map, the cities were represented by pictures of buildings and fortifications. The Malloreon highway system, Geryon noted, was very nearly as extensive as the Tolnedra network in the west. Bredor cleared his throat, fought for a moment with one of Zakath's ferocious kittens for the long pointer he wanted to use, and began.
As I reported to you in Rakhaga, he said, a man named Minga came out of the immense forest to the north of Lake Karanda some 6 months ago.
He tapped the representation of a large belt of trees stretching from the Karandese range to the mountains of Zamad.
We know very, very little about his background.
That is not entirely true, Bredor. Belgarath disagreed. Saradas told us that he is a Grolem priest, or used to be. That puts us in a position to deduce quite a bit.
I would be interested to hear whatever you can come up with, Zakath said.
Belgarath squinted around the room, his eyes fixed on several full crystal decanters and some polished glasses sitting on a sideboard across the room.
Do you mind?
He asked, pointing at the decanters. I think better with a glass in my hand.
Help yourself, Zakath replied.
The old man rose, crossed to the sideboard, and poured himself a glass of ruby-red wine. Geryon? He asked, holding out the decanter. No, thanks all the same, grandfather. Belgarath replaced the crystal stopper with a clink, and began to pace up and down on the blue carpet.
All right. We know that the demon worship persists in the back country of Karanda, even though the Grolem priests tried to stamp out the practice when the Karans were converted to the worship of Torak in the 2nd millennium. We also know that Minga was a priest himself. Now, if the Grolems here in Maloria reacted in the same way that the ones in Tol Muragos did when they heard about the death of Torak, then we know that they were thoroughly demoralized. The fact that Euron spent several years scrambling around trying to find prophecies that would hint at the possibility of a justification for keeping the church intact is fairly good evidence that he was faced with almost universal despair in the ranks of the Grolems. He paused to sip at his wine. Not bad, he said to Zakath approvingly. Not bad at all. Thank you. Now, the old man continued, there are many possible reactions to religious despair. Some men go mad. Some men try to lose themselves in various forms of dissipation. Some men refuse to admit the truth and try to keep the old forms alive. A few men, however, go in search of some new kind of religion, usually something the exact opposite of what they believed before. Since the Grolem Church in Karanda had concentrated for aeons on eradicating demon worship, it is only logical that a few of the despairing priests would seek out demon masters in the hope of learning their secrets. Remember, if you can actually control a demon, it gives you a great deal of power, and the hunger for power has always been at the core of the Grolem mentality. It does fit together, Ancient One,
Bredor admitted. I thought so myself. All right. Torak is dead, and Minga suddenly finds that his theological ground has been cut out from under him. He probably goes through a period of doing all of those things that he was not allowed to do as a priest, drinking, wenching, that sort of thing. But if you do things to excess, eventually they become empty and unsatisfying. Even debauchery can get boring after a while. Aunt Paul will be amazed to hear that you said that,
Geryon said. You just keep it to yourself, Belgarath told him. Our arguments about my bad habits are the cornerstone of our relationship. He took another sip of his wine. This is really excellent, he said, holding up the glass to admire the color of the wine in the sunlight. Now then, here we have Minga, waking up some morning with a screaming headache, a mouth that tastes like a chicken coop, and a fire in his stomach that no amount of water will put out. He has no real reason to go on living. He might even take out his sacrificial gutting knife and set the point against his chest. Isn't your speculation going a bit far afield? Zakath asked. Belgarath laughed. I used to be a professional storyteller, he apologized. I can't stand to let a good story slip by without a few artistic touches. All right, maybe he did, or maybe he did not think about killing himself. The point is that he had reached the absolute rock bottom, and that's when the idea of demons came to him. Raising demons is almost as dangerous as being the first man up the scaling ladder during an assault on a fortified city. But Minga has nothing to lose. So, he journeys into the forest up there, finds a Karandese magician, and, somehow, persuades him to teach him the art, if that's what you want to call it. It takes him about a dozen years to learn all of the secrets. How did you arrive at that number? Brador asked. Belgarath shrugged. It has been about 14 years since the death of Turek. Thereabouts, anyway. No normal man can seriously mistreat himself for more than a couple of years before he starts to fall apart. So, it was probably about 12 years ago that Minga went in search of a magician to give him instruction. Then, once he's learned all of the secrets, he kills his teacher and— Wait a minute, Zakath objected. Why would he do that? His teacher knew too much about him, and he could also raise demons to send after our defrocked Grolem. Then there is the fact that the arrangement between teacher and pupil in these affairs involves lifetime servitude, enforced with a curse. Minga could not leave his master until the old man was dead. How do you know so much about this, Belgarath? Zakath asked. I went through it all among the Morindum a few thousand years ago. I wasn't doing anything very important, and I was curious about magic. Did you kill your master? No. Well, not exactly. When I left him, he sent his familiar demon after me. I took control of it and sent it back to him. And it killed him? I assume so. They usually do. Anyway, getting back to Minga. He arrives at the gates of Karanda about 6 months ago, raises a whole army of demons. Nobody in his right mind raises more than one at a time, because they are too difficult to control. He frowned, pacing up and down, staring at the floor. The only thing I can think of is that somehow he has managed to raise a demon lord and get it under control. Demon lord? Geryon asked. They have rank too, just as humans do. If Minga has a grip on a demon lord, then it is that creature that is calling up the army of lesser demons. He refilled his glass, looking faintly satisfied with himself. That is probably fairly close to Minga's life story, he said, sitting down again. A virtuoso performance, Belgarath. Zakath congratulated him. Thank you, the old man replied. I thought so myself. He looked at Brador. Now that we know him, why don't you tell us what he has been up to? Brador once again took his place beside the map, fending off the same kitten with his pointer. After Minga took Karanda, Word of his exploits ran all through Karanda. It appears that the worship of Torak was never really very firmly ingrained in the Karans to begin with, and about the only thing that kept them in line was their fear of the sacrificial knives of the Grolums.
Like the Tulls? Geryon suggested.
Very much so, Your Majesty. Once Torak was dead, however, and his church in disarray, the Karans began to revert. The old shrines began to reappear, and the old rituals come back into practice.
Brador shuddered. Hideous rites, he said.
Obscene.
Even worse than the Grolum rite of sacrifice?
Geryon asked mildly.
There are some justifications for that, Geryon,
Zakath objected. It was an honor to be chosen, and the victims went under the knife willingly.
Not any of them that I ever saw,
Geryon disagreed.
We can discuss comparative theology some other time,
Belgarath told them. Go on, Brador.
Once the Karans heard about Minga, the Melcene official continued, they began to flock to Kalida to support him, and to enlist themselves on the side of the demons. There has always been a subterranean independence movement in the 7 kingdoms of Karanda, and many hotheads there believe that the demons offer the best hope of throwing off the yoke of Engarak oppression.
He looked at the Emperor.
No offense intended, Your Majesty.
And none taken, Brador, Zakath assured him.
Naturally, the little kinglets in Karanda tried to keep their people from joining Minga. The loss of subjects is always painful to a ruler. The army, our army, was also alarmed by the hordes of Karans flocking to Minga's banner, and they tried to block off borders and the like. But since a large portion of the army was in Tolmogos with His Majesty, the troops in Karanda just did not have the numbers. The Karans either slipped around them or simply overwhelmed them. Minga's army numbers almost 1 million by now, ill-equipped and poorly trained. But 1 million is a significant number, even if they are armed with sticks. Not only Geno, but also Ganesia are totally under Minga's domination, and he is on the verge of overwhelming Katakor. Once he succeeds there, he will inevitably move on Palya and Delchin. If he is not stopped, he will be knocking on the gates of Malzeth by Aristide.
Is he unleashing his demons in these campaigns? Belgarath asked intently.
Not really,
Brador replied.
After what happened at Kalida, there has been no real need for that. The sight of them alone is usually enough to spring open the gates of any city that he has taken so far. He has succeeded with remarkably little actual fighting.
The old man nodded. I sort of thought that might have been the case. A demon is very hard to get back under control once it has tasted blood.
It's not really the demons that are causing the problems,
Brador continued.
Minga has flooded all of the rest of Karanda with his agents, and the stories that they are circulating are whipping previously uncommitted people into a frenzy.
He looked at the Emperor.
Would you believe that we actually caught one of his missionaries in the Karandese barracks right here in Malzeth?
Zakath looked up sharply. How did he get in? He demanded.
He disguised himself as a corporal returning from convalescent leave at home, Brador replied. He had even gone so far as to give himself a wound to make his story look authentic. It was very believable, the way he cursed Murgos.
What did you do to him?
Unfortunately, he didn't survive the questioning, Brador said, frowning.
He bent to remove the kitten from around his ankle.
Unfortunately, I had some interesting plans for him. I take it rather personally when someone manages to circumvent my secret police. It's a matter of professional pride.
What do you advise, then? Zakath asked.
Brador began to pace.
I am afraid that you are going to have to bring the army back from Tol Murgos, Your Majesty. You can't fight a war on two fronts.
Absolutely out of the question. Zakath's tone was adamant.
I don't think we have much choice, Brador told him. Almost half of the forces left here in Malloreon are of Karanda's origin, and it's my considered opinion that to rely upon them in any kind of confrontation with Minga would be sheer folly.
Zakath's face grew bleak.
Put it this way, Your Majesty,
Brador said smoothly.
If you weaken your forces in Tol Murgos, it's quite possible that you will lose Raktaha and maybe Rakgorot. But if you don't bring the army home, you are going to lose Malzeth.
Zakath glared at him.
There is still time to consider the matter, sire,
Brador added in a reasonable tone of voice.
This is only my assessment of the situation. I'm sure you want to confirm all of what I have said from military intelligence, and you will need to consult with the High Command.
No, Zakath said bluntly. The decision is mine.
He scowled at the floor.
All right, Brador. We will bring the army home. Go tell the High Command that I want to see them all at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Geryon had risen to his feet. How long will it take to ship in your troops from Tol Murgos? He asked it with a sinking feeling.
About 3 months,
Zakath replied. I can't wait that long, Zakath.
I am very sorry, Geryon, but none of us has any choice. Neither you nor I will leave Malzeth until the army gets here.
Chapter 8. The following morning, Silk came early to the rooms Geryon shared with Tzenedra. The little man once again wore his doublet and hose, though he had removed most of his jewelry. Over his arm he carried a pair of Malloreon robes, the light-weight, varicolored garments worn by most of the citizens of Malzeth. "Would you like to go into the city?" he asked Geryon. "I don't think they'll let us out of the palace." "I've already taken care of that. Brador gave his permission, provided that we don't try to get away from the people who are going to be following us." "Well, that's a depressing thought. I hate being followed."
"Oh, you get used to it."
"Have you got anything specific in mind, or is this just a sightseeing tour?" "I want to stop by our offices here and have a talk with our factor."
Geryon gave him a puzzled look.
"The agent who handles things for us here in Malzeth." "Oh, I hadn't heard the word before."
"Oh, that's because you aren't in business.
Our man here is named Dolmar. He's a Mersine, very efficient, and he doesn't steal too much." "I'm not sure that I'd enjoy listening to you talk business," Geryon said. Silk looked about furtively. "You might learn all kinds of things, Geryon," he said, but his fingers were already moving rapidly. "Dolmar can give us a report on what's really happening in Karanda," he gestured. "I think you had better come along." "Well," Geryon said with slightly exaggerated acquiescence, "maybe you're right. Besides, the walls here are beginning to close in on me." "Here," Silk said, holding out one of the robes. "Wear this." "It's not really cold, Silk." "The robe is not to keep you warm. People in Western clothing attract a lot of attention on the streets of Malzeth, and I don't like being stared at." Silk grinned quickly. "It's very hard to pick pockets when everybody in the street is watching you. Shall we go?" The robe Geryon put on was open at the front and hung straight from his shoulders to his heels. It was a serviceable outer garment, with deep pockets at the sides. The material of which it was made was quite thin, and it flowed out behind him as he moved around. He went to the door of the adjoining room. Tsenedra was combing her hair, still damp from her morning bath. "I'm going into the city with Silk," he told her. "Do you need anything?" She thought about that.
"See if you can find me a comb," she said,
holding up the one she had been using.
"Mine is starting to look a little toothless."
"All right." He turned to leave.
"As long as you are going anyway,"
she added.
"Why don't you pick me up a bolt of silk cloth? Teal green, if you can find it. I am told there is a dressmaker here in the palace with a great deal of skill."
"I'll see what I can do." He turned again.
"And perhaps a few yards of lace, not too ornate, just tasteful."
"Anything else?" She smiled at him.
"Buy me a surprise of some kind. I love surprises."
A comb, a bolt of teal green silk, a few yards of tasteful lace, and a surprise. He ticked them off on his fingers.
"Get me one of those robes like you are wearing, too."
He waited. She pursed her lips thoughtfully.
That's all I can think of, Geryon. But you and Silk might ask Griselle and Lady Polgara if they need anything."
He sighed.
"It's only polite, Geryon."
"Yes, dear. Maybe I'd better make out a list." Silk's face was blandly expressionless as Geryon came back out. "Well?" Geryon asked him. "I didn't say anything." "Good." They started out the door.
"Geryon!"
Tsenedra called after him. "Yes, dear."
"See if you can find some sweetmeats, too."
Geryon went out into the hall behind Silk and firmly closed the door behind him. "You handle that sort of thing very well," Silk said. "Practice." Velvet added several items to Geryon's growing list, and Polgara several more. Silk looked at the list as they walked down the long, echoing hallway toward the main part of the palace. "I wonder if Brador would lend us a pack mule," he murmured. "Quit trying to be funny." "Would I do that?" "Why were we talking with our fingers back there?" "Spies." "In our private quarters?" Geryon was shocked, remembering Tsenedra's sometimes aggressive indifference to the way she was dressed, or not dressed, when they were just alone. "Private places are where the most interesting secrets are to be found. No spy ever passes up the opportunity to peek into a bedroom." "That's disgusting," Geryon exclaimed, his cheeks burning. "Oh, of course it is. Fairly common practice, though." They passed through the vaulted rotunda just inside the gold-plated main door of the palace, and walked out into a bright spring morning, touched with a fragrant breeze. "You know," Silk said, "I like Malzeth. It always smells so good. Our office here is upstairs over a bakery, and some mornings the smells from downstairs almost make me swoon." There was only the briefest of pauses at the gates of the imperial complex. A curt gesture from one of the pair of unobtrusive men who were following them advised the gate guards that Silk and Geryon were to be allowed to pass into the city. "Policemen do have their uses sometimes," Silk said as they started down a broad boulevard leading away from the palace. The streets of Malzeth teemed with people from all over the empire, and not a few from the west as well. Geryon was a bit surprised to see a sprinkling of Tonedran mantles among the varicolored robes of the local populace, and here and there were Sindars, Drasnians, and a fair number of Nadraks. There were, however, no Murgos. "Busy place," he noted to Silk. "Oh, yes. Malzeth makes Tolhanath look like a country fair, and Kamar like a village market." "It's the biggest commercial center in the world, then?" "No, that is Mersin. Of course, Mersin concentrates on money instead of goods. You can't even buy a tin pot in Mersin. All you can buy there is money." Silk, How can you make any kind of profit buying money with money?
It is a little complicated. Silk's eyes narrowed. Do you know something? If you could put your hands on the royal treasury of Riva, I could show you how to double it in 6 months on Passa Street in Melcine, with a nice commission for the both of us thrown in for good measure.
You want me to speculate with the royal treasury? I'd have an open insurrection on my hands if anybody ever found out about it.
Oh, that's the secret, Geryon. You don't let anybody find out.
Have you ever had an honest thought in your entire life?
The little man thought about it. Not that I recall, no, he replied candidly. But then, I have got a well-trained mind. The offices of the commercial empire of Silk and Yarblek here in Malzeth were, as the little man had indicated, rather modest, and were situated above a busy bake shop. Access to that second floor was by way of an outside stairway, rising out of a narrow side street. As Silk started up the stairs, a certain tension that Geryon had not even been aware of seemed to flow out of his friend. I hate not being able to talk freely, he said. There are so many spies in Malzeth that every word you say here is delivered to Bredor in triplicate before you get your mouth shut.
Well, there are bound to be spies around your office, too.
Oh, of course, but they can't hear anything. Yarblek and I had a solid foot of cork built into the floors, ceilings, and walls.
Cork?
It muffles all of the sound.
Didn't that cost a great deal?
Silk nodded. But we made it all back during the first week. We were here by managing to keep certain negotiations secret. He reached into an inside pocket and took out a large brass key. Let's see if I can catch Dolmar with his hands in the cash box, he half whispered.
Why? You already know that he is stealing from you.
Oh, certainly I do. But if I catch him, I can reduce his year-end bonus.
Why not just pick his pocket?
Silk tapped the brass key against his cheek as he thought about it.
No,
he decided finally. That's not really good business. A relationship like this is founded on trust. Geryon began to laugh. Oh, you have to draw the line somewhere, Geryon. Silk quietly slipped his brass key into the lock and slowly turned it. Then he abruptly shoved the door open and jumped into the room.
Good morning, Prince Keldar,
the man seated behind a plain table said quite calmly.
I have been expecting you.
Silk looked a bit crestfallen. The man sitting at the table was a thin Melcine, with crafty, close-set eyes, thin lips, and scraggly mud-brown hair. He had the kind of face that one instantly distrusts. Silk straightened. Good morning, Dolmar. This is Belgarian of Riva.
Your Majesty.
Dolmar rose and bowed.
Dolmar?
The way that all sounds of walking or moving pieces of furniture were muted testified to the thickness of the cork lying beneath. How is business? Silk asked, seating himself and pushing the other chair to Geryon with his foot.
We are paying the rent,
Dolmar replied cautiously. I'm sure that the baker downstairs is overjoyed. Specifics, Dolmar. I have been away from Malzeth for quite a while. Stunned me with how well my investments here are doing.
We are up 15% from last year.
That's all? Silk sounded disappointed.
We have just made quite a large investment in inventory. If you take the current value of that into account, the number would be much closer to 40%.
That's more like it. Why are we accumulating inventory?
Yarblek's instructions. He's at Malkamat right now, arranging for ships to take the goods to the west. I expect that he will be here in a week or so. He and that foul-mouthed wench of his.
Dolmar stood up, carefully gathered the documents from the table, and crossed to an iron stove sitting in the corner. He bent, opened the stove door, and calmly laid the parchment sheets on the small fire inside.
To Garion's amazement, Silk made no objection to his factor's blatant incendiarism.
"We have been looking into the wool market,"
the Mulsine reported as he returned to his now empty table.
"With the growing mobilization, the Bureau of Military Procurement is in certain need of wool uniforms, cloaks, and blankets. If we can buy an option from all of the major sheep producers, we will control the market and perhaps break the stranglehold that the Mercine Consortium has on military purchases. If we can just get our foot in the door of the Bureau, I am sure that we can get a chance to bid on all sorts of contracts."
Silk was pulling at his long, pointed nose. His eyes narrowed in thought. "Beans," he said shortly.
"I beg your pardon?"
"Look into the possibility of tying up this year's bean crop. A soldier can live in a worn-out uniform, but he has to eat. If we control the bean crop, and maybe coarse flour as well, the Bureau of Military Procurement won't have any choice. They will have to come to us."
Very shrewd, Prince Keldar."
"Oh, I've been around for a while," Silk replied.
"The consortium is meeting this week in Malcine,"
the factor reported.
"They will be setting the prices of common items. We really want to get our hands on that price list if we can."
"I'm in the palace," Silk said. "Maybe I can pry it out of somebody."
"There is something else you should know, Prince Keldar. Word has leaked out that the consortium is also going to propose certain regulations to Baron Vaska of the Bureau of Commerce. They will present them under the guise of protecting the economy. But the fact of the matter is that they are aimed at you and Yablek. They want to restrict Western merchants who gross more than 10 million a year to 2 or 3 enclaves on the West Coast. That would not inconvenience smaller merchants, but it would probably put us out of business."
"Can we bribe someone to put a stop to it?"
"We are already paying Vaska a fortune to leave us alone, but the consortium is throwing money around like water. It is possible that the Baron will not stay bribed."
"Oh, let me nose around inside the palace a bit, before you double Vaska's bribe or anything."
"Bribery is the standard procedure, Prince Keldar."
"Oh, I know. But sometimes blackmail works even better." Silk looked over at Garion, then back at his factor. "What do you know about what is happening in Karanda?"
"Enough to know that it is disastrous for business. All sorts of perfectly respectable and otherwise sensible merchants are closing their shops and flocking off to Kalida to enlist in Minga's army. Then they march around in circles singing death to the Angaraks while they wave rusty swords in the air."
"Any chance of selling them weapons?" Silk asked quickly.
"Probably not. There's not enough real money in northern Karanda to make it worthwhile to try to deal with them. And the political unrest has closed down all of the mines. The market in gemstones has just about dried up."
Silk nodded glumly. "What's really going on up there, Dolmar? The reports Breda passed on to us were sort of sketchy."
"Minga arrived at the gates of Kalida with demons."
The factor shrugged.
"The Karans went into hysterics and then fell down in the throes of religious ecstasy."
"Breda told us about certain atrocities?" Garion said.
"I expect that the reports he received were a trifle exaggerated, Your Majesty,"
Dolmar replied.
"Even the most well-trained observer is likely to multiply mutilated corpses lying in the streets by 10. In point of fact, the vast majority of the casualties were either Mercine or Engarak. Minga's demons rather scrupulously avoided killing Karans, except by accident. The same has held true in every city that he has taken so far."
He scratched at his head, his close-set eyes narrowing.
"It's really very shrewd, you know. The Karans see Minga as a liberator and his demons as an invincible spearhead of their army. I cannot swear to his real motives, but those barbarians up there believe that he is a savior come to sweep Karanda clean of Engarak and the Malstein bureaucracy. Give him another 6 months or so, and he will accomplish what no one has ever been able to do before."
"And what's that?" Silk asked.
"Unify all of Karanda."
"Does he use his demons in the assault on every city he takes?" Geryon asked, wanting to confirm what Brador had told them. Dolmar shook his head.
"Not anymore, Your Majesty. After what happened at Khalida and several other towns he took early in the campaign, he does not really have to. All he has been doing lately is marching up to the city. The demons are with him, of course, but they don't have to do anything but stand there looking awful. The Karans butcher all of the Angaraks and Malsines in town, throw open the gates and welcome him with open arms. Then the demons vanish."
He thought a moment.
"He always has one particular one with him, though. A shadowy sort of creature that does not seem to be gigantic, the way they are supposed to be. He stands directly behind Minga's left shoulder at any public appearance."
A sudden thought occurred to Geryon. "Are they desecrating Grolem temples?" Dolmar blinked.
"No,"
he replied, with some surprise.
"As a matter of fact, they are not. And there don't seem to be any Grolems among the dead, either. Of course, it is possible that Irvan pulled all of his Grolems out of Karanda when the trouble started."
"That's unlikely," Geryon disagreed. "Minga's arrival at Khalida came without any kind of warning. The Grolems would not have had time to escape." He stared up at the ceiling, thinking hard. "What is it, Geryon?" "I just had a chilling sort of notion. We know that Minga is a Grolem, right?"
"I didn't know that,"
Dolmar said with some surprise. "We got a bit of inside information," Silk told him. "Go ahead, Geryon." "Irvan spends all of his time in Malyaska, doesn't he?" Silk nodded. "So I've heard. He doesn't want Belden to catch him out in the open." "Wouldn't that make him a fairly ineffective leader?" "All right, then. Let's suppose that Minga went through his period of despair after the death of Torak, and then found a magician to teach him how to raise demons. When he comes back, he offers his former Grolem brethren an alternative to Irvan, along with access to a kind of power they have never experienced before. A demon, in the hands of an illiterate and fairly stupid Karendis magician is one thing, but a demon controlled by a Grolem sorcerer would be much worse, I think. If Minga is gathering disaffected Grolems around him and training them in the use of magic, we have a big problem. I don't think I'd care to face a legion of Kabats, would you?" Silk shuddered. "Oh, not hardly," he replied fervently.
"He has to be uprooted, then," Dolmar said. "And soon."
Geryon made a sour face. "Zakath won't move until he gets his army back from Tol Murgos, about 3 months from now."
"In 3 months, Minga is going to be invincible,"
the Factor told him. "Then we'll have to move now. With Zakath or without him," Geryon said. "How do you plan to get out of the city?" Silk asked. "We'll let Belgarath work that out." Geryon looked at Silk's agent. "Can you tell us anything else?" Dolmar tugged at his nose in a curious imitation of Silk's habitual gesture.
"It is only a rumor," he said.
"Go ahead."
"I've been getting some hints out of Karanda that Minga's familiar demon is named Nehaz."
"Is that significant?"
"I can't be altogether sure, Your Majesty. When the Grolems went into Karanda in the 2nd millennium, they destroyed all traces of Karandese mythology. No one has ever tried to record what few bits and pieces remained. All that is left is a hazy oral tradition, but the rumors I have heard say that Nehaz was the tribal demon of the original Karans, who migrated into the region before the Angaraks came to Malloreon. The Karans follow Minga, not only because he is a political leader, but also because he has resurrected the closest thing they have ever had to a god of their own.
A demon lord? Geryon asked him.
That's a very good way to describe him, Your Majesty. If the rumors are true, the demon Nahaz has almost unlimited power.
I was afraid you were going to say that. Later, when they were back out in the street, Geryon looked curiously at Silk. Why didn't you object when he burned those documents? It's standard practice. The rat-faced man shrugged. We never keep anything in writing. Dolmar has everything committed to memory. Doesn't that make it fairly easy for him to steal from you? Of course, but he keeps his thievery within reasonable limits. If the Bureau of Taxation got its hands on written records, though, it could be a disaster. Do you want to go back to the palace now? Geryon took out his list. No, we've got to take care of this first. He looked glumly at the sheet. I wonder how we are going to carry it all. Silk glanced back over his shoulder at the two unobtrusive spies trailing along behind him. Oh, help is only a few paces away, he laughed. As I said before, there are many uses for policemen. During the next several days, Geryon discovered that the imperial palace at Malzeth was unlike any court in the West. Since all power rested in Zakath's hands, the bureaucrats and palace functionaries contested with each other for the emperor's favor, and strove with oftentimes wildly complicated plots to discredit their enemies. The introduction of Silk, Velvet, and Tzadi into this murky environment added whole new dimensions to palace intrigue. The trio rather casually pointed out the friendship between Geryon and Zakath, and let it be generally known that they had the Raven King's complete trust. Then they sat back to await developments. The officials and courtiers in the imperial palace were quick to grasp the significance and the opportunities implicit in this new route to the emperor's ear. Perhaps, without formally discussing it, the trio of Westerners neatly divided up the possible spheres of activity. Silk concentrated his attention on commercial matters, Velvet dabbled in politics, and Tzadi delicately dipped his long-fingered hands into the world of high-level crime. Though all of them subtly let it be known that they were susceptible to bribery, they also expressed a willingness to pass along various requests in exchange for information. Thus, almost by accident, Geryon found out that he had a very effective espionage apparatus at his disposal. Silk and Velvet manipulated the fears, ambitions, and open greed of those who contacted them with musician-like skill, delicately playing the increasingly nervous officials like well-tuned instruments. Tzadi's methods, derived from his extensive experience in Salmisra's court, were in some instances even more subtle, but in others, painfully direct. The contents of his red leather case brought premium prices, and several high-ranking criminals, men who literally owned whole platoons of bureaucrats, and even generals, quite suddenly died under suspicious circumstances. One of them even toppling over with a blackened face and bulging eyes in the presence of the emperor himself. Zakath, who had watched the activities of the three with a certain veiled amusement, drew the line at that point. He spoke quite firmly with Geryon about the matter during their customary evening meeting on the following day. "I don't really mind what they are doing, Geryon," he said, idly stroking the head of an orange kitten who lay purring in his lap. "They are confusing all of the insects who scurry around in the dark corners of the palace, and a confused bug cannot consolidate his position. I like to keep all of these petty bootlickers frightened and off balance, since it makes it easier to control them. I really must object to poison, however. It is far too easy for an unskilled poisoner to make mistakes." "Tzadi could poison one specific person at a banquet with 100 guests," Geryon assured him.
I have every confidence in his ability, Zakath agreed. But the trouble is that he is not doing the actual poisoning himself. He is selling his concoctions to rank amateurs. There are some people here in the palace that I need. Their identities are general knowledge, and that keeps the daggers out of their entrails. A mistake with some poison, however, could wipe out whole branches of my government. Could you ask him not to sell any more of it here in the palace? I would speak to him personally, but I do not want it to seem like an official reprimand.
I'll have a talk with him, Geryon promised.
I would appreciate it, Geryon.
The Emperor's eyes grew sly.
Just the poisons, though. I find the effects of some of his other compounds rather amusing. Just yesterday, I saw an 85-year-old general in hot pursuit of a young chambermaid. The old fool has not had that kind of a thought for a quarter of a century. And the day before that, the chief of the Bureau of Public Works, a pompous ass who makes me sick just to look at him, tried for a solid half-hour in front of dozens of witnesses to walk up the side of a building. I have not laughed so hard in years.
Niacin elixirs do strange things to people. I'll ask Sadi to confine his dealings to recreational drugs.
Geryon smiled. Recreational drugs, Zakath laughed. I like that description.
I've always had a way with words, Geryon replied modestly. The orange kitten rose, yawned, and jumped down from the Emperor's lap. The mackerel tabby mother cat promptly caught a black and white kitten by the scruff of the neck and deposited it exactly where the orange one had been lying. Then she looked at Zakath's face and meowed questioningly.
"Thank you," Zakath murmured to her.
Satisfied, the cat jumped down, caught the orange kitten, and began to bathe it, holding it down with one paw. "Does she do that all of the time?" Geryon asked.
Zakath nodded. "She is busy being a mother. But she does not want me to get lonely."
"Well, that's considerate of her." Zakath looked at the black and white kitten in his lap, who had all four paws wrapped around his hand and was gnawing on one of his knuckles in mock curiosity.
"I think I could learn to survive without it," he said, wincing.
Chapter 9. The simplest way to avoid the omnipresent spies infesting the imperial palace was to conduct any significant conversations out in the open. And so, Geryon frequently found himself strolling around the palace grounds with one or more of his companions. On a beautiful spring morning, a few days later, he walked with Belgarath and Polgra through the dappled shade of a cherry orchard, listening to Velvet's latest report on the political intrigues which seethed through the corridors of Zakath's palace.
The surprising thing is that Bredor is probably aware of most of what is going on,
the blonde girl told them.
He does not look all that efficient, but his secret police are everywhere.
Velvet was holding a spray of cherry blossoms in front of her face, rather ostentatiously inhaling their fragrance. "At least they can't hear us out here," Geryon said.
"No, but they can see us. If I were you, Belgarian, I still would not talk too openly, even out of doors. I happened to come across one industrious fellow yesterday who was busily writing down every word of a conversation being conducted in whispers some 50 yards away."
"Well, that's a neat trick," Belgarath said. "How did he manage it?"
"He is stone deaf," she replied. "Over the years, he has learned to understand what people are saying by reading the shape of the words from their lips."
"Clever," the old man murmured. "Is that why you are so busily sniffing cherry blossoms?"
She nodded with a dimpled smile.
"That, and the fact that they have such a lovely fragrance."
He scratched at his beard, his hand covering his mouth.
"All right.
What I need is some sort of disruption. Something to draw Bredor's police off, so that we can slip out of Malzeth without being followed. Zakath is rock hard on the point of not doing anything until his army gets back from Tolmurgos. So, it's obvious that we're going to have to move without him. Is there anything afoot that might distract all of the spies around here?
Not really, Ancient One. The petty kinglet of Palia and the Prince Regent of Delshin are scheming against each other, but that has been going on for years. The old king of Vorisebo is trying to get imperial aid in wresting his throne back from his son, who deposed him a year or so ago. Baron Vaska, the chief of the Bureau of Commerce, is trying to assimilate the Bureau of Military Procurement, but the generals have him stalemated. Those are the major things in the air right now. There are a number of minor plots going on as well, but nothing earth-shaking enough to divert the spies who are watching us.
Can you stir up anything? Polgara asked, her lips scarcely moving.
I can try, Lady Polgara,
Velvet replied.
But Bredor is right on top of everything that's happening here in the palace. I'll talk with Keldar and Sadi. It is remotely possible that the three of us can engineer something unexpected enough to give us a chance to slip out of the city.
It's getting fairly urgent, Lysel. If Sandra Moss finds what she is looking for at Ashaba, she will be off again, and we will wind up trailing along behind her in the same way that we were back in Tolmurgos.
I will see what we can come up with, my lady,
Velvet promised. Are you going back inside? Belgoroth asked her. She nodded. I'll go with you. He looked around distastefully. All this fresh air and exercise is a little too wholesome for my taste.
Walk a bit farther with me, Geryon,
Polgara said.
All right.
As Velvet and Belgarath turned back toward the east wing of the palace, Geryon and his aunt strolled on along the neatly trimmed green lawn, laying beneath the blossom-covered trees. A wren, standing on the topmost twig of a gnarled ancient tree, sang as if his heart would burst.
What's he singing about?
Geryon asked, suddenly remembering his aunt's unusual affinity for birds.
He is trying to attract the attention of a female,
she replied, smiling gently. It is that time of year again. Oh, he's being very eloquent, making all sorts of promises, most of which he will break before the summer's over. He smiled affectionately, put his arm about her shoulders. She sighed happily.
Ah, this is pleasant,
she said.
For some reason, when we are apart, I still think of you as a little boy. It always sort of surprises me to find that you have grown so tall.
There was not too much that he could say to that.
How's Dernick?
He asked.
I almost never see him these days. He and Toth and Eriond managed to find a well-stocked trout pond on the southern end of the imperial grounds,
she replied with a slightly comical upward roll of her eyes.
Oh, they're catching large numbers of fish, but the kitchen staff is beginning to get a bit surly about the whole thing.
Trust Dernick to find water,
Geryon laughed.
Is Eriond actually fishing too? That seems a little out of character for him.
Oh, I don't think he's very serious about it. He goes along mostly for Dernick's company, I think, and because he likes to be outside.
She paused and then looked directly at him. As so many times in the past, he was suddenly struck to the heart by her luminous beauty.
How has Sinedra been lately?
She's managed to locate a number of young ladies to keep her company. No matter where we go, she's always able to surround herself with companions.
Ladies like to have other ladies about them, dear. Men are nice enough, I suppose, but a woman needs other women to talk to. There are so many important things that men just do not understand.
Her face grew serious.
There has not been any recurrence of what happened in Tolmurgos, then?
Not so far as I can tell. She seems fairly normal to me. About the only unusual thing I have noticed is that she never talks about Garin anymore. That could just be her way of protecting herself, Geryon. She might not be able to put it into words exactly, but she is aware of the melancholia that came over her at Prolgu, and I am sure that she realizes that if she gives in to it, she will be incapacitated. She still thinks about Garin, I am sure, probably most of the time, but she just won't talk about him.
She paused again.
What about the physical side of your marriage? She asked him directly.
Geryon blushed furiously and then coughed.
Well, there really hasn't been much opportunity for that sort of thing, Aunt Paul, and I think she has too many other things on her mind.
She pursed her lips thoughtfully.
It's not a good idea just to ignore that, Geryon, she told him. After a while, people grow apart if they don't periodically renew their intimacy.
He coughed again, still blushing.
She doesn't really seem very interested, Aunt Paul. Oh, that's your fault, dear. All it takes is a little bit of planning and attention to detail. You make it sound awfully calculated and cold-blooded. Spontaneity is very nice, dear, but there's a great deal of charm to a well-planned seduction, too. Aunt Paul, he gasped, shocked to the core. You're an adult, Geryon, dear, she reminded him. And that's one of an adult male's responsibilities. Think about it. You can be quite resourceful at times. I'm sure you will come up with something.
She looked out over the sun-washed lawns.
Shall we go back inside now? I think it is almost lunchtime.
That afternoon, Geryon once again found himself strolling about the palace grounds, this time accompanied by Silk and Tzadi the eunuch.
Belgarath needs a diversion, he told them seriously. I think he has a plan to get us out of the city, but we've got to shake off all of these spies who are watching us long enough for him to put it into motion.
He was busily scratching at his nose as he spoke, his hand covering his mouth.
Hay fever? Silk asked him. No. Velvet told us that some of Brador's spies are deaf, but that they can tell what you are saying by watching your lips.
What an extraordinary gift, Tzadi murmured. I wonder if an undeaf man could learn it.
I can think of some times myself when it might have been useful, Silk agreed, covering his mouth as he feigned a cough. He looked at Tzadi.
Can I get an honest answer out of you? He asked. That depends upon the question, Keldar.
You are aware of the secret language?
Of course.
Do you understand it?
I am afraid not. I have never met a Drazdnian who trusted me enough to teach me.
Oh, I wonder why. Tzadi flashed him a quick grin. I think we can manage if we cover our mouths when we speak, Geryon said.
Won't that become a little obvious after a while?
What are they going to do, tell us to stop?
Probably not. But we might want to pass on some disinformation sometimes. And if they know that we know about this way of listening, we won't be able to do that.
The eunuch sighed about the lost opportunity, then shrugged.
Oh, well, he said.
Geryon looked at Silk. Do you know of anything that's going on that we could use to pull the police off of our trail?
No, not really, the little man replied.
At the moment, the Melcene Consortium seems to be concentrating on keeping this year's price list a secret and trying to persuade Baron Vaska that Yarblek and I should be restrained to those enclaves on the west coast. Oh, we've got Vaska pretty much in our pockets, though, as long as he stays bribed. There's a great deal of secret maneuvering going on, but I don't think anything is so close as to coming to a head right now. Even if it did, it probably wouldn't cause a big enough stink to make the secret police abandon their assignment to watch us.
Why not go right to the top? Tzadi suggested. I could talk to Brador and see if he is susceptible to bribery.
I don't think so, Geryon said. He's having us watched on specific orders from Zakath. I doubt that any amount of money would make him consider risking his head.
There are other ways to bribe people, Belgarian. Tzadi smiled slyly. I have some things in my case that make people feel very good. Oh, the only trouble with them is that after you've used them a few times, you have to keep on using them. The pain of stopping is really quite unbearable. I could own Brador within the space of a week and make him do anything I told him to do.
Geryon felt a sudden surge of profound distaste for that entire notion.
I'd really rather not do that, he said. Or only as a last resort.
You Aelorns have a peculiar notion of morality, the eunuch said, rubbing at his shaved scalp. You chop people in two without turning a hair, but you get queasy at the idea of poisons or drugs.
It's a cultural thing, Tzadi, Silk told him.
Have you found anything else that might work to our advantage?
Tzadi considered it.
Not by itself, no, he replied. A bureaucracy lends itself to endemic corruption, though. There are a number of people in Malloreon who take advantage of that. Caravans have a habit of getting waylaid in the Dalazian Mountains, or on the road from Magaren. A caravan needs a permit from the Bureau of Commerce, and Vasca has been known on occasion to sell information about departure times and routes to certain robber chiefs. Or if the price is right, he sells his silence to the merchant barons of Melcine.
The eunuch chuckled.
Once he sold information about one single caravan to 3 separate robber bands. There was a pitched battle on the plains of Delchin, or so I'm told.
Geryon's eyes narrowed in thought.
I'm beginning to get the feeling that we might want to concentrate our attention on this Baron Vasca. Velvet told us that he is also trying to take the Bureau of Military Procurement away from the army.
I didn't know that, Silk said with some surprise. Little Iselle is developing quite rapidly, isn't she?
It's the dimples, Prince Keldar, Tzadi said. I'm almost totally immune to any kind of feminine blandishment, but I have to admit that when she smiles at me, my knees turn to butter. She's absolutely adorable and totally unscrupulous, of course.
Silk nodded. Yes, we are moderately proud of her.
Why don't you two go look her up? Geryon suggested. Pool your information about this highly corruptible Baron Vasca. Maybe we can stir something up, something noisy. Open fighting in the halls of the palace might just be the sort of thing we need to cover our escape.
You have a genuine flair for politics, Belgarian,
Tzadi said admiringly.
I'm a quick learner, Geryon admitted. And, of course, I keep company with some very disreputable men.
Thank you, your majesty, the eunuch replied, with mock appreciation.
Shortly after supper, Geryon walked through the halls of the palace for his customary evening conversation with Zakath. As always, a soft-footed secret policeman trailed along some distance behind. Zakath's mood that evening was pensive, almost approaching the bleak, icy melancholy that had marked him back in Rakhaga.
Bad day?
Geryon asked him, removing a sleeping kitten from the carpet-covered footstool in front of his chair. Then he leaned back and set his feet on the stool. Zakath made a sour face.
I have been whittling away at all of the work that piled up while I was in Tolmurgos. The problem is that now that I am back, the pile just keeps getting higher.
I know the feeling, Geryon agreed. When I get back to Riva, it's probably going to take me a year to clear my desk. Are you open to a suggestion?
Suggest away, Geryon. Right now, I will listen to anything.
He looked reprovingly at the black and white kitten who was biting his knuckles again.
Not so hard,
he murmured, tapping the ferocious little beast on the nose with his forefinger. The kitten laid back its ears and growled a squeaky little growl at him. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, Geryon began cautiously. But I think you are making the same mistake that Urgot made.
That's an interesting observation. Go on.
It seems to me that you need to reorganize your government.
Zakath blinked. Now, that is a major proposal. I don't get the connection, though. Urgot was a hopeless incompetent. At least he was before you came along and taught him the fundamentals of ruling. What is this mistake that he and I have in common?
Urgot is a coward, Geryon said, and probably always will be. You are not a coward, sometimes a bit crazy maybe, but never a coward. The problem is that you are both making the same mistake. You are trying to make all of the decisions yourselves, even the little ones. Even if you stop sleeping altogether, you won't find enough hours in the day to do that.
So I have noticed. What is the solution?
Delegate responsibility. Your bureau chiefs and generals are competent. Corrupt, I'll grant you, but they know their jobs. Tell them to take care of things and only bring you the major decisions. And tell them that if anything goes wrong, you will replace them.
That is not the Angrak way, Geryon. The ruler, or emperor in this case, has always made all decisions. It has been that way since before the cracking of the world. Torak made every decision in antiquity, and the emperors of Malloreon have followed that example, no matter what we may have felt about him personally.
Urgot made the exact same mistake, Geryon told him. What you are both forgetting is that Torak was a god, and his mind and will were unlimited. Human beings cannot possibly hope to imitate that sort of thing.
None of my bureau chiefs or generals could be trusted with that kind of authority, Zakath said, shaking his head. They are almost out of control as it is.
Oh, they'll learn the limits, Geryon assured him. After a few of them have been demoted or dismissed, the rest will get the idea.
Zakath smiled bleakly. That is also not the Angrak way, Geryon. When I make an example of someone, it usually involves the headsman's block.
That's an internal matter, of course, Geryon admitted. You know your people better than I do. But if a man has talent, you can't really call on him again if you have removed his head, can you? Don't waste talent, Zakath. It's too hard to come by.
You know something, Zakath said, with a slightly amused look. They call me the man of ice. But in spite of your mild-seeming behavior, you are even more cold-blooded than I am. You are the most practical man that I have ever met.
I was raised in Sindaria, Zakath, Geryon reminded him. Practicality is a religion there. I learned to run a kingdom from a man named Faldor. A kingdom is very much like a farm, really. Seriously, though, the major goal of any ruler is to keep things from flying apart, and gifted subordinates are too valuable a resource to waste. I've had to reprimand a few people, but that's as far as it ever went. That way, they were still around in case I needed them. You might want to think about that a little bit.
I will consider it, Zakath straightened.
By the way, speaking of corruption in government...
Oh? Were we speaking about that?
We are about to. My bureau chiefs are all more or less dishonest, but your three friends are adding levels of sophistication to the petty scheming and deceit here in the palace that we are not really prepared to cope with.
Oh?
The lovely Margravine Lascelles has actually managed to persuade the King of Palia and the Prince Regent of Delchin that she is going to intercede with you in their behalf. Each of them is absolutely convinced that their long-term squabble is about to come out into the open. I do not want them to declare war on each other. I have got trouble in Karanda already.
I'll have a word with her, Geryon promised.
And Prince Keldar virtually owns whole floors of the Bureau of Commerce. He is getting more information out of there than I am. The merchants in Melcine gather every year to set prices for just about everything that is sold in Malloreon. It is the most closely guarded secret in the Empire, and Keldar just bought it. He has deliberately been undercutting those prices, and he is disrupting our whole economy.
Geryon frowned. He didn't mention that.
I do not mind his making a reasonable profit, as long as he pays his taxes. But I cannot really have him gaining absolute control over all commerce in Malloreon, can I? He is an Elon, after all, and his political loyalties are a little obscure.
I'll suggest that he moderate his practices a bit. You have to understand Silk, though. I don't believe he even cares about the money. All he's interested in is the game.
It is still Sadi who concerns me the most, though.
Oh?
He has become rather intensely involved in agriculture.
Sadi?
There's a certain plant that grows wild in the marshes of Kamat. Sadi is paying a great deal for it, and one of our prominent bandit chiefs has put all of his men to work harvesting it, and protecting the crop, of course. There have already been some pitched battles up there, I understand.
A bandit who is harvesting crops is too busy to be robbing travelers on the highways, though,
Geryon pointed out. That is not exactly the point, Geryon. I did not mind so much when Sadi was making a few officials feel good and act foolish. But he is importing this plant into the city by the wagon load and spreading it around through the workforce and the army. I don't care for the idea at all.
I'll see what I can do to get him to suspend operations,
Geryon agreed.
Then he looked at the Malloreon Emperor through narrowed eyes. You do realize, though, that if I rein the three of them in, they'll just switch over to something new, and probably just as disruptive. Wouldn't it be better if I just took them out of Malzeth entirely?
Zakath smiled. Nice try, Geryon. But I don't think so. I think we will just wait until my army gets back from Tol Muragos. Then we can all ride out of Malzeth together.
You are the most stubborn man I have ever met, Geryon said with some heat. Can't you get it through your head that time is slipping away from us? This delay could be disastrous, not only for you and me, but for the whole world.
The fabled meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark again. I am sorry, Geryon, but Zandramas is just going to have to wait for you. I don't want you and Belgarath roaming at will through my empire. I like you, Geryon, but I do not altogether trust you.
Geryon's temper began to heat up. He thrust his jaw out pugnaciously as he rose to his feet. My patience is starting to wear a little thin, Zakath. I have tried to keep things between us more or less civil, but there is a limit, and we are getting rather close to it. I am not going to lie around your palace for 3 months.
That is where you are wrong, Zakath snapped, also rising to his feet and unceremoniously dumping the surprised kitten to the floor.
Geryon ground his teeth together, trying to get his temper under control. Up to now, I've been polite. But I would like to remind you about what happened back at Rakhaga. We can leave here any time we want to, you know.
And the minute you do, you are going to have 3 of my regiments right on your heels.
Zakath was beginning to shout now. Not for very long, Geryon replied ominously.
What are you going to do? Zakath demanded scornfully. Turn all of my troops into toads or something? No, Geryon. I know you well enough to know that you would not do that.
Geryon straightened. You're right, he said. I wouldn't. But I was thinking of something a bit more elemental. Torak used the orb to crack the world, remember? I know how it was done, and I could do it myself if I had to. Your troops are going to have a great deal of trouble following us if they suddenly run into a trench 10 miles deep and 50 miles wide, stretching all the way across the middle of Malloreon.
You wouldn't,
Zakath gasped. Try me. With a tremendous effort, Geryon brought his anger under control. I think perhaps it is time for us to break this off, he said. We're starting to shout threats at each other like a pair of schoolboys. Why don't we continue this conversation some other time, after we have both had a chance to cool off a bit? He could see a hot retort hovering on Zakath's lips. But then, the Emperor also drew himself up and regained his composure, though his face was still pale with anger.
I think perhaps you are right.
Geryon nodded curtly and started toward the door.
Geryon,
Zakath said then. Yes?
Sleep well.
You too.
Geryon left the room.
Her Imperial Highness, the Princess Tsenedra, Queen of Riva, and beloved of Belgarion, Overlord of the West, was feeling pecky. Pecky was not a word that Her Imperial Highness would normally have used to describe her mood. Disconsolate or out of sorts might have had a more aristocratic ring, but Tsenedra was honest enough with herself privately to admit that pecky probably came closer to the mark. She moved irritably from room to room in the luxurious apartment Zakath had provided for her and Geryon, with the hem of her favorite teal-green dressing gown trailing along behind her bare feet. She suddenly wished that breaking a few dishes would not appear quite so unladylike. A chair got in her way. She almost kicked it, but remembered at the last instant that she was not wearing shoes. Instead, she deliberately took the cushion from the chair and set it on the floor. She plumped it a few times, then straightened. She lifted the hem of her dressing gown to her knees, squinted, swung her leg a few times for practice, and then kicked the cushion completely across the room.
"There," she said. "Take that."
For some reason, it made her feel a little better. Geryon was away from their rooms at the moment, engaged in his customary evening conversation with Emperor Zakath. Tsenedra wished that he were here so that she could pick a fight with him. A nice little fight right now might modify her mood. She went through a door and looked at the steaming tub sunk into the floor. Perhaps a bath might help. She even went so far as to dip an exploratory toe in the water, then decided against it. She sighed and moved on. She paused for a few moments at the window of the unlighted sitting room that overlooked the verdant atrium at the center of the east wing of the palace. The full moon had risen early that day, and stood high in the sky, filling the atrium with its pale, colorless light, and the pool at the center of the private little court reflected back that perfect white circle of the Queen of the Night. Tsinedra stood for quite some time, looking out at the window, lost in thought. She heard the door open and then slam shut. "Tsinedra, where are you?" Garion's voice sounded a trifle testy.
"I am in here, dear."
"Why are you standing around in the dark?" he asked, coming into the room.
"I was just looking at the moon. Do you realize that it is the same moon that shines down on Tolhanath? And Riva, too, for that matter."
"I hadn't really thought about it," he replied shortly.
"Why are you being so grumpy with me?"
"Oh, it's not you, Tsinedra," he answered apologetically. "I had another fight with Zakath, is all."
"That is getting to be a habit."
"Why is he so unreasonably stubborn?" Garion demanded.
"That's part of the nature of kings and emperors, dear."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing."
"Do you want something to drink? I think we've still got some of that wine left."
"I don't think so. Not right now."
"Well, I do. After my little chat with his pig-headed imperialness, I need something to calm my nerves." He went back out, and she heard the clink of a decanter against the rim of a goblet. Out in the moon-bright atrium, something moved out from the shadows of the tall, broad-leafed trees. It was Silk. He was wearing only his shirt and hose. He had a bath sheet over his shoulder, and he was whistling. He bent at the edge of the pool and dipped his fingers into the water. Then he stood up and began to unbutton his shirt. Tsinedra smiled, drew back behind the drape, and watched as the little man disrobed. Then he stepped down into the pool, shattering the reflected moon into 1,000 sparkling fragments. Tsinedra continued to watch as he lazily swam back and forth in the moon-dappled water. Then there was another shadow under the trees, and Liselle came out into the moonlight. She wore a loose-fitting robe, and there was a flower in her hair. The flower was undoubtedly red, but the wan light of the full spring moon leached away the color, making it appear black against the blonde girl's pale hair.
"How's the water?"
she asked quite calmly. Her voice seemed very close, almost as if she were in the same room with the watching Tsinedra. Silk gave a startled exclamation, then coughed as his mouth and nose filled with water. He spluttered, then recovered his composure. "Not bad," he replied in an unruffled tone.
"Good,"
Liselle said. She moved to the edge of the pool.
"Keldar, I think it is time that we had a talk."
"Oh? About what?"
"About this."
Quite calmly she unbelted her robe and let it fall to the ground about her feet. She was not wearing anything under the robe.
"You seem to have a little difficulty grasping the idea that things change with the passage of time,"
she continued, dipping one foot into the water. Quite deliberately, she pointed at herself.
"This is one of those things."
"I noticed that," he said admiringly.
"I'm so glad. I was beginning to be afraid that your eyes might be failing."
She stepped down into the pool and stood waist-deep in the water.
"Well?"
she said then. "Well, what?"
"What do you plan to do about it?"
She reached up and took the flower from her hair and carefully laid it on the surface of the pool. Tsinedra darted to the door on silent bare feet.
"Garion,"
she called in an urgent whisper.
"Come here."
"Why?"
"Keep your voice down and come here."
He grumbled slightly and came into the darkened room. "What is it?" She pointed at the window with a muffled giggle.
Look,
she commanded in a delighted little whisper. Geryon went to the window and looked out. After a single glance, he quickly averted his eyes. "Oh, my," he said in a strangled whisper. Zinedra giggled again, came to his side, and burrowed her way under his arm.
"Isn't that sweet?"
she said softly. "I'm sure it is," he whispered back. "But I don't think we ought to watch."
"Why not?"
The flower Lizelle had laid on the water had floated across the intervening space, and Silk, his expression bemused, picked it up and smelled it. "Yours, I believe," he said, holding it out to the pale-skinned girl sharing the pool with him.
"Why, yes, I believe it is,"
she replied.
"But you have not answered my question."
"Which question?"
"What are you going to do about this?"
"I'll think of something."
"Good. I'll help you."
Geryon firmly reached out and pulled the drape shut.
"You spoil sport,"
Zinedra pouted. "Never mind," he told her. "Now, come away from the window." He drew her out of the room. "I can't understand what she's up to," he said.
"I thought that was very obvious."
"Zinedra."
"She is seducing him, Geryon. She has been in love with him since she was a little girl, and she's finally decided to take steps. I'm so happy for her that I could just burst."
He shook his head. "I will never understand women. Just when I think I've got everything worked out, you all get together and change the rules. You wouldn't believe what Aunt Paul said to me just this morning."
"Oh? What was that?"
"She said that I ought to—" He stopped abruptly, his face suddenly going beet red. Never mind," he added lamely.
"What was it?"
"I'll tell you some other time." He gave her a peculiar look then. It was a look she thought she recognized. "Have you taken your evening bath yet?" he asked with exaggerated casualness.
"Not yet. Why?"
"I thought I might join you, if you don't mind." Zinedra artfully lowered her lashes.
"If you really want to,"
she said in a girlish voice. "I'll light some candles in there. The lamp's a bit bright, don't you think?"
"Whatever you prefer, dear."
"And I think I'll bring in the wine, too. It might help us to relax." Zinedra felt an exultant little surge of triumph. For some reason, her irritability had entirely disappeared.
"I think that would be just lovely, dear."
"Well," he said, extending a slightly trembling hand to her, "shall we go in, then?"
"Why don't we?"
Chapter 10. The following morning, when they gathered for breakfast, Silk's expression was faintly abstracted, as if he had just realized that someone had, somehow, out-bargained him. The little man steadfastly refused to look at Velvet, who kept her eyes demurely on the bowl of strawberries and cream that she was eating.
"You seem a trifle out of sorts this morning, Prince Keldar,"
Zinedra said to him in an offhand manner, though her eyes sparkled with suppressed mirth.
"Whatever is the matter?"
He threw her a quick, suspicious look.
There,
she said, fondly patting his hand.
"I am sure that you will feel much better after breakfast."
"I'm not very hungry," he replied. His voice was just a little sullen. He stood abruptly. "I think I will go for a walk," he said.
"But, my dear fellow," she protested, "you haven't eaten your strawberries. They're absolutely delicious, aren't they, Lizelle?"
"Marvelous," the blonde girl agreed, with only the faintest hint of her dimples showing. Silk's scowl deepened, and he marched resolutely toward the door.
May I have yours, Keldar?
Velvet called after him.
If you're not going to eat them, that is.
He slammed the door as he went out, and Senedra and Velvet exploded into gales of silvery laughter.
What is this?
Polgara asked them.
Oh, nothing,
Senedra said, still laughing.
Nothing at all, Lady Polgara. Prince Keldar had a little adventure last night, and that didn't turn out exactly the way he expected it to.
Velvet gave Senedra a quick look and flushed slightly. Then she laughed again. Polgara looked at the giggling pair, and then one of her eyebrows went up.
Oh, I see, she said.
The flush on Velvet's cheeks grew rosier, although she continued to laugh.
Oh, dear,
Polgara sighed. Is something wrong, Paul? Dernick asked her. She looked at the good, honest man, assessing his strict Sendarian principles.
Just a small complication, Dernick, she replied. Nothing that can't be managed.
Oh, that's good. He pushed back his bowl. Do you need me for anything this morning?
No, dear, she replied,
kissing him.
He returned her kiss and then stood up, looking across the table at Toth and Ariond, who sat waiting expectantly.
Shall we go, then? He asked them.
The three of them trooped out, their faces alight with anticipation. I wonder how long it's going to take them to empty all of the fish out of that pond, Polgara mused.
Forever, I am afraid, Lady Polgara, Sadi told her,
popping a strawberry into his mouth.
The groundskeepers restock it every night.
She sighed. Oh, I was afraid of that. About mid-morning, Geryon was pacing up and down one of the long echoing halls. He felt irritable, and a sort of frustrated impatience seemed to weigh him down. The urgent need to get to Ashaba, before Xandromos escaped him again, was so constantly on his mind now that he could think of almost nothing else. Although they had come up with several possible schemes, Silk, Velvet, and Sadi were still searching for a suitable diversion, something startling enough to draw off Brador's secret policeman, so that they could all make good their escape. There was obviously little chance of changing Zakath's mind, and it began to look increasingly as if Geryon and his friends were going to have to do it the other way, as Belgarath sometimes put it. Despite his occasional threats to Zakath, Geryon did not really want to do that. He was quite sure that to do so would permanently end his growing friendship with this strange man who ruled Malloria. He was honest enough to admit that it was not only the friendship he would regret losing, but the political possibilities implicit in the situation as well. He was about to return to his rooms when a scarlet-liveried servant came up to him.
Your Majesty,
the servant said with a deep bow,
Prince Keldar asked me to find you for him. He would like to have a word with you.
Where is he? Geryon asked.
In the formal garden near the north wall of the complex, Your Majesty. There is a half-drunk Nadrak with him, and a woman with a remarkably foul mouth. You would not believe some of the things she said to me.
I think I know her, Geryon replied, with a faint smile. I'd believe it. He turned then and walked briskly through the hallways and out into the palace grounds. Yarblek had not changed. Though it was pleasantly warm in the neatly manicured formal garden, he nonetheless still wore his shabby felt overcoat and his shaggy fur hat. He was sprawled on a marble bench under a leafy arbor, with a broached ale keg conveniently at his hand. Vela, as lush as ever, wandered idly among the flower beds, dressed in her tight-fitting Nadrak vest and leather trousers. Her silver-hilted daggers protruded from the tops of her boots and from her belt, and her walk was still that same challenging, sensual strut, a mannerism she had practiced for so long
that it was by now automatic, and probably even unconscious. Silk sat on the grass near Yarblick's bench, and he too held an ale cup. "I was just about to come looking for you," he said as Geryon approached. The rangy Yarblick squinted at Geryon.
"Well, well,"
he said, blinking owlishly.
"If it isn't the boy king of Riva. I see that you are still wearing that big sword of yours."
"It's a habit," Geryon shrugged. "You're looking well, Yarblick. Aside from being a little drunk, that is."
"I've been cutting down,"
Yarblick said rather piously.
"My stomach is not what it used to be."
"Did you happen to see Belgarath on your way here?" Silk asked Geryon. "No. Should I have?" "I sent for him, too. Yarblick has got some information for us, and they want the old man to get it firsthand." Geryon looked at Silk's coarse-faced partner. "How long have you been in Malzath?"
"We got in last night,"
Yarblick replied, dipping his cup into the ale keg again.
"Dolmar told me that you were all here in the palace, so I came by this morning to look you up."
"How long are you going to stay in town?" Silk asked him. Yarblick tugged at his scraggly beard and squinted up at the arbor.
That's kind of hard to say. Dolmar picked up most of what I need, but I want to nose around the markets a bit. There is a Tonedrin in Boktor who said that he's interested in uncut gemstones. I could pick up a quick fortune on that transaction, particularly if I could sneak the stones past Dresnian customs."
"Don't Queen Porin's customs agents search your packs pretty thoroughly?"
"From top to bottom," Yarblick laughed. "And they pat me down as well. They don't, however, lay one finger on Vela. They have all learned how quick she is with her daggers. I have made back what I paid for her 12 times over by hiding little packages here and there in her clothes."
He laughed coarsely.
"And, of course, the hiding is sort of fun, too."
He belched thunderously.
"Pardon me,"
he said. Belgarath came across the lawn. The old man had resisted all of Zakath's tactful offers of less disreputable raiment, and still wore, defiantly, Geryon thought, his stained tunic, patched hose, and mismatched boots.
"Well, I see that you've finally got here,"
he said to Yarblick, without any preamble.
"I got tied up in Malkamat,"
the Nadrak replied.
"Kal Zakath is commandeering ships all up and down the west coast to bring his army back from stinking Tol Murgos. I had to hire boats and hide them in the marshes north of the ruins of Tol Mishrak."
He pointed at the ale keg.
"You want some of this?"
"Naturally. Have you got another cup?"
Yarblick patted here and there at his voluminous coat, reached into an inside pocket and drew out a squat, dented tankard.
"I like a man who comes prepared."
"A proper host is always ready. Help yourself. Just try not to spill too much."
The Nadrak looked at Geryon.
"How about you? I think I could find another cup."
"No, thanks anyway, Yarblick. It's a little early for me." Then a short, gaudily dressed man came around the arbor. His clothes were a riot of frequently conflicting colors. One sleeve was green, the other red. One leg of his hose was striped in pink and yellow, and the other covered with large blue polka dots. He wore a tall, pointed cap with a bell attached to the peak. It was not his outrageous clothing that was so surprising, however. What caught Geryon's eye first was the fact that the man was quite casually walking on his hands with both feet extended into the air.
"Did I hear somebody offer somebody a little drop of something to drink?"
he asked, in a strange, lilting brogue that Geryon did not quite recognize. Yarblick gave the colorful little fellow a sour look, and reached inside his coat again. The acrobat flexed his shoulders, thrusting himself into the air, flipped over in midair, and landed on his feet. He briskly brushed off his hands and came toward Yarblek with an ingratiating smile. His face was nondescript, the kind of face that would be forgotten almost as soon as it was seen, but for some reason it seemed to Geryon to be naggingly familiar.
"Ah, good Master Yarblek," the man said to Silk's partner. "I'm sure that you're the kindest man alive. I was near to perishing of thirst, don't you know?"
He took the cup, dipped into the ale-keg, and drank noisily. Then he let out his breath with a gusty sound of appreciation.
"'Tis a good brew you have there, Mr. Yarblek," he said,
dipping again into the keg. Belgarath had a peculiar expression on his face, partly puzzled, but at the same time partially amused.
"He came tagging along when we left Malkamat,"
Yarblek told them.
"Vela finds him amusing, so I haven't chased him off yet. She turns a little shrill when she doesn't get her own way."
"The name is Feldegast, fine gentleman,"
the gaudy little fellow introduced himself with an exaggerated bow.
"Feldegast the juggler. I be also an acrobat, as you've seen for yourselves, a comedian of no mean ability and an accomplished magician. I can baffle your eyes with me unearthly skill at prestidigitation, don't you know? I can also play rousing tunes on a little wooden whistle, or, if your mood be melancholy, I can play you sad songs on the lute to bring a lump to your throat and fill your eyes with sweet, gentle tears. Would you be wanting to witness some of me unspeakable talent?"
"Maybe a little later," Belgarath told him, his eyes still a little bemused. "Right now, we have some business to discuss."
"Take another cup of ale and go entertain Vela, comedian,"
Yarblek said to him.
"Tell her some more off-color stories."
"Hey, 'twill be me eternal delight, good Master Yarblek,"
the outrageous fellow said grandly.
"She's a good strapping wench, with a lusty sense of humor and a fine appreciation for body stories."
He dipped out more ale and then capered across the lawn toward the dark-haired Nadrak girl.
"You're disgusting,"
Yarblek growled, looking after him.
"Some of the stories he tells her make my ears burn, but the nastier they are, the harder she laughs."
He shook his head moodily. "Let's get down to business," Belgarath said. "We need to know what's going on in Karanda, right now."
"Well, that's simple,"
Yarblek told him.
"Minga, that's what's going on. Minga and his cursed demons."
"And Jolmar filled us in," Silk said. "We know about what happened at Khalida, and about the way that the Karans are flocking in to join his army from all over the 7 kingdoms. Is he making any moves toward the south yet?"
"Not that I've heard," Yarblek replied. "He seems to be consolidating things through the north right now. He's whipping all of the Karans into hysteria, though. If Zakath doesn't do something quickly, he's going to have a full-scale revolution on his hands. I can tell you, though, that it's not safe to travel in northern Karanda right now. Minga's shrieking Karans control everything to the coast of Zamad."
"We have to go to Ashaba," Geryon told him.
"I would not advise it,"
Yarblek said bluntly.
"The Karans are picking up some very unsavory habits."
"Oh?" Silk said.
"I am an Angarak,"
Yarblek said.
"And I've been watching Grolams cut out human hearts to offer to Torak since I was a boy. But what's happening in Karanda turns even my stomach. The Karans stake captives out on the ground and then call up their demons. The demons are all getting fat."
"Would you care to be a little more specific?"
"Not really. Use your imagination, Silk. You've been in Morindland. You know what demons eat."
"Oh, you're not serious."
"Oh, yes. And the Karans eat the scraps. As I said, some very unsavory habits." There are also some rumors about the demons breeding with human females.
That's abominable, Geryon gasped.
It is indeed,
Yarblek agreed with him.
The women usually don't survive their pregnancies, but I have heard of a few live births.
We have to put a stop to that, Belgarath said bleakly.
Good luck, Yarblek said. Me, I'm going back to Gorog Nadrak just as soon as I can get my caravan put together. I'm not going anywhere near Minga, or the tame demon he keeps on a leash.
Nehaz? Geryon asked.
You've heard the name, then?
Dolmar told us.
We should probably start with him, Belgarath said. If we can drive Nehaz back to wherever he came from, it's likely that the rest of the demons will follow their lord.
Neat trick,
Yarblek grunted. I have certain resources, the old man told him. Once the demons are gone, Minga won't have anything left but a ragtag army of Karandese fanatics. We will be able to go on about our business, and leave the mopping up to Zakath. He smiled briefly. That might occupy his mind enough to keep him from breathing down our necks.
Vela was laughing raucously as she and Feldegast, the juggler, approached the arbor. The little comedian was walking on his hands again, erratically, and with his feet waving ludicrously in the air.
"He tells a good story,"
the lush-bodied Nadrak girl said, still laughing.
"But he can't hold his liquor."
"I didn't think he drank all that much," Silk said.
"It wasn't the ale that fuddled him so bad," she replied.
She drew a silver flask from under her belt.
"I gave him a pull or two at this."
Her eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief.
"Care to try some, Silk?"
she offered, holding out the flask.
What's in it?"
he asked suspiciously.
"Just a little drink we brew in Gorog Nadrak,"
she said innocently.
"It's as mild as mother's milk,"
she demonstrated by taking a long drink from the flask.
"Oathlas?"
She nodded.
"Oh, no thanks,"
he shuddered. "The last time I drank that, I lost track of a whole week."
"Don't be so chicken-livered, Silk,"
she told him scornfully. She took another drink.
"See? It doesn't hurt a bit."
She looked at Geryon.
"My lord,"
she said to him,
"how's your pretty little wife?"
She's well, Vela."
I'm glad to hear that. Have you got her pregnant again yet?"
Geryon flushed. "No," he replied.
"Oh, you're wasting time, my lord. Why don't you run back to the palace and chase her around the bedroom a time or two?"
Then she turned to Belgarath.
"Well?"
she said to him.
"Well, what?"
She smoothly drew one of her knives from her belt.
"Would you like to try again?"
she asked, turning deliberately so that her well-rounded posterior was available to him.
Thanks, all the same, Vela,"
he said with a kind of massive dignity.
"But it's a bit early."
"Oh, that's all right, old man," she said. "I'm ready for you this time. Any time you're in a patting frame of mind, feel free. I sharpened all my knives before we came, especially for you."
"Oh, you're too kind."
The drunken Feldegast lurched, tried to regain his balance, and toppled over in an unceremonious heap. When he stumbled to his feet, his plain face was splotched and distorted, and he stood hunched over with his back bowed to the point where he almost looked deformed.
"I think the girl got the best of you, my friend,"
Belgarath said jovially, as he moved quickly to help the inebriated juggler to right himself.
"You really ought to straighten up, though. If you stand around bent over like that, you will tie your insides in knots."
Geryon saw his grandfather's lips moving slightly as he whispered something to the tipsy entertainer. Then, so faint that it was barely discernible, he felt the surge of the old man's will. Feldegast straightened, his face buried in his hands.
"Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," he said. "Have you poisoned me? Me, girl?" he demanded of Vela. "I can't remember ever being taken by the drink so fast."
He took his hands away. The splotches and distortion were gone from his face, and he looked as he had before. "Don't ever try to drink with a Nadrak woman," Belgarath advised him, "particularly when she is the one who brewed the liquor."
"It seems that I heard a snatch of conversation whilst I was entertaining the wench here. Is it Karanda you be talking about, and the woeful things happening there?"
"We were," Belgarath admitted.
"I display me talents betimes in wayside inns and taverns, for pennies and a drink or two, don't you know, and a great deal of information comes into places like that. Sometimes, if you make a man laugh and be merry, you can draw more out of him than you can with silver or strong drink. As it happened, I was in such a place not long ago, dazzling the onlookers with the brilliance of me performance, and happens that whilst I was there, a wayfarer came in from the east. A great brute of a man he was. He told us of the distressful news from Karanda. And after he had eaten and finished more pots of good strong ale than was good for him, I sought him out and questioned him further. A man in me profession can't never know too much about the places where he might be called upon to display his art, don't you know? This great brute of a man, who should not have feared anything, walks and was a-shaking and trembling like a frightened babe. And he tells me that I should stay out of Karanda as I valued my life. Then he tells me a very strange thing, which I have not yet put the meaning to. It tells me that the road between Kalida and Malyaska is thick with messengers going to and fro, hither and yon. Isn't that an amazing thing? How could a man account for it? But there be strange things going on in the world, good masters, and wonders to behold that no man at all could ever begin to imagine."
The juggler's lilting brogue was almost hypnotic in its charm and liquidity. Geryon found himself somehow caught up in the really quite commonplace narrative. He felt a peculiar disappointment as the gaudy little man broke off his story.
"I hope that me tale has brought ye some small entertainment, an enlightenment, good masters,"
Feldegast said ingratiatingly. His grass-stained hand held out suggestively.
"I make me way in the world with me wits and me talents, giving of them as free as the birds, but I'm always grateful for little tokens of appreciation, don't you know?"
"Pay him," Belgarath said shortly to Geryon.
"What?"
"Give him some money." Geryon sighed and reached for the leather purse at his belt.
"May the gods all smile down on you, young master."
Feldegast thanked Geryon effusively for the few small coins which changed hands. Then he looked slyly at Vela.
"Tell me, girl, have you ever heard the story of the milkmaid and the peddler? I must give you fair warning that it's a naughty little story, and I'd be covered with shame to bring a blush to your fair cheeks."
"I haven't blushed since I was 14,
Vela said to him.
"Well, then, why don't we go apart a ways, and I'll see if I can remedy that. I'm told that blushing is good for the complexion."
Vela laughed and followed him back out onto the lawn. "Silk," Belgarath said brusquely. "I need that diversion, now." "We don't really have anything put together yet," Silk objected. "Make something up, then." The old man turned to Yarblik. "And I don't want you to leave Malzeth until I give you the word. I might need you here."
"What's the matter, grandfather?"
Geryon asked.
We have to leave here, as quickly as possible.
Out on the lawn, Vela stood wide-eyed and with the palms of her hands pressed to her flaming cheeks.
"You'll have to admit that I warned you, me girl,"
Feldeguest chortled triumphantly.
"Which is more than I can say about the deceitful way you slipped your dreadful brew into me craw."
He looked at her admiringly.
"I must say, though, that you bloom like a red, red rose when you blush like that, and you're a joy to behold in your maiden-like confusion. Tell me, have you heard by chance the one about the shepherdess and the knight-errant?"
Vela fled. That afternoon, Silk, who normally avoided anything remotely resembling physical exertion, spent several hours in the leafy atrium in the center of the east wing, busily piling stones across the mouth of the tiny rivulet of fresh, sparkling water which fed the pool at the center of the little garden. Geryon watched curiously from the window of his sitting-room until he could stand it no longer. He went out into the atrium to confront the sweating little Drasnian. "Are you taking up landscaping as a hobby?"
"No," Silk replied, mopping his forehead.
"Just taking a little precaution is all."
"Precaution against what?"
Silk held up one finger. "Wait," he said, gauging the level of the water rising behind his improvised dam. After a moment, the water began to spill over into the pool with a loud gurgling and splashing.
"Noisy, isn't it?" he said proudly.
"Won't that make sleep in these surrounding rooms a little hard?" Geryon asked.
"It's also going to make listening almost impossible," the little man said smugly. "As soon as it gets dark, why don't you and I and Sadi and Liselle gather here? We need to talk, and my cheerful little waterfall should cover what we say to each other."
"Why after dark?"
Silk slyly laid one finger alongside his long, pointed nose. "So that the night will hide our lips from those police who don't use their ears to listen with."
"Oh, that's clever," Geryon said.
"Why, yes, I thought so myself."
Then Silk made a sour face.
"Actually, it was Liselle's idea," he confessed.
Geryon smiled. "But she let you do the work."
Silk grunted. "She claimed that she didn't want to break any of her fingernails. I was going to refuse, but she threw her dimples at me, and I gave in."
"She uses those very well, doesn't she? They're more dangerous than your knives."
"Are you trying to be funny, Geryon?"
"Would I do that, old friend?"
As the soft spring evening descended over Malzeth, Geryon joined his three friends in the dim atrium beside Silk's splashing waterfall.
"Very nice work, Keldar,"
Velvet complimented the little man.
"Oh, shut up."
"Why, Keldar."
"All right," Geryon said, by way of calling the meeting to order. "What have we got that we can work with? Belgrath wants us out of Malzeth almost immediately."
"I have been following your advice, Belgarian," Sadi murmured, "and I have been concentrating my attention on Baron Vaska. He is a man of eminent corruption, and he has his fingers in so many pies that he sometimes loses track of just who is bribing him at any given moment."
"Exactly what is he up to right now?"
"He's still trying to take over the Bureau of Military Procurement,"
Velvet reported.
"That bureau is controlled by the General Staff, however. It's mostly composed of colonels, but there's a General Bregar serving as bureau chief. The colonels aren't too greedy, but Bregar has a large payroll. He has to spread quite a bit of money around among his fellow generals to keep Vaska in check."
Geryon thought about that.
"Aren't you bribing Vaska as well?"
he asked Silk. Silk nodded glumly. "The price is going up, though. The consortium of Mercine merchant barons
is laying a lot of money in his path, trying to get him to restrict Yarblik and me to the west coast.
Can he raise any sort of force? Fighting men, I mean.
He has contacts with a fair number of robber chiefs, Sadi replied. And they have some pretty rough and ready fellows working for them.
Is there any band operating out of Malzeth right now?
Sadi coughed rather delicately. I just brought a string of wagons down from Kamat, he admitted. Agricultural products for the most part. Geryon gave him a hard look.
I thought I asked you not to do that any more.
The crop had already been harvested, Belgarian, the eunuch protested. It doesn't make sense to just let it rot in the fields, does it?
Oh, that is sound business thinking, Geryon, Silk interceded.
Anyway, Sadi hurried on, the band that's handling the harvesting and transport for me is one of the largest in this part of Malloria, 200 or 300 anyway, and I have a goodly number of stout fellows involved in local distribution.
You did all of this in just a few weeks?
Geryon was incredulous. One makes very little profit by allowing the grass to grow under one's feet, Sadi stated piously.
Oh, well put, Silk approved.
Thank you, Prince Keldar.
Geryon shook his head in defeat. Is there any way you can get your bandits into the palace grounds?
Bandits? Sadi sounded injured.
Isn't that what they are?
I prefer to think of them as entrepreneurs.
Whatever. Can you get them in?
I sort of doubt it, Belgarian. What did you have in mind?
I thought we might offer their services to Baron Vaska to help in his forthcoming confrontation with the General Staff.
Is there going to be a confrontation? Sadi looked surprised. I hadn't heard about that.
That's because we haven't arranged it yet. Vaska's going to find out, probably tomorrow, that his activities have irritated the General Staff, and that they are going to send troops into his offices to arrest him, and to dig through his records to find enough incriminating evidence to take to the Emperor.
That's brilliant, Silk said.
I liked it. But it won't work unless Vaska's got enough men to hold off a fair number of troops.
It can still work, Sadi said. At about the same time that Vaska finds out about his impending arrest, I'll offer him the use of my men. He can bring them into the palace complex under the guise of workmen. All the bureau chiefs are continually renovating their offices. It has to do with status, I think.
What's the plan here, Geryon? Silk asked. I want open fighting right here in the halls of the palace. That should attract the attention of Brador's policemen.
He was born to be a king, wasn't he?
Velvet approved.
Only royalty has the ability to devise a deception of that scale.
Thanks, Geryon said dryly. It's not going to work, though, if Vaska just takes up defensive positions in his bureau offices. We also have to persuade him to strike first. The soldiers won't really be coming after him, so we are going to have to make him start the fight himself. What kind of man is Vaska?
Deceitful, greedy, and not really all that bright, Silk replied.
Can he be pressured into any kind of rashness?
Probably not. Bureaucrats tend to be cowardly. I don't think he will make a move until he sees the soldiers coming. I believe I can make him bolder, Sadi said. I have something very nice in a green vial that would make a mouse attack a lion.
Geryon made a face. I don't much care for that way.
It's the results that count, Belgarian, Sadi pointed out.
If things are that urgent right now, delicate feelings might be a luxury that we cannot afford.
All right, Geryon decided. Do whatever you have to.
Once things are in motion, I might be able to throw in just a bit of additional confusion,
Velvet said.
The King of Palia and the Prince Regent of Delshin both have sizable retinues, and they are on the verge of open war anyway. There's also the King of Versibo, who's so senile that he distrusts everybody. I could probably persuade each of them that any turmoil in the halls is directed at them personally. They'd put their men-at-arms into the corridors at the first sound of fighting.
Now, that's got some interesting possibilities, Silk said, rubbing his hands together gleefully. A 5-way brawl in the palace ought to give us all the opportunity we need to leave town.
And it wouldn't necessarily have to be confined to the palace, Sadi added thoughtfully. A bit of judicious misdirection could probably spread it out into the city itself. A general riot in the streets would attract quite a bit of attention, wouldn't you say?
How long would it take to set it up?
Silk looked at his partners in crime.
3 days, he asked them. Maybe 4. They both considered it, then nodded. That's it then, Geryon. 3 or 4 days. All right. Do it. They all turned and started back toward the entrance to the atrium.
Margravine Lascelles,
Sadi said firmly.
Yes, Sadi.
I will take my snake back now, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course, Sadi.
She reached into her bodice for Zith. Silk's face blanched, and he stepped back quickly.
Something wrong, Keldar?
She asked innocently. Never mind. The little man turned on his heel and went on through the green-smelling evening, gesticulating and talking to himself. Chapter 11. His name was Balska. He was a rheumy-eyed seafaring man with bad habits and mediocre skills who hailed from Caduz, a fish-reeking town on one of the northern Melcene Islands. He had signed on as a common deckhand for the past 6 years aboard a leaky merchantman grandiosely named the Star of Jarot, commanded by an irascible peg-leg captain from Karanda who called himself Woodfoot, a colorful name which Balska privately suspected was designed to conceal the captain's true identity from the maritime authorities. Balska did not like Captain Woodfoot. Balska had not liked any ship's officers since he had been summarily flogged 10 years back for pilfering grog from ship's stores aboard a ship of the line in the Malloreon Navy. Balska had nursed his grievance from that incident until he had found an opportunity to jump ship. Then he had gone in search of kindlier masters and more understanding officers in the merchant marine. He had not found them aboard the Star of Jarot. His most recent disillusionment had come about as the result of a difference of views with the ship's bosun, a heavy-fisted rascal from Panor and Rengal. That altercation had left Balska without his front teeth, and his vigorous protest to the captain had evoked jeering laughter, followed by his being unceremoniously kicked off the quarterdeck by a nail-studded leg constructed of solid oak. The humiliation and the bruises were bad enough, but the splinters which festered for weeks in Balska's behind made it impossible for him to sit down, and sitting down was Balska's favorite position. He brooded about it. Leaning on the starboard rail, well out of Captain Woodfoot's view, and staring out at the lead-gray swells surging through the straits of Perivor, as the Star of Jarot beat her way northwesterly, past the swampy coast of the southwestern Delasian protectorates, and then on around the savage breakers engulfing the Turam Reef. By the time they had cleared the reef and turned due north along the desolate coast of Finda, Balska had concluded that life was going out of its way to treat him unfairly, and that he might be far better off seeking his fortune ashore. He spent several nights prowling through the cargo hold with a well-shielded lantern until he found the concealed compartment where Woodfoot had hidden a number of small, valuable items that he did not want to trouble the customs people with. Balska's patched canvas sea bag picked up a fair amount of weight rather quickly that night. When the Star of Tarot dropped anchor in the harbor of Malgamila, Balska feigned illness and refused his shipmates' suggestion that he go ashore with them for the customary end-of-the-voyage carouse. He lay instead in his hammock, moaning theatrically. Late during the dog watch, he pulled on his tarred canvas sea-coat, the only thing of any value that he owned, picked up his sea bag, and went on silent feet up to the deck. The solitary watch, as Balska had anticipated, lay snoring in the scuppers, snuggled up to an earthenware jug. There were no lights in the aft cabins where Woodfoot and his officers lived in idle luxury, and the moon had already set. A small ship's boat swung on a painter on the starboard side, and Balska deftly dropped his sea bag into it, swung over the rail, and silently left the Star of Tarot forever. He felt no particular regret about that. He did not even pause to mutter a curse at the vessel which had been his home for the past 6 years. Balska was a philosophical sort of fellow. Once he had escaped from an unpleasant situation, he no longer held any grudges. When he reached the docks, he sold the small ship's boat to a beady-eyed man with a missing right hand. Balska feigned drunkenness during the transaction, and the maimed man, who had undoubtedly had his hand chopped off as a punishment for theft, paid him quite a bit more for the boat than would have been the case had the sale taken place in broad daylight. Balska immediately knew what that meant. He shouldered his sea bag, staggered up the wharf, and began to climb the steep cobblestone street from the harbor. At the first corner he made a sudden turn to the left and ran like a deer, leaving the surprised press gang the beady-eyed man had sent after him floundering far behind. Balska was stupid, certainly, but he was no fool. He ran until he was out of breath and quite some distance from the harbor with all of its dangers. He passed a number of alehouses along the way, regretfully perhaps, but there was still business to attend to, and he needed his wits about him. In a dim little establishment well hidden up a dank, smelly alleyway, he sold Captain Woodfoot's smuggled treasures, bargaining down to the last copper with the grossly fat woman who ran the place. He even traded his sea-coat for a landsman's tunic, and emerged from the alley with all trace of the sea removed from him, except for the rolling gait of a man whose feet have not touched dry land for several months. He avoided the harbor with its press gangs and cheap grog shops, and chose instead a quiet street that meandered past boarded-up warehouses. He followed that until he found a sedate workman's alehouse where a buxom barmaid rather sullenly served him. Her mood, he surmised, was the result of the fact that he was her only customer, and that she had quite obviously intended to close the doors and seek her bed, or someone else's, for all he knew. He jollied her into some semblance of good humor for an hour or so, left a few pennies on the table, and squeezed her ample bottom by way of farewell. Then he lurched into the empty street in search of further adventure. He found true love under a smoky torch on the corner. Her name, she said, was Elawanda. Balska suspected that she was not being entirely honest about that, but it was not her name that he was interested in. She was quite young, and quite obviously sick. She had a racking cough, a hoarse, croaking voice, and her reddened nose ran constantly. She was not particularly clean, and she exuded the rank smell of a week or more of dried sweat. Balska, however, had a sailor's strong stomach, and an appetite whetted by 6 months' enforced abstinence at sea.
Elawanda was not very pretty, but she was cheap. After a brief haggle, she led him to a rickety crib in the alley that reeked of moldy sewage. Although he was quite drunk, Balska grappled with her on a lumpy pallet until dawn was staining the eastern sky. It was noon when he awoke with a throbbing head. He might have slept longer, but the cry of a baby coming from a wooden box in the corner drove into his ears like a sharp knife. He nudged the pale woman lying beside him, hoping that she would rise and quiet her squalling brat. She moved limply under his hand, her limbs flaccid. He nudged her again, harder this time. Then he rose up and looked at her. Her stiff face was locked in a dreadful rictus, a hideous grin that made his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that her skin was like clammy ice. He jerked his hand away, swearing under his breath. He reached out gingerly and peeled back one of her eyelids. He swore again. The woman had called herself Elawanda, and was as dead as last week's mackerel. Balska rose and quickly pulled on his clothes. He searched the room thoroughly, but found nothing worth stealing except for the few coins he had given the dead woman the previous night. He took those, then glared at the naked corpse lying on the pallet.
"What an whore,"
he said, and kicked her once in the side. She rolled limply off the pallet and lay face down on the floor. Balska slammed out into the stinking alley, ignoring the wailing baby he had left behind him. He had a few moments' concern about the possibility of certain social diseases. Something had killed Elawanda, and he had not really been all that rough with her. As a precaution, he muttered an old sailor's incantation, which was said to be particularly efficacious in warding off the pox. Reassured, he went looking for something to drink. By mid-afternoon he was pleasantly drunk, and he lurched out of a congenial little wine shop and stopped, swaying slightly, to consider his options. By now, Woodfoot would certainly have discovered that his hidden cabinet was empty, and that Balska had jumped ship. Since Woodfoot was a man of limited imagination, he and his officers would certainly be concentrating their search along the waterfront. It would take them some time to realize that their quarry had moved somewhat beyond the sight, if not the smell, of salt water. Balska prudently decided that if he were to maintain his lead on his vengeful former captain, it was probably time for him to head inland. It occurred to him, moreover, that someone might have seen him with Elawanda, and that her body probably had been found by now. Balska felt no particular responsibility for her death, but he was by nature slightly shy about talking with policemen. All in all, he decided it might just be time to leave Malgamila. He started out confidently, striding toward the east gate of the city, but after several blocks his feet began to hurt. He loitered outside a warehouse where several workmen were loading a large wagon. He carefully stayed out of sight until the work was nearly done, then heartily offered to lend a hand. He put 2 boxes on the wagon, then sought out the teamster, a shaggy-bearded man smelling strongly of mules.
"Where be ye bound, friend?"
Balska asked him, as if out of idle curiosity.
"Melzith,"
the teamster replied shortly.
"What an amazing coincidence,"
Balska exclaimed.
"I have business there myself."
In point of fact, Balska had cared very little where the teamster and his wagon had been bound. All he wanted to do was to go inland, to avoid Woodfoot or the police.
"What say I ride along with you for company?"
"I don't get all that lonesome,"
the teamster said curlishly. Balska sighed. It was going to be one of those days.
"I'd be willing to pay,"
he offered sadly.
"How much?"
"I don't really have very much."
10 coppers,
the teamster said flatly.
10? Oh, I haven't got that much."
"You'd better start walking then. It's that way,"
Balska sighed and gave in. "All right, 10
In advance.
Half now, half when we get to Malzev."
In advance.
"Well, that's hard."
So is walking.
Balska stepped around a corner, reached into an inside pocket, and carefully counted out the 10 copper coins. The hoard he had accumulated as a result of his pilferage aboard the Star of Jarot had dwindled alarmingly. A number of possibilities occurred to him. He shifted his sheath knife around until it was at his back. If the teamster slept soundly enough, and if they stopped for the night in some secluded place, Balska was quite certain that he could ride into Malzeth the proud owner of a wagon and a team of mules. Not to mention whatever was in the boxes. Balska had killed a few men in his time, when it had been safe to do so, and he was not particularly squeamish about cutting throats, if it was worth his while. The wagon clattered and creaked as it rumbled along the cobbled street in the slanting afternoon sunlight.
"Let's get a few things clear before we start," the teamster said. "I don't like to talk, and I don't like having people jabber at me."
"All right."
The teamster reached back and picked up a wicked-looking hatchet out of the wagon bed.
"Now," he said, "give me your knife."
"I don't have a knife."
The teamster reined in his mules.
"Get out."
"But I paid you."
"Not enough for me to take any chances with you. Come up with a knife or get out of my wagon."
Balska glared at him, then at the hatchet. Slowly he drew out his dagger and handed it over.
"Good. I'll give it back to you when we get to Malzev. Oh, by the way, I sleep with one eye open and with this in my fist."
He held the hatchet in front of Balska's face.
"If you even come near me while we are on the road, I will brain you with it."
Balska shrunk back.
"I'm glad that we understand each other."
The teamster shook his reins, and they rumbled out of Madlagamila. Balska was not feeling too well when they reached Malzeth. He assumed at first that it was a result of the peculiar swaying motion of the wagon. Though he had never been seasick in all of his years as a sailor, he was frequently land-sick. This time, however, was somewhat different. His stomach, to be sure, churned and heaved, but unlike his previous bouts of malaise, this time he also found that he was sweating profusely, and that his throat was so sore that he could barely swallow. He had alternating bouts of chills and fever, and there was a foul taste in his mouth. The surly teamster dropped him off at the main gates of Malzeth, idly tossed his dagger at his feet, and then squinted at his former passenger.
"You don't look so good. You ought to go see a physician or something."
Balska made an indelicate sound.
"People die in the hands of physicians. Or if they do manage to get well, they go away with empty purses."
"Suit yourself."
The teamster shrugged and drove his wagon into the city, without looking back. Balska directed a number of muttered curses after him, bent, picked up his knife, and walked into Malzeth. He wandered about for a time, trying to get his bearings, then finally accosted a man in a seacoat.
"Excuse me, mate," he said,
his voice becoming raspy as a result of his sore throat.
"but where's a place where a man can get a good cup of grog at a reasonable price?"
"Try the Red Dog Tavern,"
the sailor replied.
"It's 2 streets over on the corner."
"Thanks, mate,"
Balska said.
"You don't look like you're feeling too good."
"A little touch of cold, I think."
Balska flashed him a toothless grin.
"Nothing that a few cups of grog won't fix."
"That's the honest truth."
The sailor laughed his agreement.
"It's the finest medicine in the world."
The Red Dog Tavern was a dark grog shop that faintly resembled the forecastle of a ship. It had a low-beamed ceiling of dark wood and portholes instead of windows. The proprietor was a bluff, red-faced man with tattoos on both arms, and an exaggerated touch of salt water in his speech. His "ahies" and "mateys" began to get on Balska's nerves after a while,
But after 3 cups of grog, he didn't mind so much. His sore throat eased, his stomach settled down, and the trembling in his hands ceased. He still, however, had a splitting headache. He had 2 more cups of grog, then fell asleep, with his head cradled on his crossed arms.
"Ahoy, mate. Closing time," the Red Dog's proprietor said some time later, shaking his shoulder.
Balska sat up, blinking.
"Must have dropped off for a few minutes,"
he mumbled hoarsely.
"More like a few hours, matey."
The man frowned, then laid his hand on Balska's forehead.
"You're burning up, matey. You'd better get to your bed. Where's a good place to get a cheap room?"
Balska asked, rising unsteadily. His throat hurt worse now than it had before, and his stomach was in knots again.
"Try the 3rd door up the street. Tell them that I sent you."
Balska nodded, bought a bottle to take with him, and surreptitiously filched a rope-scarred marlinspike from the rack beside the door on his way out.
"Good tavern,"
he croaked to the proprietor as he left.
"I like the way you've got it fixed up."
The tattooed man nodded proudly.
"My own idea," he said. "I thought to myself that a seafaring man might like a home-like sort of place to do his drinking in, even when he's this far from deep water. Come back again." "I'll do that,"
Balska promised. It took him about half an hour to find a solitary passer-by hurrying home, with his head down and his hands jammed into his tunic pockets. Balska stalked him for a block or so, his rope-soled shoes making no sound on the cobblestones. Then, as the passer-by went into the dark mouth of an alleyway, Balska stepped up behind him and rapped him smartly across the base of the skull with the marlinspike. The man dropped like a pole-axed ox. Balska had been in enough shipboard fights and tavern brawls to know exactly where and how hard to hit his man. He rolled the fellow over, hit him alongside the head once again, just to be on the safe side, then methodically began to go through the unconscious man's pockets. He found several coins and a stout knife. He put the coins in his pocket, tucked the knife under his broad leather belt, and pulled his victim into the alley out of the light. Then he went on down the street, whistling an old sea song. He felt much worse the following day. His head throbbed. His throat was so swollen that he could barely talk. His fever, he was sure, was higher, and his nose ran constantly. It took 3 pulls on his bottle to quiet him. He knew that he should go out and get something to eat, but the thought of food sickened him. He took another long drink from his bottle, lay back on the dirty bed in the room he had rented, and fell back into a fitful doze. When he awoke again, it was dark outside, and he was shivering violently. He finished his bottle without gaining any particular relief, then shakily pulled on his clothing, which he absently noted exuded a rank odor. He stumbled down the street and 3 doors up to the inviting entrance to the Red Dog.
"By the gods, matey," the tattooed man said, "you look positively awful." "Grog,"
Balska croaked.
"Grog."
It took 9 cups of grog to stem the terrible shaking which had seized him. Balska was not counting. When his money ran out, he staggered into the street and beat a man to death with his marlinspike for 6 pennies. He lurched on, encountered a fat merchant, and knifed him for his purse. The purse even had some gold in it. He reeled back to the Red Dog and drank until closing time.
"Have a care, matey,"
the proprietor cautioned him as he thrust him out the door.
"There be murder and footpads about, or so I've been told, and the police are as thick as fleas on a mangy dog in the streets and alleys in the neighborhood."
Balska took the jug of grog he had bought back to his shabby room and drank himself into unconsciousness. He was delirious the following morning, and he raved for hours, alternating between drinking from his jug of grog and vomiting on his bed. It took him until sunset to die. His last words were,
"Mother,
Help me." When they found him, some days later, he was arched rigidly backward, and his face was fixed in a hideous grin.
3 days later, a pair of wayfarers found the body of a bearded teamster lying in a ditch beside his wagon on the road to Malgamila. His body was arched stiffly backward, and his face was locked in a grotesque semblance of a grin. The wayfarers concluded that he had no further need of his team and wagon, and so they stole it. As an afterthought, they also stole his clothes and covered the body with dead leaves. Then they turned the wagon around and rode on back to Malzeth. Perhaps a week after Balska's largely unnoticed death, a man in a tarred sea-coat came staggering into a run-down street in broad daylight. He was raving and clutching at his throat. He lurched along the cobblestone street for perhaps 100 feet, before he collapsed and died. The dreadful grin fixed on his foam-flecked lips gave several onlookers nightmares that night. The tattooed proprietor of the Red Dog Tavern was found dead in his establishment the following morning. He lay amidst the wreckage of the several tables and chairs he had smashed during his final delirium. His face was twisted into a stiff, hideous grin. During the course of that day, a dozen more men in that part of the city, all regular patrons of the Red Dog Tavern, also died. The next day, 3 dozen more succumbed. The authorities began to take note of the matter. But by then, it was too late. The curious intermingling of classes characteristic of a great city made the confining of the infection to any one district impossible. Servants who lived in that shabby part of town carried the disease into the houses of the rich and the powerful. Workmen carried it to construction sites, and their fellow workmen carried it home to other parts of the city. Customers gave it to merchants, who, in turn, gave it to other customers. The most casual contact was usually sufficient to cause infection. The dead had at first been numbered in the dozens, but by the end of the week hundreds had fallen ill. The houses of the sick were boarded up despite the weak cries of the inhabitants from within. Grim carts rumbled through the streets, and workmen with camphor-soaked cloths about their lower faces picked up the dead with long hooks. The bodies were stacked in the carts like logs of wood, conveyed to cemeteries, and buried without rites in vast common graves. The streets of Malzeth became deserted as the frightened citizens barricaded themselves inside their houses. There was some concern inside the palace, naturally. But the palace, walled as it was remote from the rest of the city. As a further precaution, however, the emperor ordered that no one be allowed in or out of the compound. Among those locked inside were several hundred workmen who had been hired by Baron Vaska, the chief of the Bureau of Commerce, to begin the renovations of the bureau offices. It was about noon, on the day after the locking of the palace gates, that Geryon, Polgara, and Belgarath were summoned to an audience with Zakath. They entered his study to find him gaunt and hollow-eyed, poring over a map of the imperial city. Come in, he said, when they arrived. They entered, and sat down in the chairs he indicated, with an absent wave of his hand. You look tired, Polgara noted. I have not slept for the past 4 days, Zakath admitted. He looked wearily at Belgarath. You say that you are 7,000 years old? Approximately, yes. You have lived through pestilence before? Several times. How long does it usually last? It depends upon which disease it is. Some of them run their course in a few months. Others persist until everybody in the region is dead. Paul would know more about that than I would. She is the one with all of the medical experience. Lady Polgara, the Emperor appealed to her. I will need to know the symptoms before I can identify the disease.
Zakath burrowed through the litter of documents on the table in front of him.
Here it is.
He picked up the scrap of parchment and read from it.
High fever, nausea, vomiting, chills, profuse sweating, sore throat, headache. Finally delirium, followed shortly by death.
She looked at him gravely. That does not sound too good. Is there anything peculiar about the bodies after they have died?
They all have an awful grin on their faces,
he told her, consulting his parchment. She shook her head. Oh, I was afraid of that.
What is it?
A form of plague.
Plague?
His face had gone suddenly pale.